all right,
Oh,
gentlemen.
okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, your voice is very sound and lovely now.
I had to change laptops. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Oh God. Sorry, Alexander Aman.
Roman, what's going on with your system?
No, I'm not quite sure. My voice wasn't coming through, so I had to go change our laptops.
Okay, so you're coming on again?
Yeah, yo, I'm on now, so you should be able to see me now. Yeah. All right. Thanks. All right. Thank you. So that was Mr. Gomez. So apologies, gentlemen, and
No problem.
apologies to everyone that is watching. These are just the teething problems that you have sometimes. Has anybody seen anything of Peter Obi so far? I played the first opening phase. Did anybody see that?
Yeah,
No,
I saw
I
it,
didn't.
but it's just kind of fluctuating.
All right. Shall we play that again just to capture it?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So rinse and repeat. So reset, restart, reset, restart. All right. Hopefully this works out better.
So just to dive straight into it, there are 18 people who are presenting themselves to Nigerians, saying we are going to be the best president and vice president. Why should Nigerians elect you, the duo, the two of you?
Well, it's for Nigerians to first try to scrutinize and look at our past, who we are, where we're coming from, look at what we're promising, and be able to verify whether those things we're saying we're going to do based on the past, can we deliver them?
I mean, that's sort of like a very generic statement, but you are convinced you're the right people. And so I'm saying, what are the things that make you stand out from the other 18 people that are contesting? But maybe even from the front runners, the sort of 6 people that we are talking to in this town hall.
But like I said before, it's a question of trust. If you say you're going to do, for example, if somebody said, I'm going to fight corruption, it is important to scrutinize. We know the parameter of measuring corruption perception index, for example, in terms of nepotism, in terms of managing public assets and using them for the benefit of the people. Can we check where the person is coming from? And if somebody says, I'm doing this, check the path that baba-ahmed, like you mentioned in introduction, is an economist, this path, built a business, is running a university, and everything. So if you say I'm going to do something in education, you say, well, listen, we're doing this. If I say I'm going to do, what are these people doing? They've created wealth, they've managed resources. They just need to verify and say, well, based on this, maybe they will be able to.
Okay. So maybe what we should do to make it easier for Nigerians is take some of the biggest issues facing the country and see if we can dive into them and what your ideas are regarding how to solve those problems. Starting perhaps with the biggest in the eyes of many people, and which is supposed to be the speciality of the two of you, which is the economy. We have big deficits in our budgets, for example, and we are consuming things that are imported. We're not, a very productive country as things stand. The currency is in free fall. A whole lot of things happening with the economy. So, from day one, what are the sort of things that you'll be looking at to rescue the Nigerian economy?
If you look at all the path, all of us, we are the only people who emphasize that we're going to move the country from consumption to production. Because Nigeria is not a productive country. And the economy is at the base of all our problems. Yes, we have a security problem, but we can link it directly to the economy. Because when you have over 100, like they've just come out with India, when you have over 130 million people living in poverty, you're about to have crisis. Because when people don't know where the next meal will come from, they become a security risk. So you're going to have crisis. So dealing with that, like I said, first is to look at where is the country as an economy. You need to deal with the issue of food. actually feed the country. That is the given. Consider that today, as he said very well, the greatest assets, physical assets of this country is the all-cultivated land in the north.
But it still doesn't answer the question of the how.
Okay. So, what it is that for us, it started with the issue of huge deficit. Thank you. If you let me take 2021 budget. In 2021 budget is about 21 trillion. With a deficit of about 11 trillion. In that component of 11 trillion, you have about approximately 6 trillion for subsidy. All these are approximate. By the time you remove subsidy, you have that. Because I believe that subsidy must go.
Okay, and we have to, I've been told I have to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about whether the removal of subsidy is in line with the ethos of your party and the principle which we were, because we've seen them say that subsidy will go, but there are conditions. So we'll dive into that conversation shortly after this break. Don't go away.
All right. So somebody, so whilst they are taking a break, let's take that moment to audit what we've just heard. But as we're auditing what we just heard, somebody is suggesting that I should take the streaming from Injenje Media, where the audio is a bit better. So I will set about just attempting to do that immediately and right now. But from that opening phase, what have you made of that? What have you made of that? So it was essentially kicking it off with his production consumption, the usual mantra that we are used to hearing from Peter B.
Yeah, one man, they quite sure his voice is a bit, you know, the way he speak, and coupled with the I think maybe the website error or something. His voice is a bit kind of like, you know, squeeze voice, like thing like that. But anyway, it's a good thing that they're asking him. So Nigeria needs to know. Nigeria need the answer. So everyone needs to understand what is happening and what is, you know, what can they offer Nigerian. And things like this is something that I always said it's a good for these leaders to be challenged, because you can't just come to sit and you be vowing or pleading or you want to be a president. What can you offer? So those are the kind of things Nigeria needs to know. In terms of that, let's see how he's going to answer everything with his voice. Then I believe if they can do the routine to every of the Nigerian presidential candidate, that would be very, very helpful. Then Nigeria will think very well who they're going to elect as a president.
Yes, they've actually done it with two so far. This is the third streaming that we're doing. We've done Peter Obi, who they interviewed first, and no, not Peter Obi. We've done Showore, and then we've done Kwakwanso. So now this session is with Peter Obi. So but in that opening salvo, he went to his usual go-to, which is the consumption and production line. So I'm hopeful that the whole of the narrative would not just be about consumption and production, because necessarily people want to hear more than that. But in this opening phase, I'm not quite sure if anything impressive has taken place.
Yeah, at the moment, let's just watch him and see. The starting is not that too good. It's a bit kind of average, but let's see how it goes. So till we watch to the end, then we'll know what's up, what to answer him.
All right, brilliant. So I've switched it over to Injenje Media, so I'm hopeful that this is a better audio and quality.
What a media called Injenje.
Yes, that's Mazi something.
Wow.
Kadira Media, in association with Kabbalah Entertainment, presents The Candidates. A presidential
Oh,
title
this it
is not
sounds
but
better
presidential
quality.
A
candidates
lot
with
better.
succeeding political
Yes.
policies
Yeah.
tell us about their plans for the country. Join Kadira Ahmed as she leads us into the world of these candidates from the 17th to the 23rd of November 2022. This very important program will be streamed on FRCN, Radio Now, DSTV, NTA, Facebook, YouTube, and more. This is a town hall meeting you shouldn't miss. Tune in. Let's hear from the candidates.
Welcome back. You are watching the candidates, and we are in conversation with the candidates of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi and Dr. Datti-Ahmed. Welcome back. Sorry? Baba-Ahmed. You want me to say the full thing? Apologies. So you were explaining where you thought you could start to get saving as president, and you were talking about subsidy removal. If you can sort of explain a little bit more.
Not savings, but how to reduce deficit,
Deficit, yes.
which was your question.
Okay.
If you remove
Better
that,
quality now.
you have your deficit. And the question is, it is not in line with Labour position.
Right. So what we have heard from Labour shortly after you made the initial statement about the removal of subsidy is that they think in terms of it has to have refineries have to be working. There has to be certain conditions.
Labour's position is that the removal, you have to explain the alternative,
right,
or how you're going to do to be able to ameliorate increase price. And that is in place. What time today we have the Dangote refinery almost 90% completed. And we have some other modular refineries that are upcoming and everything, which you can, as quickly as possible, support for their completion and support other new ones that are coming up. So that removal alone will not, it will be something that you can do as quickly as possible and be able to still have the same product competitively priced that we are accepted, and then use the resources, because I can't always say what you have today as subsidy, for me, is organized crime. And you can't continue that.
Yes, I think many Nigerians would agree with that.
You can't continue with that. So you can deal with it. Labour is not against removal. They are against, if you're going to remove it, there must be something you're putting in place in order to be able to manage what is going to follow. And that we're going to do aggressively. And that if by the time you remove it, deal with the other components of fiscal rascality, like be able to bring the rule of law and manage corruption and everything, you'll be able to bring the deficit down.
Okay. I will come back to that. I want to bring Dr. Baba-Ahmed in here because he's also an economist. When we look at some of the utterances that you and Mr. Obi have made around the way you're going to turn this country around, it seems to be market-driven, capitalistic. And the Labour Party calls itself a socialist party. So there seems to be a little bit of a disconnect between your ideology and that of the party you're representing at the polls. Are we misunderstanding this? Is your ideology very close to the Labour ideology, which tends to be socialist by their own saying, based on the what they say about themselves in the documents we've read?
The ideologies have been completely misunderstood, I beg to say. Labour has never been a socialist inclination.
I can quote them and the document I have.
No.
The way they describe themselves.
When you speak about the founding principles of communism and socialism, what we have is not resting on those principles.
Right.
The labor, as we have it in the context of parties, are those from the welfarist state Now, welfareists began with an economist called, forgive me, I can't remember the name now, in the 50s. Margaret Thatcher, for example, made a huge success out of welfarism and labor politics in the UK.
She was a conservative.
She was a conservative, but the labor unions grew powerful and made a success of their drive during her era.
Right.
Please, market-driven strategies of any government, including China and Russia, are never at loggerheads or against the principles of what we call labor.
Right.
Labor
so you don't see a contradiction?
No, there's no contradiction.
Okay.
Anything.
Okay.
There is difference from welfarist doctrines and then the principles of communism and socialism that have proven incapable of standing the test of time.
So let's go back to details of the how. So you've talked about removing subsidy, using modular refineries.
Just for deficit.
Yes, for deficit.
Deficit.
Yes.
And where you can cut the deficit because it says who's deficit.
Yes.
And I'm telling you how to cut it.
Yes.
So,
okay, so what is the position of your party when it comes to the other parts of like...
Chamberlain. I remember the name now.
Chamberlain, right,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So we've seen, for example, the issue of multiple exchange rates and the impact that has had on the economy, the lack of confidence, the going up, the going down. What would be your position? Are you going to go for a unified foreign exchange regime? Will it be a staggered thing that you are going to do? How are you going to deal with this disparity when it comes to Naira and the value of the Naira and how to sort of give it a little bit more oomph, if you like?
well, what you need to do is to look at the issue of why is Naira weak? That's where you start.
Mm-hmm.
The Naira is weak because of the weakness or strongness of your currencies, that means by your reserve. Because you have low reserve, the Naira is weak. And low reserve is driven by low export. You don't have enough export that is bringing in foreign revenue. And that's where you have to look at it. All this exchange mobility and everything, if you have the right export component and everything, which is why I said the country is not productive. If the country is productive and doing what they're supposed to do, you won't even have an issue of this guy because your currency will be strong. You can't have a huge country like Nigeria with the level of export we have today. Last year, just to show you an example, our total export is 18.9 trillion naira, which at the official rate is about $47 billion. At the rates anybody can get, about 650, is about under 30 billion. There's no way a country of this size can have that with the level, and I want you to allow me to give you an example of where.
Please.
So there's no way you can have that. We are 210 million people living on 923,000 square kilometers of land. Israel is 22,000 square kilometers. So if you minus them from us, we have 900,000 left.
Yeah.
Then about 8.9 million people, call it 9 million. So when you give them 10 million people, we have 210 million people left. The export last year is $59.8 billion. So they did twice what we did. For that number, countries of our size. The
how is where we...
I'm going to tell you how now. I'm going to tell you how. Countries of our size, let's put a country like Vietnam. Vietnam export last year is over 350 billion. 100 million people, which is half of our population, living on 331,000 square kilometers, which is a third of our land. What do they do? Vietnam total export, 90% is manufactured goods, which includes electronics, taste, and everything. How? You have to go back. First thing I said, you have to deal with the issue of feeding yourself.
Right.
If today you secure Nigeria, put serious effort to secure Nigeria, and your farmers go back, resuscitate your Bank of Agriculture, fund and support agriculture meaningfully, the way it should be, where those vast empty land in the north will become productive.
And I want to, we will come back again to the how, because I have questions around, you raised
I'm telling you
issues
that.
around power, but the audience, you know, this is a town hall, it's not a Q&A.
Yes.
I want to try and bring in questions from people in the audience and also people watching from the house. So we are taking audience questions. There's a gentleman in green, one in white, and another one in green over there. We'll take about 4 and then come back. I think they've given you something to write, yes, and everything. So let's start with the gentleman in green. Yes, by the right-hand side here. No, there's a gentleman here, yes. We start here. We will get to all of you, I promise. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening, Mr. Obi'S and Dr. Datti-Ahmed. My name is Dr. Nyekachi Onubogu. I'm a marketing professional, been around Nigeria a lot. And the questions I'm going to ask you are not around the economy. The question I'm going to ask you is around Nigeria. The biggest challenge we have today, apart from economy, is building a united, indivisible nation, one that we'll all be proud of. And when we see what's happening in the elections today, there's a lot of mistrust, there's a lot of backbiting, bickering, and it just seems that the electionary season is making it worse for us. I'm going to ask you a very controversial but direct question. Would Peter Obi and Dr. Baba-Ahmed be willing, in the interest of Nigeria, to work with any of the other 2 candidates to ensure that we build, call it a government of national unity, a government that eliminates the bickering and the fights we have today in this political space? Will you be able to? Because at the end of the day, that is what we want as a nation. A strong, free, indivisible, united
Thank
Nigeria.
you. Thank you very much. The next question, please. Yes, there's a mic on that side. So if we go that row, because there are like 2, 3 people there. Yes, sir. Please don't forget to tell us who you are.
Yeah, Mose Day 4 and Kadira is still looking glittering. A great Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi, the rock, the man generating the money balls right now. I can almost say that what I had.
I think this one is there to toast Kadira.
I seem to be speculating that there could be a runoff. I can almost trace it to the fact that you are in the race. Almost say that. And that's for that. I've dropped on you a lot, sir. I've heard many things you've said. Generated, like, no doubt. But then, I ask, have you embraced climate change, global warming, greenhouse effect? And why have I asked? I read recently how that the president of Uganda, Museveni, decried the reprehensible double standard of the West when it comes to climate change. Germany is about closing down some windmills just to open, some coal mines. On the one hand, they tell you that climate change is real, that we should reduce carbon effect and what have you. So I'm asking His Excellency, how is he going to tackle that if he believes in that? And I'm just thinking aloud, with respect to the Vice President, you run a private university. Won't there be a clash of interest with ASU? Your university must thrive, your personal university must thrive, but then ASU too must be solved. So how do you go about this?
Thank you. The person next to him, please.
Good evening. My name is Abubakar Sadiq. My question is very direct, and I would like Mr. Peter to answer it directly as I want to ask. A day after Anambra State Governor Soludo critiqued your mood and style of campaign, his hometown was attacked by ECN. How does this portray your claim to ensure freedom of expression without fear of being maimed or killed? But eventually, if you emerge as the president,
please,
if we criticize you, are we going to be saved? Like, are we going to be saved? That's the question.
Thank you. One last question and we'll come back to you. Okay, I think we're done for now. Okay, so questions to both you and Dr. Baba-Ahmed as well. Maybe we could start with the one of how you, the mistrust And perhaps maybe what we should ask is, how will you unify Nigeria? And would you be willing to go into a government of national unity? That was the first question.
If you read, if you follow our 7-point agenda, the first one is to secure and unite Nigeria. It is our commitment to ensure that the security of life and property of Nigerians, and to show a united and one Nigeria. Very, by ensuring that there is equity, justice, and doing things following the rule of law. If you check on my transits and everywhere, or Baba-Ahmed's own, you will not see where we made statements like, don't vote for these people because they're from here, or statement like, somebody say, send Peter back to where he's coming from. We are people who have all over the place. I come from the southeast. I live in Lagos, live in the southeast, live in Abuja. I've traveled everywhere, and I've maintained that nobody should vote for me because I'm from the southeast, or vote for me because it's my turn. I know the southeast is clamoring for it. But I will maintain so. And our background is so. And I believe, and I've lived it. I said it today, most people as governor, the closest person to me is my ADC. My ADC is from Kano. I always say it is the best policeman I've ever met. We remain close to today. The investment and dealing with other countries, and so is me.
So, all of us, I think understand that the background to peace in not just peace is respect. Is dying from the fact that actually the rule of law doesn't seem to apply evenly or equally, and there's impunity all over the place. So the question again is how are you going to move a country that is used to doing things a certain way, both in terms of the institutions that are charged with enforcing rule of law, but also the culture of a people who are used to breaking laws willy-nilly? I'm not clear about the how. Like your judiciary.
Once you do things based on, remember what, equity and justice. It's even enshrined in our constitution, for example, where we talk about national character, everything. Once you do things based on that, you will see unity. Once you show, of course, we're going to serve where we're going to happen. For example, I've always emphasized, my target is the vast land in the north. I want to start pulling people out of poverty in the north. And I do so aggressively. I've always said we're going to make sure we recapitalize and deal with the Bank of Agriculture, which is based in Kaduna. There's quite a number of things you start doing, and you see there's no other way to do it than equity, justice in all your dealings.
So the second part of that question was whether you would be willing
we maintain that we're going to form government of national unity.
Okay. So, but if you don't win and somebody else wins and they invite you, would you join a government of national unity?
Why not? It's not inviting me that is the problem. I've always said it. You work with other, show that you're working with everybody. For example, somebody asked me that earlier today, and I said, at my stage in life, there's little or nothing I'm looking for, in the sense of we're not looking for a job. But of course, why wouldn't I? It's my country. Even now that I'm not in office, I still at all times defending various issues with regards to Nigeria. So we will, if we win, our government will be government of national unity, but it must be focused on youth and women. Okay. Women and youth.
And we have specific questions about that, which I'll come to in a minute, sent to us by women group.
Thank you.
Some of them. But before I leave you and go back to Dr. Baba-Ahmed, There is a sort of a slightly related question. Somebody in the audience talked about the attack on Governor Soludo's home state and asked you your position around ESN.
Well, you know, people...
And I want to piggyback off that and ask you specifically what you make of the agitation in the East, specifically your position on IPOB and ESN.
Everybody knows my position on agitation. I've said I'll dialogue and discuss with all agitators. Everybody, everywhere in the country is full of agitation. This is a cumulative effect of leadership failure over the years. There's nothing wrong in agitation. We'll dialogue and discuss with everybody.
But what about the attacks and the killings?
That's what I'm saying. That what is said have no toleration. I've Soludo, I've taken a position on Soludo and said, he's my governor, he's my senior brother, and we're very close. What he said is his opinion. You cannot attack people for expressing their opinion. Otherwise, we'll be attacking everybody on the road every day. You know how many people that tell me every day, you don't know what you're doing. If you said, I would have attacked you, sir. Yeah. If I'm doing that. Everybody's telling me they don't have it. So I have never knowingly, Peter, knowingly, said use a bad language.
So would you condemn
anybody.
ESN now for all the attacks we've seen?
No, I cannot condemn because I'm not sure who is doing what. You can't just come and be condemning people until somebody says, hey, wait a minute, how can I go? Every day, let me tell you, people say all sorts of things. You can only condemn people when there's a process which have said, oh, this person has done this.
So you don't believe Nigerian security services when INEC offices are attacked, when people are being killed? The late Dora Akunyili lost her husband, and they say it is ESN. You don't believe it?
Let me tell you, I personally, single-handedly, left Lagos without any single security, took first flight to Owerri, drove to Ogidi police station to retrieve the body of Chike Akunyili. Nobody did. I single-handedly, when I heard it, and everybody knows, I was the last person to visit Dora Akunyili, a hospital in India, before she died. I'm very close to Dora and the family. Everybody knows. So I can tell you what happened to Dr. Chike Akunyili. Nobody can say, is this person or that person? Chike Akunyili was just trying to drive back to Enugu, ran into people who were robbing and doing all sorts of things. A lot of things which nobody can explain. Even where he was trying to say, no, stop this, no, stop that, of course he was shocked. But you see, whenever things like that happen, people speculate all sorts of things and everything. Nigeria is where people just
because there is a research that has shown a direct correlation between the announcement of the formation.
There's no research.
There is research.
There
is research that has shown a correlation between the announcement of the formation of ESN, some of the utterances of Nnamdi Kalu about take their guns, shoot their guns, and the spike in violence. People are saying, if a witch is crying at night and you wake up in the morning, a baby has died.
There is no.
Okay, so
I have about 10 messages here.
Yes.
Saying I should not come to your program.
I know.
That you're totally against me.
I know.
And I'm here. I told them, I said, I like meeting people who are against me.
I know.
And I'm here.
Know. What they don't.
Because if I take all those witches,
no, I'm sorry.
I want to see the witch before I call it witch.
Those people. Beautiful people. Eh? No, what it is that if people tell you not to come and answer questions that have been asked freely, then they are not ready for you to become.
That's what I tell them. Everybody will like you.
Because you see, it's not just Kadira saying these things. Every candidate who comes here, I put to them the things that are being discussed on social media and in the public space. And it is in their interest to answer Nigerians. So that's why you said yes.
You know what I tell
and
them?
I'm happy you said yes.
I said, it's my sister. Go there.
Thank you.
You know, and I believe you're
I'm
my
grateful.
sister.
Let me move to the questions for Dr. Baba-Ahmed. You were asked about your position on education, given the fact that you own a private university. and whether, as vice president, your government will have some sort of clash when it comes to dealing with ASU, who represent teachers in public universities that are government-owned, versus sort of you, who sort of make money from educating people.
I don't make money from educating people. I make a career out of educating people.
Right. Please explain. Your school is not free, is it?
Then existing data, which is verifiable, my friend is welcome. There is no correlation the length of time and the number of students in federal universities and state universities out of the classrooms and our enrollment. We happen to be completely in different market segments. So there is absolutely no clash of interest between my humble self acting in the capacity of a vice president and how private and public universities are run.
How would you bring your knowledge of education?
Contradiction will be is while somebody like me will be vice president and ASU would ever go on strike.
Okay, so here is the question then.
I would like to do,
yes,
with the kind permission of Mr. President, is the way he says he wants to sit down and dialogue with agitation groups. While he's doing that, I would like another group to quickly sit with ASU and extract a commitment that in that 4-year period, they will not go on strike.
Okay.
So please, there is actually no link between the interest of well-run private university and how ASU goes on strike. In fact, I was most pained all the time for those 8 months. I just cannot believe that the trillions of naira in the Nigerian university system were allowed to waste.
Okay, let's dig deeper a little bit into something you inferred in answering that question, which is that your knowledge of the way education works will come to bear in the way you solve the issues of tertiary education. Talk to us a little bit about what your plan would be for higher education in Nigeria. And then if we have time, you go into foundational education as well. How are you going to improve education given where it is at the moment?
There is something generic. Permit me to use this analogy of the DNA that composes the cell, that composes the organ, that composes the system of an organism. You see, in the DNA of governance is that function of procurement. You procure security, you procure works, you procure education, you procure healthcare, and where you're not efficient in doing that, all hell will let loose. So there is a generic answer to the specific question you are giving me, and which is bringing us to the systems level I always speak about. If I speak about procurement, it touches education, it touches security, and everything else. So every naira spent in the education sector, and for that matter, any other government function, we are trying to run a government that will extract the fullest value for all amounts spent. That is what we're about. This is the first way to deliver good governance. We will not spend money carelessly in such a way that 90% goes to personal, political, and group interest.
What I'm interested in trying to find out from you and from Dr. Baba-Ahmed.
Allow me to finish answering your question.
Okay, but there are people waiting.
The moment money spent on education goes 100% in providing the infrastructure, the equipment, the welfare of personnel and the students, you are retaining 100% of your resources.
Okay.
This is what we stand for. Over and above that, you come to systems, procedures, and practices. And these are places where you have a little tweaking to do. The curricula, we'll go into international best practices, like the best process that will bring us out of consumption to production.
Right.
Recently, I was pained to hear that a very noble profession rubbish by someone who's aspiring to high office. You see, the production of water. Water is life. Water saves life.
And maybe we can relate that to the question on climate change.
Let me finish. And you see, we are looking at areas where you would introduce new causes, clean energy, waste management.
And I really want to dive into them, right? But look at our time. It
Then
doesn't seem like it.
Well, you're asking big questions. You're asking important questions.
I am.
And you're asking questions that mean a lot to us.
Yes, I understand.
So I can take the whole of my energy, the whole of tonight, speaking to you about education.
We don't have tonight. Sadly, we have only... you know that song, Give Me Tonight? We don't have tonight. We only have a few minutes. The reason I want is that there's another question somebody asked on climate change.
Yeah.
And since you're talking about water and water being life, I thought Mr. Obi could use that as his launching pad to talk about your position on climate change, on the environment, on what we're seeing happening. And then we will go to our remote locations and come back and talk about energy and energy transition. How about that?
Okay.
Okay, he's raising his finger. Okay.
Okay, well, for climate change, first that we will do everything possible to follow the protocol.
Right.
Because there's already an agreement which Nigeria is signatory. So what you do is to, within that agreement you've accepted, you do everything possible to follow the protocol. Where it is impossible, we will be able to navigate and communicate effectively. But if you look at some of the things, let me just use the issue of like this flooding issue, the one we're facing today.
Yeah.
It's over the years, it's something that is doing. Over the years, there have been contracts and everything that have been awarded to dredge and desilt the Niger and River Bay. If you have been doing that, one, you have a means of water transportation, which is greatly missing today. For a lot of your cargoes and allowing trucks on your road and damaging your roads and all that. If you've been doing that, you have enough to take in the flooding that would be, or even channeling the water, building dams. When we talk about agriculture and eradication that is happening in the north, you have water to channel there. And dredging that should not be difficult to do. Today, everybody knows that in Egypt they say, no Nile, no Egypt. Egypt have maintained the Nile in terms of hedging, tilting, making it become a huge means of transportation and everything. And if Egypt can do it, Nigeria can do it. Nile, everybody knows, is over 1,000 longer, 1,000 kilometers longer than River Niger and River Benue put together. Nile is 6,650 kilometers long, while Niger is 4,184.
Right. I don't know these numbers.
So all those things put together, if they can do it, we can do it.
Okay. Are you committing to dredging the Benue and the Niger if you become president?
Of course, the contracts have already been going. It's just that people have been collecting the money and going away.
Right.
Nobody will collect contract and go away under our government.
Okay. Let's see if we can. We have young audiences across 6 Nigerian universities, 6 locations, and I want to see if they are ready with their questions, starting with Bayero University, Kano. Hello, Bayero. Can you hear us?
And welcome to Kano State. We are in Bayo University, Kano. My name is Stephen Enoch, and students have been paying close attention. We want to ask so many questions, but we have only two people who can ask their questions. We have Esther Michael and Rahman Adida. Let's start with Esther Michael.
Hello, good evening. My name is Esther Michael, 11.
Good evening. My name is Esther Michael, a level 300 student of Mass Communication, Bayo University, Kano. Well, my question goes thus. The Nigerian power sector has been privatized, and yet the Nigerian government keeps spending billions of naira to private enterprise in form of support. Now, it is apparent that the power sector is not working as we keep having system collapse every now and then. Now, I would like you to tell us, what would you do differently to make the Nigerian power sector work again? Thank you very much.
Yes, and we have Rahman Adeza, who has a question to ask Mr. Obi.
Good evening, Mr. Obi. I am Rahman Adeza from Mass Communication Level 4 student. Sir, do you believe in Biafran self-determination agitation? In a simple answer, yes or no. Also, what is your idea of federalism and restructuring? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much and have a lovely evening.
Thank you very much, Kano. Do we have another university ready, or do we deal with these questions first? Oh, we'll go with the questions first, starting first with power sector, privatization, etc.
I don't want to go into whether the privatization was
dodgy,
done well, or the issue with it. I don't have an eye in the past, and I've maintained that we're going to look forward. I'm not going to waste everybody's time going to yesterday. Yesterday is gone. I'm going to go tomorrow. First is that you can deal with the power issue as decisively as possible. One, today we have installed capacity of about 12,500. But because of not having the transmission infrastructure to deliver that, and we have a distribution infrastructure to distribute that. First is to ensure as quickly as possible that you have the transmission infrastructure and distribution infrastructure to be able to transmit and distribute the installed capacity of about 12,500. And then
centralized transmission still like we have
no,
now?
I said I'll decentralize it.
We decentralize, right?
I said I'll decentralize it.
Okay.
That's why I said have the infrastructure to deal with that as quickly as possible.
Okay.
In doing
have
that,
you done the numbers?
Numbers of
the cost.
You've forgotten. I've been all over the place, traveling to Egypt and everywhere.
Okay, because on average, 1 kilometer of a transmission line costs about 1 million USD.
Let me tell you, the amount of money we're wasting can deliver all those things. I've done all the numbers.
Okay.
You know, Kadira, this country has borrowed, in the past 8 years, we borrowed nearly $100 billion. 10% of that would have put us out of delivered power. So I've done the numbers very well. The only thing I can do is numbers. So I've done it very well.
Okay.
The rest are short. What I'm saying is that you deal with that. As you're dealing with that and supporting those who are in generation today, providing a regulated environment that will support their business, giving them access to finance to support their business because their business is troubled.
But you know they've had access to finance before in form of loans, in form of grants from CBN.
Let me tell you. I said, give them access to finance. Believe me, we didn't see all these things that.
One of the things they say they want is increase in tariff. Will you allow it?
Of course, there's increase in tariff everywhere you go in the world. There's different tariffs for different areas. You can't charge people in Ikoyi the same as people in Ajegunle. I will charge those who have to pay it, who have the resources to pay it. They will pay it. And then I'll reduce the price for those who don't have. So those who are low income, you can subsidize. Those who have high income, they will pay the appropriate thing. And they are the ones consuming more. If you go to the average house in Ikoyi, they have all sorts of things, different fridge in their bedroom and everything. In Ajegun, they have only one fridge in one. So I've subsidized their own, charge the people in Ikoyi appropriately. It's simple, because they can afford to pay it. Is that what we are talking about, fuel subsidy? Everybody is paying subsidy. When there's people who have 12 cars there, and the people in my village who don't have any car, they're paying for subsidy. So we want to charge people appropriately based on their where we can make money from it. But that delivering power, we will deal decisively with it. South Africa declared emergency power when they're generating 50,000. And we are generating 5,000 who declare war.
You declare war on power?
War on power.
What does war look like on power in practical terms? Is that more money? Okay.
We're going to allow people, we are going to say anybody can generate up to 100 megawatts without license. Anybody who can generate power, if you can do 1 megawatt in your generator, anything you can do to have power, we'll support you. We will give you all the support you need.
No caveat, or there will be caveats and regulation and.
Or there will be regulation, but the regulation will not be where it's impeded by all sorts of restrictions, tax, supervision. There will be proper supervision, there will be proper details, but we're not going to waste your time by various taxes, blockages, and everything. If you want to start today, we'll make sure that by tomorrow you're on and going, and we will support you.
And
for example, I give you, if you go to Aba, we had a facility that has been up and running there for almost 15 years. I will put everything possible, including ensuring that all taxes, levies, everything is removed immediately. I want to see power.
Okay. Let me turn to you. Thank you.
And then, okay.
Yes, there's a second question that was asked, and I actually think maybe you are the one that should try and answer it. What is your position regarding the agitation for the state of Biafra and people's right to self-determination?
Can you allow Mr. President to answer?
Yes.
It's
If
better
you
for
choose,
him
if you choose.
No, I will, let me tell you.
His answering will make more sense than
Okay,
me.
I've said it. He said it, my young, because at this stage, I haven't had 2 graduates. I'll call the person who asked the question a son.
Yes.
But I have 2 graduates at home. Let me tell you, when it comes to the issue of agitation, it's not yes or no. People agitate everywhere, even in my house. You know? So when the first thing you do with an agitator is to sit down and listen to the person who is agitating. Unless you sit down, you cannot say yes or no. I'm a Nigerian. I'm contesting election as a Nigerian. I'm not contesting from any other place. I'm a Nigerian. I believe in Nigeria. I believe in unity of Nigeria. And I believe that I'm going to bring all agitators back to Nigeria and make it work for them. Because the reason why they're agitating is injustice. When you provide justice, equity, and create a level playing field where people start whatever, there will be agitation. So there was agitation. There was agitation. There was agitation. Don't forget, there was agitation yesterday in America.
Yes.
Before. Don't think America is like this. There was agitation before. There was agitation before in Brazil. I can show countries where there's so much agitation. But when level playing field were created, where people had work, talent, much of the opportunity, all these things will go.
Okay. So
just wait.
He wants to ask something.
I allowed my principal to answer this question because we have nothing to hide. When I joined his ticket, And just before I joined it, I faced a great deal of resistance and afterwards a great deal of difficulty, all centered around this. He is the best person to answer, and he has told you clearly, I allowed him because there is absolutely nothing to hide about agitation or about his candidacy, about where he comes
Let's
from.
go a little bit into devolution, restructuring, which is another debate, and things that are sort of in the public domain. We have conversations. So do you believe in restructuring? And if you do, what does it mean to you? Because it means different things to different people.
When you talk about restructuring, talking about issue of constitutionality, dealing with the constitution, restructuring the country is a constitutional matter which has to be dealt with every day. Our government will be by consent. People need to sit down and decide this is the way we should go. It is not just for
So
me
national
to say,
conference again? Or?
no, it's not a there's enough documents already. There's enough conversation already. Now we can bring up and look at it and say all this. You know why people are talking about?
So the consensus through National Assembly? I'm trying to understand the
of
mechanism.
course, for you to restructure Nigeria today, you must do so through National Assembly.
Right.
And in doing that, you need to come out with a convincing argument, which I can tell you about. If you take issue of security, there's no reason why we should not have local government,
state police,
and national police.
Okay.
It is a part of restructuring. We're talking about, you know, at times why people are talking about issue of restructuring, and it looks as if it's something difficult. It's because we're a consuming state which exists in this sharing formula, which we've already said we'll remove and put production formula.
Production formula. We'll talk about production formula after we've spoken to the University of Ibadan.
Thank you.
Nirong, I hear you're on standby.
Yes, we are on standby here at the University of Ibadan, Oyo State. My name is Niro Adesoya. We have two of the students here ready to ask questions. First up, we'll start with Samuel. Samuel, let's have your question.
Good evening, Mr. Obi. I am Samuel Adebola by name, a final year student of the Department of Geography from University of Ibadan. So my question goes first. Nigeria is too over-dependent on oil, yet we have enormous deposits of other natural resources that can pump money into our economy. So in diversifying the economy of Nigeria, do you have any plans on reviving the Ajaokuta Steel Company? If yes, how? This is because the steel industry is the bedrock of any industrialized nation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's coming from Samuel. We have another question coming from Temitope, who is also right here as well. Temitope.
Good evening, Mr. Peter and Dr. Datti. My name is Temitope Shola, a startup founder, also from the University of Ibadan. I've been promised to make Nigeria a producing country. What roles would startup and SMEs play in growing the economy under your administration? And clearly state what your plans are for budding entrepreneurs in the country. Thank you very much.
Okay, those are the two questions from the University of Ibadan this evening. I want to say thank you very much for giving us the opportunity as well.
Thank you very much. Over to you.
Well, the first question is about the dependent on oil and diversifying the economy.
Nigeria, and the Ajaokuta Steel.
Yes, and the Ajaokuta Steel. Let me correct one thing people make a mistake about. Nigerian economy is well diversified, except that it's not productive. Because the oil people are talking about today, go and check our GDP. Oil contributes less than 10% of our GDP. However, oil is
50% of government income.
No, I'm coming. It's 50% of government revenue and about 80% of our foreign exchange revenue, because we have not made the other area active. For example, oil agriculture contributes about 21% of the GDP when oil is doing less than 10%. But we allow that oil because we are not a productive economy. In doing that, and it talks about other natural resources. That is also going back. Yes, we have natural resources, but it's then going back to the same going back to the same extractive industry, which to me is a diminishing asset. We want to go to intellectual production, the fourth industrial revolution, which is now brain. That is what we need to invest. And in doing that, so when I told you about Vietnam export, I said it's less than 10% natural resource. Electronics is something percent. They are doing 60 billion. If they're doing clothing, 32 billion. Footwear, they are doing more in footwear almost than we're doing about what we're doing in oil. So agriculture, let me give you an example of what I use every day. Netherlands, our total export, I told you, is under 30 billion. Netherlands is 33,000 square kilometers. The agricultural export last year is 103 billion euros, $120 billion. When Niger State, where we have 7 local governments occupied by bandits, is 76.3 thousand square, 2.5 times Netherlands. So we move this country from consumption to production by investing first in agriculture so we can feed ourselves and export.
Okay, so this sounds all really amazing and fantastic, but I have a question about the immediacy and the urgency of some of the issues that are facing us. I can see how over a year or 2 years, you can begin to do some of these things. If I think in terms of setting up, agricultural places, getting people educated to produce shoes, all of that, these things take time. In the sense of the immediate issues facing us, as we speak today, people are getting kidnapped. As we speak today, farmers are paying ransom in order to go and farm, and some are not even farming
I told you that our priority is to secure the country.
Okay, so
that is number one.
Should we talk a little bit about that and the how?
No, I'm not going to tell you how.
Why?
I can't tell you how I'm going to catch them. How can I tell you how? Now, on this stage, if I tell you they won't be there and they'll find another route. So I'm not. All I said is that we are going to be. Call me Kadira. I and Baba-Ahmed will be in charge.
Okay.
I'm going to be commander-in-chief. I'm going to be in charge. I will make security a priority, and the security we're going to put in place will be responsive and responsible.
Okay.
So if we're not delivering, whoever is in charge.
2 things that come up when you say that. As far as I know, and I can't say I know everything, it's possible I'm wrong, right? As far as I know, none of you has any experience of dealing with the sort of insecurity that Nigeria is facing now.
Absolutely untrue.
Okay, I said maybe I'm wrong.
He's a military man.
I said maybe I'm wrong. So I said as far as I know. So if I'm wrong, you tell me I'm wrong.
Can I just say something?
Yes.
The moment you have the people in power not stealing your money, you're already getting richer. The moment they announce a government who are not complicit in bringing insecurity to your country, you are already defeating insurgency and banditry and terror.
That is...
The moment they announce a group of people who mean business and who know business,
can you pause a little?
Your economy is already fixing itself.
Dr. Baba-Ahmed, just pause for me a little.
All right.
You made a statement
that
is very heavy, very serious, because we're having a national conversation watched by millions. You talked about a government that is complicit in bringing insecurity.
Yes.
Implying that you believe
that
there are people in government, or that this particular government
Kadira, you can never tie me down. You can never put me in trouble.
I'm asking you to clarify. I'm asking you to clarify what you said.
Yes.
You said it. I didn't say it.
And let me repeat. The moment you have a government in place that is not complicit in bringing insecurity to your country, you are already defeating banditry.
And you won't expand on that.
The moment we say it, the goalposts change.
Okay. Because if I talk
Kadira,
now,
and again,
no, if I
listen.
talk now, they will say it's because I'm anti. Meanwhile, I am a people's. I have to ask the question.
Listen,
That's my
Ni-
Your question is
listen,
asking that. Okay.
right.
Nigeria,
Okay.
a lot has happened
Yes.
to Nigeria. Nigeria is a very, very peaceful country.
Used to be.
No, it still is a very peaceful country because if despite all the evils that have happened to Nigeria, we are still managing to keep the numbers so low. I think Nigerians by nature are peaceful.
Okay. So you won't tell us how you will solve insecurity because you believe you'll be giving away your secret.
Nigerian forces. Let me give you one of the examples.
Okay.
Kadria,
people really like my name, Sha.
if you start pulling people, out of poverty, you start reducing criminality. It is number one thing for Brazil, Mexico. I can call countries, that kind of countries. Whereas Southeast Asia have used to fight insecurity.
Right. So, I mean, the reason why I'm kind of looking at my phone is I'm looking at the numbers.
The other ones we deal with. There was two questions, but I haven't finished the question.
The second question was,
I didn't even get to the issue of, it was talking about the issue of Jakarta Steel and everything.
Yes.
All those projects will be looking to see their viability.
What are you doing differently from this government? Because this government does have a steel program. And Ajakuta is being discussed while another steel plant has, is in the process of being built. What are you going to do differently?
I don't want to say anything we're going to do differently, but we're different people. Okay. That's what I believe that.
Okay.
If you believe that two of us are well creators, we're not well shared. We didn't benefit from what is being shared. We created wealth. I've created wealth. I've built people. Both in private and as a public person, run corporations that are successful. They are
as governor of Anambra State,
yes,
when you left office,
yes,
your IGR was 500 million a month. Willie Obi'Anu came, and within months, that IGR had become 1.2, 1.3 million, seemingly able to outperform you. So sometimes when people hear you say,
can I tell you one? Can I tell you one thing? You see, people don't look at the foundation. I built the process that made it possible. It couldn't have been 1 month you did it. Let me tell you, I built. Go and check. No, West Canada. I built the IGR building, computerized it, did everything. So when people say somebody came yesterday and he started working, look at the foundation.
Okay.
It was me who laid the foundation. I made it work. Okay. He didn't print money. Let me not say what happened thereafter. So I built that foundation.
We're going to have to take a quick break, and when we come back, we go to our other remote
no, we have
locations.
SME.
We will pick it up after. I haven't forgotten. We'll pick it up. Don't go away.
So, all right. So as they take a break, let's pause for a moment to audit. Let me just clear the screen of that. And by the way, if you are watching us on Facebook, good to have you. Please make sure you are following the platform and all of that. But as they take a break, I'm monitoring them. Let me just make sure it is playing. I'm monitoring them as we discuss. Okay, actually, let me just leave it there. So as they take a break, let's just audit what we've just heard so far. That was actually longer than the space for Showore when they took a lot of breaks. So to the things that we've heard in this section, because I have been making notes. So let me just run you through the headlines that I picked up. Will you be willing to build a government of national unity? That was the question. And he said he's willing to, I'm not quite sure, it was quite vague, but somewhat a tepid maybe. So a tepid maybe. So why did your supporters attack Soludo? A tepid answer there as well. Are you willing? I will be willing. All right. So, actually, his answers to will you be willing to build a government of national unity is that I'll be willing to work with everybody. So on the Soludo space, it was somewhat tepid. it was somewhat tepid. He gave sort of the answer that he gave. He says, what Soludo said is his opinion. But he refused to condemn ESN, though he was asked to frontally condemn ESN, but he absolutely categorically, because I paid particular attention, refused to condemn that. His running mate, he was asked, he being a privateer in education, running a private university, that Kadira asked if there was a conflict of interest there between him running a private university and the long-standing situation. And he was saying that he actually running a private university is complementary and gives him a better grounding to understand what the ASU strike would have been all about. On climate change, he said they will follow the international protocols, that is Peter Obi, and they will dredge the river Niger. So I'm not quite sure what that has to do with climate change. And then he went into that his usual tirade about Egypt, quoting all the spurious and dubious statistics. Nobody will collect contract and go away under our government. So that was his response to the energy space, to the power space. Actually, that was his response to the climate change dredging of the river space. I am not going to revisit the privatization process on power. So that was his response to the power space. So they were asking him, of course, what his plan is for the because of the convoluted contracting that is the energy sector. And it was being asked if we will revisit that and try and unpick the sort of complex processes there. But he says, I am not going to revisit the privatization process of power. Anybody, and then into the power sector as well. So this is a clear policy position, this next statement. Anybody can generate up to 100 megawatts without license. So there's already facilitation in the constitution or in the policy that guides that space that you can generate up to a certain wattage as a privateer. But I think this might well be an increment on that space. Anybody can generate up to 100 megawatts without license. So now to the golden question of the day, of course, do you believe in Biafra? So essentially, or do you sympathize more with Biafra was how he was pointed. But essentially, he said, I believe in Nigeria. And it was somewhat vague in that space as well. On restructuring, it is a constitutional matter. I will have a consensus government. Kadira pushed him, but he said he was not going to have a national conference because we've had endless counts of that. So vague and spurious as well. On the economy, I will diversify towards, because they were asking the economy being over-reliant on oil, I will diversify towards agriculture and export. So no real golden bullet there. It's just the same standard thing that we hear often. I will secure the country, but I am not going to tell you how. So now this is one of the key most areas within the Nigerian space, of course, and not somebody, but everybody wants to know, not a detailed breakdown, but at least enough of an understanding so that we are assured that you have a decent grasp of the security situation. So he says, I will secure the country, but I am not going to tell you how. So how he's going to secure the country is in his head. So it says, well, that's what I picked up so far. And Obi'Ano outperforming him on the IGR in Anambra, or almost by 150% the outperformance. And he was saying that he laid the foundation for that. So this is a space that we have visited endlessly on this platform. Obi'Ano outperforming Peter Obi in IGR. So that has been that's not the whole session, by the way, but that's a phase so far. So let's just let's get a feel of what people have made of it so far. So let's kick it off. Let's actually kick it off with on an upbeat note. So let's hear from Uptown. So Uptown, so far, what are you making of it? Uptown. Uptown is probably down. Oh, you are there. So what are you making of it so far? That phase of it. Yeah, we can. What are you making of it? Yeah, that phase of it. What are you making of that?
Okay. Sadly, I joined halfway into it, so I'm just gonna address the ones I was able to follow through. Okay.
Right. Right.
All right. I was able to follow the power question. Yeah, and he talked about the policy statement of they're going to allow anybody that has the capacity and is willing to generate 100 megawatts. That's quite a strong policy statement. And they also talked about that it's going to clear every bit of restriction that is holding it down, including whether taxes or whatever it is going to remove it. The only thing that is going to remain is just the regulation in terms of supervising and what have you. And yeah, I think as at last week or last 2 weeks, he visited the power plant in Abia State, which I think he cited there. He visited there to meet Professor Barton Naji, and he made a couple of tweets about that as well. I think he tweeted this thing he actually said now, and I think he mentioned it too, that he's gonna because I think they told him one of the biggest problem why that place have not worked in the last 10 years, up 11 years of its construction. So yeah, I guess that's what he wants to do in that space. I think he said we are going to declare war on power. So war is that all he needs is power, and he does not really care how power comes. He just wants power. There has to be power. So that's what I got from that space. In the agitation space,
yes.
In the agitation space, yeah, I kind of like the way you answered the agitation space. You know, it's a very delicate space, being an Igbo man from the southeast, where we have IPOB and all of that. And he started from.
You are not concerned that he refused to categorically distance himself away from the Biafra desire.
No, I've said this before, man. You don't distance yourself from where you are not. You don't distance yourself from where you are not. It's just like I'm not an armed robber, and then you say I should come and distance myself from robbery in Nigeria. It does not make any practical sense. You understand what I'm saying? That's just people trying to be mischievous. So you can't distance yourself from where you're not. So basically, he breaks it down. He even said that there are agitations even in his house, as small a house as he has, a home of 4 people. There's agitation there. So he said simple, which is actually what every same person has said in that agitation space, is when you create a country that functions with rule of law, where you create a level playing field where people's efforts, talent match the opportunity that their country presents to them, where everybody from every part of the country has equal opportunity. And we know that is what has been fueling agitation in Nigeria. And he cited that other countries that are peaceful today without agitations once had agitations. How did they fix it? The same way. By the time they brought in equity and justice, by the time they followed the rule of law and created equal opportunity and removed nepotism and what have you, agitation dies natural deaths. In the last few weeks, we have not heard one case of IPOB killing anybody in the southeast. Why? Just because a P2B is running. Why is that? Because they feel that, okay, wow, well, it seems just that sense of belonging. These guys are not even asking for any government to give them billions of Nigerian money or do any extraordinary things. It's just an emotional thing. Just the sense that we are all in this together. So instead of you to be pumping in taxpayers' money of billions into sending military to Southeast and prosecuting a war that is not in existence, it's a simple thing. Sit down, talk to your citizens. They are all Nigerian. Everybody's Nigerian. Nobody's more Nigerian than the other. Whether the agitation for Yoruba nation, Igbo, you get what I'm saying? So I think the explanation you made there was just the best explanation I've heard in that agitation space.
All right, thank you, Uptown. So thank you, Uptown. Yeah. There's still plenty of it to listen to. So we are only doing a pit stop whilst they're having a break, just to audit what we have said so far. Tiger, I will come to you in a moment, but I want to go to Kulata first, only because Kulata has been highlighting the disparity in IGR. The outperformance of Peter Obi by Willie Obi'Datti-Ahmed, which was something that was put to him, and he came up with a reason for that. So do you want to kick it off from there, Kulata, as you give us a summary of what you've heard so far?
First I first focus on style, and I focus on appearance. So from a stylistic standpoint, I think this is the best format for Peter Obi. He came across as, I mean, for the layman. Let me state that for the layman, he came across as well prepared, as convincing, and he communicated well, and he did not let Kadaria. He also came very aggressive. He came aggressive, so Kadaria will not be able to bully him. So from a cosmetic standpoint, he did well. He did well from a cosmetic standpoint. He had an answer for every question and everything. Now, when it comes to the content, the specifics, there was a lot lacking. He hardly said how he was going to do things. It was a lot of obfuscating and platitudes, a lot of vapid statements, like the platitudes like, oh, fairness and justice and this, then something will not happen. That's kind of like banal. So there's no specifics like, for example, it talked about you'll be able to stop discriminatory pricing. How will you be able to stop discriminatory pricing? The contracts were signed for this power privatization. Are you going to break those contracts? Because those are specific things. Then, for example, the transmission. Yeah, you're gonna you're gonna try and deregulate the transmission side of it. All right, how are you going to do it? We already have some deals going on with Siemens. What are you going to do about those deals? So for people that don't know, these answers will satisfy them. But for people that know more than the basic, you find a lot of his answers lacking. But does it work? It does work, because not everybody watching this is an egghead. Many people watching this will be fine. And then his tried and true formula, he brought it back. Comparative statistics with other countries. I think today he was talking more about Malaysia and all. And Kadaria didn't do enough forceful pushback because he was well prepared to. He actually bullied. I enjoyed it. He actually bullied Kadaria, in my opinion. So the most important thing in all these interviews is the style, is what you see or what you think you see. And from that perspective,
can I interject one minute?
Yes, sir.
He didn't bully Kadira.
He pushed back. He pushed back a lot.
Kadira gave her that leeway to operate easily. She wasn't confrontational.
Yeah, I noticed that too. She softened the tone a bit.
Yeah,
Kadira is normally Kadira is not the one that is normally attacking. But this time around, you could see that he was prepared for that mode. So maybe she read the tea leaves and she chilled.
She wasn't confrontational to him the way she did with Showore. So she allowed them to express their point. To express themselves, land their point, and then
She didn't push. She didn't push back.
She didn't push back too hard. The way she was pushing back too hard on Showore and interrupting persistently. So she didn't bully. It was Kudara that relaxed and let him operate freely.
I think I agree with Ajan Likoko partly. I also agree with Kulata partly, because the pushbacks was really irritating on that Showore interview that we watched. But then that is original Kadaria. You get what I'm saying? But then if you make a comparison with Kadaria now and the Kadaria that interviewed Obi in 2019, you could find that I think what Obi did. That's where I agree.
Who's breaking plates? Who's breaking plates?
Please stop breaking plates, please. So I think
is this eating jollof rice or what?
No. We had the cooking the last time.
So I think what happened. I think what happened with this situation is because Obi has a typical Kadaria experience already, and if you watch that past interview with Kadaria did Obi what he did to Showore. He was all over Obi and all that. So I feel what Obi did this time was like he got ready for Kadara. That's why I agree with Kulata. He was ready. He came instead of the normal Obi that would be more of giving you room. He came confrontational instead. So Kadaria was almost now as a responding place instead of on her normal confrontational space. So Obi started off to give her the body language that is not business as usual this time. I think she bought that. So I think it's a mixture of both.
All right, brilliant. So Kulata, just back to that space, the IGR space, which is something you've highlighted on this platform before. So Kadira put that to him, but he then said that he laid the foundation for Willie Obi'Ahmed. Is that not a fair statement, or is it?
Well, you can call it a fair statement, but not. Kadira could have busted that answer by actually referring to Ngige. That how come Ngige left you a large number and you dropped that number year over year before you finally picked it up in year 6 and year 7? That's what I expected Kadira to say, that when Obi'Ahmed left you 7.5 billion, why did it go to 6 billion and then 4 billion and then 6 billion? Why did it drop? Why didn't it increase? Because by not referring to his predecessor, you can run away with it by saying, I laid the foundation. But I also expected Kadira to say that if you laid the foundation, why was the growth exponential? Like, it was massive growth. We're talking about 8.7 is the eventual one he left, to shooting up eventually to 28. But 28 was after 7 years, but eventually it just shot up. So Kadira did not ask the right question. So Obi's answer, he gets away with it. He gets away with the credit with the way he answered. So Kadira was not well prepared in that space. If I was me, I'll tackle him down with the follow-up question. So Obi did good by answering that way.
And the security space, she let him get away with him saying that he has the solutions to the in his head. Why would she even allow that?
Why would she allow? I mean, why would she allow something like that? I mean, Kadira was not the Kadira. I did not watch the Showore one, so maybe that's why I can't compare with what happened. But
it was a fight. The Showore one was a fight. It wasn't an interview. It was a fight.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll go and watch it. I didn't watch it. I only watched the Adewale one, and she was trying to bully Adewale. She was dismissive of Adewale, unlike the treatment she gave Obi now. I think she had some deference to the bigger candidates. Anyway, I mean, that one doesn't matter.
Kulata, I think what the issue is I think what the issue is in addition to what we have added before, which is still the thing, but I think maybe, just maybe, if you check the interview with Obi 4 years ago and now, for some reason I'm meant to believe that in the last 4 years until now, somehow Kadira may just have become obedient. Because if you check her past this thing, he was more of, you can see that this person
she's really an obedient.
Probably don't like this guy.
Can I add something?
No. Hold on, land that point, Uptown. Then
okay.
Let Kulata land this point, and then I'll take commentaries from Ajanle Koko and Tiger, and then we go back because we still have at least half of it more to go through.
Okay. Yeah. So this is what I'm saying now is not based on any fact. Yeah, I've already said what I feel about that space. But then while we're talking about it now, I'm just wondering to myself, the last time Obi and her came together, she did almost what she did to Showore to Obi. So what was different between that time and this time? And something like that has happened in Channels too. If you check Channels interview with Obi, Sheun and Obi 3-4 years ago, you can tell that Sheun didn't like this guy. But recently, Sheun is almost like his best friend. So I don't know. So that's another angle to it.
All right, brilliant. So back to you, Kulata.
So so for the security one, the answer was unacceptable in my opinion. I mean, it's not rocket science to say, okay, I will try and guard the forest, for example. I will increase intelligence. I will increase police by social ratio, military by social ratio. Those are, I mean, there's no secret sauce in saying what you can do from some personnel standpoint. Even I'm going to buy equipment, surveillance stuff. There's no secret in that. So I don't know why they don't push further to get an answer on the security. And it's happened time after time. But I will say, from a stylistic perspective, Obi did good. 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 O Obi did good because it came out well prepared. But for those that understand the substance of the reply, we're still, it left us scratching our heads. But we only have, he should be lucky. It's only few of us that are interested in the details. So it came out well for him. This is going on well for him. That's my summary.
It's the object of the exercise not to leave the space looking silly, rather than to give us anything substantive, because I think he's just trying to guide that he doesn't leave looking silly. If he maintains as he was when he came in, then it would have been a good interview for him, because so far I've not heard anything that is of any meaning.
Yeah, but that's the thing with debates. When your debates are almost useless, let me even be honest with you, because you guys you can get into all sorts of details, talk about all sorts of facts, things you're going to do. But after the debate, people just remember one soundbite. Debate is just to harvest for soundbites. So as long as you're not providing any gaffes, you're doing good. So he's doing good because there's no gaffes as of yet.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Kolata. So let's go on to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, what have you made of it so far? Kolata started off with the style of presentation. So did it come across as an alpha male?
You can go to the next person and come back to me.
All right, let's go to Tiger then. So the style of presentation, did it come across as an alpha sort of a person? But then was there also substance to anything that you've heard so far, Tiger?
Hello, hello everyone on the panel and our listeners. Make sure you share this and make sure also you contribute. You make a contribution by typing on comments as well. For me, Obi was more subtle. If I was in Obi's situation, I think that woman is taking the piece. Trust me. The way she ruffled Showere. And I didn't watch the SDP guy one. I didn't watch it. Unfortunately, I didn't watch it. I didn't know it was going on. And the way ruffled Obi, I think he ruffled Obi as well. But like Uptown said, 2019, she interviewed Obi. When Obi was quoting China, she was upset, saying, "Why are you quoting? We are serious here. I mean, why shouldn't people quote statistics or where or examples of countries where they are performing better with data? Why was she upset? I couldn't get it. But when she was interviewing President Buhari and Oshibanjo, Vice President Oshibanjo, she was more subtle, she was more quieter, not even asking relevant questions. I think, I don't understand this woman, because for me, she killed the flow. People were explaining their resolutions or their plan, and she's just cutting them off and asking some irrelevant question. For example, on security, you don't. I know Kolata is saying you should ask, put some specification management of it, but they know what they're going to do, because see, this is a touchy topic for the North, especially for the North. It's a very touchy thing for the North. I remember during Jonathan's time, we do understand how Buhari and Erufai, the statement they were making, that where they're attacking them, blah, 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 you know, those kind of things. So it's a touchy for Northern, especially Northwest or Northeast, especially the area where you have bandits and Boko Haram have taking extensive control in those areas. So I think he just trying to be clever here. They have specific if they want to say, but they don't want to go too much details. All they are saying is that pointing out that insecurity is caused by one, poverty, and that governments are negligent, you know, in carrying out their duty by providing insecurity for the country or for that area, or for the farmers or whoever.
But that's a pretty banal statement. They
don't want to go to Kulata. I'm telling you, they don't. Even though if you ask because listen, because I know what happened during Buhari, Jonathan time.
Sorry, Kaga. Kulata is saying it's a banal statement, and it is somewhat banal because Tinubu has told us that he will use aerial surveillance and increase intelligence gathering. Kwakwanso has told us that he will quadruple the security personnel right across the board. and Atiku Abubakar, he has also told us a position. So it's too important a matter to say that the solution is in my head.
No, not this time. They didn't say this time around. No one said is in their head. I didn't hear the statement.
No, he said I won't. He said I know. He said he cannot say because
because
he doesn't want to alert them as to his plan.
Yes, because Obi's position in this political dispensation is different from Tinubu one. It's different from Kwankwaso or Atiku or SDP. Obi is being linked with or having sympathy with maybe IPOP or whatever, or yes, and today they even ask those questions. So the way he's gonna treat security issues is gonna be different from other candidates. He's gonna treat it more subtle. But I believe that even though I myself sitting there watching it, I said, oh, he could say I will use area surveillance, I will improve technology, I will get more men in military. But I think they have this, but they don't want to say it. That's my thing.
What prevents them from saying it? There are obvious solutions, and people want to have their choice.
Yeah, because they don't want to look. See, they don't want to look hard like this.
What do you mean they don't want to? They don't want to look hard against terror.
The security situation is more hard in the north. Remember what happened? Hold on. 1 month second. Okay. Remember when during Jonathan time, you had this chief of army staff or chief of the army, the head of the army, Remember, they accused him of using force in attacking Boko Haram people, that they were just attacking everybody. So Obi's situation, I could see, is more complex. That's why he's relenting. But I believe that any government coming in, even if they don't have the idea, they have group that can work with them. They have security expert advising them. So this, I know he didn't say it, but he should, like Kulata said, should have mentioned a few things. But
I'm confused by what you're saying, Tiger. She doesn't want to appear. He doesn't want to appear to be hard against terrorists. Is that
not that he doesn't want to appear, but maybe he has more. Maybe his plan is more. He has
maybe he doesn't have a plan.
No, he does. He does. Maybe he has hardcore. He has hardcore plan. Probably he has more. Yes, go on.
Tiger, you see, even in your analysis, you're struggling because you are filling the gaps for him. So
no, I'm not.
Kulata.
Okay.
Kulata, if you're interested, then check it on his verified Twitter account.
I don't have to go and check. He's in it.
No, wait a minute.
He's presenting to us. I should listen to him.
I understand
to him right now.
No, but what you say, look.
I have the ability. I have the ability to. Sorry, I'm eating. Sorry, guys. Apologies.
Yeah, I have the ability. And it's not even fat, though. That's the funny thing. Go carry on. Yeah. I
have the ability to check. What about people listening? Give them something.
I thought so. My take on that, that answer. I thought that answer was inadequate. I think his vice also answered, similar way once some time ago in an interview where he was saying like, we're not going to reveal it now. I think that is nonsense. You can talk. You don't have to go into details, but you can go into the generalities of the direction that you're going. I know he has a direction, which will be probably going to be on his manifesto. So I think, the only problem is that we don't have a manifesto. So,
Speaker, can I interject on what you just said?
Can
I finish, please?
Let him finish. Sorry. Hold on, Ed, and everyone. I know it's quite a charge, but let whoever is speaking finish, and then you have a go, and then let me just coordinate it. But I'll land your point, Mr. Ed. But you are making a lot of assumptions on his behalf.
No, it's not assumption. That's what I'm saying. So
you say he has a plan when it's not articulated one, but carry on.
So that's what I'm saying to you. So I did see. I think he's putting some things on his manifesto. I think we have to wait for his manifesto. But I did see something on his verified Twitter account where he put out some policy statement. We probably plucked that from his manifesto, and it was something on security there. And he did put out some let's say direction of what they want to do with security. So I think that's what he put out on his verified Twitter account. Whether that is going to be on his manifesto, I don't know. I don't know why he didn't answer. I think what he put on his Twitter account, he should, if he has stated that, because it's already public knowledge, on the verified Twitter account. So if he has stated that on this interview, it would have been much better than the answer that he gave. Maybe the way this is my, I'm only speculating here now that maybe he's thinking when they ask him the question that they want him to go into details, which I think that's not the case. I think you don't have to go into real details, but you have to put out your, let's say your direction that you want to take in terms of insecurity, which is already on this.
I think even though if he had put in details, that woman would have said specific, because most of the time she says specific. Tell us how.
Yeah, but you cannot go specific like with security. Like, I mean, things like, look, I think what he put out, for example, I'm just thinking from the top of my head because it's there on his account, was about that they were going to create like what do you call it, like what they have in the US, right? The national.
Wait. Guys, let me ask you guys one question. So if he now releases a manifesto that has a security chapter and it talks about security in the place, what's the difference?
Well,
so what's the difference?
Then you would have seen it then.
Yeah, but then he could have answered now then.
That's what I agree with you, Kolata. Huh? So that I'm saying, no, nobody's giving. Nobody. I'm not giving him a pass. I thought it was a poor answer.
Sorry,
I thought he would have answered that question better because you already have something in the public, So
sorry,
I agree there. I think that was a poor.
Mr. Ed, we're too close. We're less than 3 months to the election now. We're too close to the elections for a leading candidate not to be able to articulate a position on probably the most germane issue that the country is contending with. Because the number one issue Nigeria has is insecurity, and he cannot articulate a position. So what does that even mean? But let's say from Saki. Saki, yeah.
One man and Kulata, why are we like this as Nigerians? I don't really understand what we actually want.
Security is what we want.
No. Let's go to this issue of security. It will be in a lot of interviews.
No. I don't think I'm going to let that slide because this is an interview. I'm not going to let that slide. No. I'm not going to let that slide. No, I don't want to hear a lot of interviews. Let us concentrate on this one. Don't send us on a road. Don't go. No.
But guys, don't get hung up on this one now. So he failed that question. Move on. So
what I mean, I want to finish. So I understand what I mean. If P2B has said, I'm going to increase personnel, I'm going to use technology, I'm going to increase intelligence. If he had done this same Kulata here, or this same one man here, we say he's being generic. It is not a
wait now, but you will provide an answer. You will provide. Oh my God, man!
Let Saki land, but Saki.
Sorry, I'm losing my patience.
So Saki, on your way to that destination, no, that's what I said. I said let Saki land, but I was just going to say that on your way to that destination that you want to land us on, this is the widest audience that Obi has yet to address, because it's a nationwide audience. It's not a rally, or it's the whole country listening now. So the best opportunity for him to present his position. But carry on.
No. Understand my arguments. My argument is that even if he would have, even if in this very interview he had said the general things, I'm going to increase manpower, I'm going to increase intelligence, I'm going to equip them, I'm going to do that, I'm going to boost their morale. You people here will still come here. Kolata will still come here.
Zaki, don't make assumptions.
No, wait, let me finish. Kolata here will say, P2B, his answer is not supersonic. This is gibberish. This is generic answer. He's not being specific. He's not saying something different from what others are actually saying. It is not a smart answer. That is what people will be saying here. Because I know in several fora, he has been saying he will increase manpower, he will do this, he will increase intelligence. Still, people are complaining. Now he said, if you're expecting me to say specific things here, I will not do it here, because if I reveal it to those people, they will use it. They will find ways of trying to circumvent that.
So Saki Father, in his manifesto, wait, Saki Father, wait. In his manifesto, is he going to say, I can't reveal too much? Because manifesto is a public document. When he finally releases the manifesto, what is going to be there?
Of course, in manifesto, he has to say things that are still generic.
And so why can't he say those things now?
That is what I'm trying to tell you. That even if he had said it, you, Kulata, will still come
forget
here
about me.
And you will still say it is not a smart answer. It is not a supersonic answer.
Forget about me. Let him talk to Nigerians.
Sakifada, Peter Obi has not given Kulata even the opportunity to do that because he has not given anything.
No, but he has said it in a lot of different interviews. And Kolata here, I can play where Kolata even said.
Oh God, let's not shopping for interviews. We don't have to be fishing for interviews.
I can bring a one-man show where Kolata has even said before.
They've been documenting
that Peter Obi's answers on security are not
Modaro.
Kolata to obedient parliament.
No. I'm telling you.
Everything you say will be written down and taken.
So can we just?
All right.
So what I'm trying to say in the face is that
yeah. Can we just focus on this interview, guys? Because I think we are now, digressing to other places.
All right.
I want to interject one man.
No, please, because you've had quite a bit of say, but you will still get a say. But there's still another phase of the interview. So, but Sakifada land that point, and then we take the direction that Ed has pointed to, and go back to the interview.
So to me, I think very well maybe he knew that if he had even gone the route of making general statements, Kadira, is it Kudaria or Kadira? We still push forward. Yeah, we still push forward for specifics. We can even see how she kept pushing him to this ESM answer. After Peter Obi answered it, he kept pushing him towards that. He kept pushing him into that ESM answer, So I don't know what we actually want as Nigerians. We are insatiable fellows.
No, but look, can I interject one man?
You just said we should move on.
No, I know, but I said I wanted to say move on, not move on to the interview, but focus because the critique is on this interview, not what he said before or what is written somewhere, whatever.
Exactly. So
the bottom line is this: he should have answered that question with the minimum of a direction of his vision, what he wants to do. Not specific. He didn't do that. He failed, period. So stop making excuses about, you would have done this or would have done that, Just one question. He should have answered it better. He should learn from that, period. So there's no point to defend, to start to obfuscate, about, he has said this before in a different interview. It was this interview that we are reviewing. They ask him a question.
You are trying to be objective. Thank you for saying
let's be objective.
Let's be objective. This guy did not give us a clear picture of how he's going to handle the security problem in Nigeria. And that is what really matters to us. Exactly. If you are saying you don't want to tell us, then you are a failure. It means you don't have solution. You don't have to give us everything in details, but give us some points. Point by point. So this is why we deploy that. We do this. I will do this. Like, you don't need to tell us in
exactly. But he has it. He has it. But he didn't say it. You can critique him for that. It's okay.
Exactly. When our candidate failed to do right, let us just accept it. He's failed here.
I'm a supporter, but that question, I think you should have hit that. You should have said something.
Even on the issue of restructuring, he failed right there too. He couldn't tell us clearly how he will restructure Nigeria.
How he will restructure? What is the way? I don't follow that line of thinking,
the way he wants to restructure, according to him, is through the parliament, and that is the same method that Buhari is using now.
But
which is not good for
no
us.
Purpose. It serves
no purpose. It is a way of serving the interest of the political class. And
but how do you restructure without going to the Congress? I'm just wondering. What are you talking about? Restructuring without constitutional amendment?
All right. How do you do that? Gentlemen, let's have that debate at the end, but let Ajanle Koko land this point, and then I must get back to the interview. Ajanle Koko land your point.
Okay, it's the structuring method is saying we go through the parliament by way of amendment of the constitution, and that will not serve the interests of Nigerian people, the interests of different ethnic groups and other interest group we have in the country. It's going to serve the interest of the political class. And so that's a failure. That's another failure that this guy expressed today.
I disagree with that, though.
You can't
talking about that.
Yeah, let me tell you, this is a constitution that does not represent the interests of Nigerian people. Nigerian people did not write this constitution. It can never, there's no amendment you want to do that will make it work for Nigerian people. And that is why the amendment that Buhari and his committee that is set up couldn't fly. It was most of the states that they have taken it to rejected it because of some of this issue that is not serving the purpose of the people. So he failed on that. He failed on the security. And this lady was very, very kind to him. It let him have his way. This lady did not push him hard the way he pushed Showore, and the same way this lady did with Kwankwaso as well. So, but Adewale and Showore, this lady was confrontational, particularly on Showore. It was confrontational. He wouldn't let them land their point. He would take them up. He would interrupt them. This is just, this lady is just, I think, is serving the interests of the political class as well in the way she's running her interview by not being fair to Showore and Adewale, the way she run the interview with them compared to the way she's so relaxed with Kwankwaso and Obi that we are watching today. So it's just it's not serving the purpose well.
All right, gentlemen, I know you disagree with a lot of that Adan Lekoko has said, but save your disagreement for a moment. A below par performance by Peter Obi for that phase, but let's see if he redeems himself. So let's listen again.
Welcome back. You are watching The Candidate, a Daria Media Town Hall series brought to you with the support of the MacArthur Foundation and in partnership with Nigerian Television Authority, Cabal Entertainment, Network Service of Radio Nigeria, Emmanuel Tapo, Citizen Zikoko, Silverbird Television, Trust TV, News Central, and Injenge Television. Now let's go to the audience and get a few questions from them. And before we do, I kind of like that you're all here and you're engaged, you're exciting, but if we could keep the noise a little bit down because it is interrupting a very important conversation. I'm sure you all want people at home to hear him clearly and for me to be able to allow him to finish answering his question. I would appreciate that. Thank you so much. There's a lady in blue in front and the lady next to her, and then we can go to the back after that. Let's have a few ladies, please. We've not had women speak. We're supposed to have 2 microphones. So where are they? Can you guys move and hand them? She's in front. Please. We will make our way to the back. Let's start with the ladies because we've not had a woman talk. Thank you, ma'am.
Do I have to stand up?
You can sit.
Thank you. Good evening, gentlemen. So I have 3 questions.
They better be fast.
Yes, my name is Ireti Bakari. My first question is to do with SMEs. I'd like to know, most SMEs complain about self-taxation. Do you intend to eradicate that? If so, would you be able to afford to? Stealth. So there's taxes that are hidden. Stealth, hidden. So triple taxing, that's number 1. Number 2, if you were, and this is hypothetical, but if you were president today, would you sack the CBN governor?
Yeah.
Number 3, once you become president, are you willing, bold, and brave enough to imprison those found guilty of corruption, including the current president if he's found guilty.
Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Kadira Ahmed. I'm still going to ask something about SMEs because I'm particularly happy about the fact that the president is very interested in moving the country from consumption to production. According to the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, SMEs in Nigeria have contributed about 48% of the national GDP in the last 5 years, with a total number of about 17.4 million. They account for about 50% of industrial jobs and nearly 90% of the manufacturing sector. Now, Mr. Peter, how would you be able to further empower this sector? Because even though they contribute well to the economy, they still face massive challenges, especially in various sectors, including
it's really
lack of skilled
important that people
manpower.
keep their questions short. There's
Yes,
a lot
I
of
will.
people who want to ask, and we still have people in Nigerian universities. And if people have asked the same question, please don't repeat it.
It isn't the same. I was coming to the part of empowering the SMEs because they're really facing a lot of challenges.
Okay.
Mr. Peter, what would you do differently, sir?
Thank you. Please give the 3-4 people at the back so many questions. Quick, and we need to be fast.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Santos. I'm from Human Capital Africa, and I'm going to education. You've spoken a lot about education, Mr. Peter. And we're in a region where 9 out of 10 children at the age of 10 can't read with meaning. And foundational learning, it's almost zero. We also are in a region where the Dakar Pact has said that you spend 15 to 20% of your national budget on education. Nigeria spends around 5 to 6%. If you're elected president, how would you address this foundational literacy and numeracy?
Thank you very much. It's important to say that if you insist on prefacing your questions, we can't get everybody in. Your presidential candidate has all the context. He understands the play. So please, no more questions. We're going to the remote sites. Maiduguri is on standby. We've got very limited time. We have to be disciplined. Yeah. Okay, no, let's take a few more from University of Maiduguri, then we'll lump them all together. Yes, Maiduguri, we can hear you.
Good evening, Nigeria. Welcome to University of Maiduguri. We have 2 questions from the students here for the presidential candidates, starting with Abdul Salam. Abdul Salam.
Okay, thank you, sir. My name is Salam Ilyasu, and my question is, Mr. Obi, what can you do to convince a rural man who has been influenced by the existence of PDP and APC to vote for the Labour Party? Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Sado Ella.
Good evening. My name is
political allegiance. Yes, please carry on.
Good evening. My name is Sadu Banyawa from the University of Maiduguri. Nigeria has been designated as one of the poverty capitals of the world. I want to know what the presidential candidate and his deputy plan. What's their plan to reduce the rate of poverty? Also, what strategies will they employ to bridge the gap between low-income earners and the middle class? Thank you.
Okay, so just to also say, thank you very much, Maiduguri. Can people please try not to repeat questions? We've got very limited time, and it's important that we give them an opportunity to talk about as many things as possible. So if someone has already asked a question, please don't repeat it. Okay, Saz. Let's come back to you.
Well, let me start from issue of Maiduguri, because I'm sure there's a long way to ask this. It says, what are you going to do, if I understand the first question, to make people to move away from PDP and APC to Labour Party? I think it's very simple. They drove us at this junction. If you have a driver that has driven a vehicle where you've come to a point where the vehicle have an engine problem, the vehicle can no longer move, you're not going to allow the same driver to continue.
But, Mr. Obi,
we want to fix this vehicle
But you were that vehicle. Just as
No,
late as early as
just for-
2019, you
no,
were in
but
PDP.
listen,
He
I
was
would
in
have been-
PDP.
No, 1 minute, 1 minute.
And
No, that-
APC.
No. Let me tell you.
ANPP.
Let me tell you. Moses lived in Egypt.
Okay.
So was Joseph. They were part of it. God comes and chooses from within. He's not going to create new people. From within those who are there already. And say these people can serve the situation. So he didn't create new people. He didn't create new creation. It is from the same people that he said,
so
I'm picking this one.
This is not old wine, just packaged in new bottles.
No. This is new wine. But we have been existing with the old wine because they are not. But they found out that we cannot continue living with this. You know, it's like you live in an environment where you find out that this environment, you're not part of it. All the first-class leaders that we have all over the world, we are part of the same society. But they decided we can no longer live this way. Even discoveries with all the people who have done it everywhere, it is people challenging the status quo. That's what we're doing today.
Okay.
That's what Labour Party is doing.
I mean, let's
That's
move.
what you're seeing something different. So
people will say you are status quo, but
how
let's
do we
move
put
on.
people out of poverty?
Yes.
I got the question.
And will you sack CBN governor? There are few.
No, I'm going to come to that.
Okay.
You know, pulling people out of the poverty is what we are preaching when we are taking from consumption to production.
The problem is that we're not getting a grasp of exactly how this is going to happen.
You are not seeing it. It doesn't. You see, when you want to change a society, because majority of the people, including yourself, live off the old order. They don't see the future. That's why they say. That's why they say leader must be a visionary.
We want to understand the vision.
Anambra State, let me give you an example. Yes. When I went to Anambra State and said to people, our education cannot continue to be at 26. We're going to change our education. We're going to change this. They said, no, you can't do this because we're not seeing it. You know, when you were talking about me being impeached in production, you forgot that when I challenged my election, people say it's impossible to come through the court. When I was impeached, people say it's impossible to come back. And later, when I challenged interpretation of tenure of governor, they say it's impossible. So people are not seeing that. We are creators. We're seeing the future. And I can tell you, how do people,
and let me just clarify. We are not saying you don't have a vision.
Let me tell you.
What we want to see is understand the roadmap to that vision.
I want to tell you the how. People are here about MSMEs. Micro, small businesses is the foundation of every economy, even in the South, in the West.
Globally.
Let me use what we can call a developing and those who are starting, to give you an example. But I'm going to use big countries like China, Indonesia, and Vietnam. These three, to give you an example. In China, MSMEs controls 60% of the production, 60% of the export, and about 60% of the employment. And they contribute 50% of the revenue.
So how is that going to happen here?
Thank you. First is that you must articulate a proper agenda like China. In China today, if you look at the overall banking lending in China, about 20% to 25% of the lending is dedicated to MSMEs. In Indonesia, there's a ministry for MSMEs because they control 90% of the employment. So is it in Vietnam. In Nigeria, out of about, I think it's over 30 trillion lending today and everything, MSMEs control less than 5%.
So how are you going to encourage banks, which are private enterprises, to give loans to SMEs? Because this is the answers we're looking for.
Listen, I'm coming from that side.
Okay.
Don't forget.
I know. That's why I'm asking.
My life is about finance. That's what I've done all my life. It's a combination of two main things. You have to have a fiscal and monetary policies channel like this. Government grants.
Anchor farmer borrower programs?
No, not, yes, but done differently. Not announced in Abuja, but dealing with the Bank of Industry and going to deal with the people, the farmers. Because what you have now is that good programs announced on TV, but poorly implemented. People don't do what is expected here, they do what is expected. I will be there with the farmers. I'll be there with the people. I'll supply it directly and I'll get it done.
Kadira,
yes.
Can I just comment?
Yes, please.
Mr. President, our candidates told us that corruption kills hard work, enterprise, and innovation. There is a certain disequilibrium in our system. You see, necessity is the mother of innovation. We need to innovate, force people to leave the present preoccupation, which is government contract, and go into SMEs. So we have to do it by force.
Okay.
That is what I need you to see. Now, let me answer
when
you.
Bielsa has finished talking.
Hold on, let me just answer you.
Okay, just finish this. Okay, go on.
Yes. If anybody can get a government contract and make 9 times profit from that simply because he's a relative, acquaintance, gatekeeper, or influencer in government, such people will never go into enterprise. Here is a government coming into place to say that there is no more easy money. That 90%, 9 times 900% profit you used to make is no longer there. That money belongs to all Nigerians. That is what we are going to do that is different. When Nigerians realize that they can't go and rely on their relatives in government to make easy money, they have to go into industrialization.
And I will ask you again the how when we come back. But we've got Bielsa on the line.
In one sentence.
Yes.
Let me give you in one sentence what he's saying, which you will already discuss everywhere. We must stop people wealth without enterprise.
Thank you.
All wealth must come with enterprise.
Okay. And again, I will come back to the how after we have spoken to Bielsa. Hello, Bielsa.
Good evening, Kadira. Welcome to Bielsa State. My name is Victor Pinawari, and we have 2 people that will be asking questions from this station. I would like to move to Emmanuel quickly. Emmanuel, please step forward and ask your question.
We can't hear Emmanuel's question.
Interesting.
She's not in. Yeah.
Okay, well, we can't hear you. We seem to have audio problems. So I think maybe if we go back to the questions around political, CBN governor and political allegiance.
Let me tell you.
And are you back, Bielsa? Okay. Okay.
His Excellency, this question is for you. Today, more Nigerians are leaving the country to Europe and other parts of the world. Doctors are leaving and our best brains are leaving. If you become the president of Nigeria, how will you reverse this trend of mass exodus of our people? How will you make Nigeria acceptable and livable for its people? Also, if you become the president of this country, by which constitution will you operate in this country? If you are to operate with the illegitimate 1999 constitution, why will you do that? Thank you.
Okay, quickly, we'll move to Honorable Elliot for his question.
Good evening, Peter Obi and his wife. I am Augustus Elliot Osomo, a former legislator from Bielsa State. Should you become the president of this country, how would you solve the problem of environmental pollution in the Niger Delta region, where the wealth of this nation comes from? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Bayelsa. And because we're running out of time, I'm going quickly to Enugu before we come back to Mr. Obi and Dr. Baba-Ahmed. Enugu, can you hear us? Okay, well, Enugu doesn't seem to be ready, so we'll go back to the answers to these questions.
Well, the issue of sacking of CBN government.
Yes. Ah, right, okay. I'm sorry. All right, we can hear you.
Good evening from Enugu. I am Informa Ajumobi. Got two questions. Blessing and Valentine have some questions and they would address it to the candidate. Valentine, please, let's hear you.
My name is Valentine Obelago. I'm greetings from Enugu. Please, my first question is, you have spoken a lot about improving the agricultural production in the north. But please, how would you achieve this, given that there's a very high amount of banditry in the recent years? And my second question is that, if you're elected, how would you curb or put reforms to stop other criminal activities in the country, such as the unknown gunmen in the east and the kidnappings around the entire nation? Thank you.
We have Blessing on standby as well for her question. Blessing.
Good evening from Enugu. My name is Blessing Chimeze. Sir, if elected the president of Nigeria, you said you will remove subsidy. So I want to know, how do you intend to manage the effects of subsidy removal on the masses, particularly? Because this will result to the increase of cost of fuel and also to the increase of commodities in the market. Thank you.
That's the much we have from Enugu. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And if you could treat this almost like a rapid fire round because of time.
Second of CBN governor, it depends on the reason. You can't just get up and sack CBN governor.
Are you happy with his performance now?
Well, I'm not. I didn't appoint this one.
But you are going to, if you become president, you will inherit him.
No. Don't worry. What have happened then? When I become, and I'll deal with that matter then. It will have only 1 year to go. You know, so don't worry. I'm not going to sack him.
Okay.
But I assure you, it depends on what is happening then.
Right.
On issue of fighting corruption, my position is known. I'm not going to fight corruption by being vindictive. We're going to study, make sure that the proper investigation and everything. We're not going to criminalize the country the way it's being done now, where they're running after people up and down. If you don't like somebody's case, you just nickname them. No, we will operate by the rule of law.
Will you do
there will be
deals?
law and order.
I will ask you this question
there's the
because
proper investigation, there's the proper this. Where will even negotiate? I'll negotiate.
That's why I'm asking, because you keep referring to Indonesia.
What I need is the money to come back, so I can use it to work. If you put people in jail and they take away the money, what are we going to do? With other countries of the world who have done it better, and I'll learn from them. If it means
we already have a law here, the whistleblower laws, the laws that
I'm not going to go back.
Okay.
I'm going to put a new law from the day I start.
Right.
If you take money, this is what is going to, but nobody will take, because I'm sure they will know that if I'm not taking, you shouldn't take. But
the laws,
going back,
as president,
I'm going to go back in an organized manner. I'm not going to go and be running around all over the place.
Okay, but because you refer to, you will make laws. Laws are made by the National Assembly.
That's what I'm saying. I'm going to go to the National Assembly and say, this is a law for corruption. And this is how we intend to implement it.
And if they refuse to sign it?
No, there's things we'll do. No, don't worry. I'm there with it now in Anambra State. Go and see. No money was missing in Anambra State. If it was missing, Kadira, it is not easy for somebody to leave an office where nobody is asking you and you left $150 million.
According to the person who came after you, you left debt. That argument has been going back. He said you had contractors to pay and you didn't pay them.
Listen very well. Up to today,
I'm quoting the Sun interview by Mr. Willie Obiano.
Listen very careful, Kadira. Listen to me. Up to today, I've said this And let me say it now in this town hall meeting. The day I left office, I was not only one contractor who have executed his job, certificate issue. Let that one come. I'm not only one supplier who has delivered what we ordered and we're owing the part. I'm not wasn't owing civil servant salary, pension, gratuity. If any of them come out today, I will stop.
Okay, so let me ask for clarity. Let me ask for clarity.
It is a very different thing if I award a contract for 9-kilometer road. Somebody build 1 kilometer and I pay him.
Yes, no.
Because I will only pay for what I receive.
So the allegation he made was that just before you left office, you gave out a lot of contracts and he had to deal with paying for those contracts.
Leave allegation.
Okay, I'll leave
Let's
allegation.
deal with issue that is real. Let me tell you how government work. If, for example, let the government, outgoing government of Buhari award all the roads.
When you come, you will pay.
No, when I come, the one you do, you pay. Another person will come, do his own and pay. Okay. That's how you can. Nobody finishes everything. That's why I said that the one I've not done, let other people complete it.
There was a question about the constitution that was described as illegitimate and how, whether you will work with it.
There's a lot of
questions.
There's a lot of questions which we need to quickly deal with.
We still have to deal with Abuja.
With issue. So, issue of brain drain.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, everywhere in the world where there's been a brain drain, actually, if they do the right thing, you know what will happen? All those brain drain, I tell them, there will be brain gain. Because they'll be the first investors to come back when I and Daddy start turning around here. They will come back with their investment. The first foreign investor you attract in any country is people who have left from your system, who have made money abroad. When they now see opportunity here, they will come back. Like I always say, when people go, but that's not remittances, I said we'll double it. How are we going to double it? When we produce a conducive environment for them to bring more money. Today, they're remitting only 5% of their income. They will remit 10 to 20. But they start coming back to invest here. It is more conducive. They start coming back for holidays and everything. And we'll do that. So brain drain will be brain gain in the future. Watch it happen. Issue of the constitution. It's neither here nor there. What am I saying? Any constitution, don't forget that a country like Britain doesn't have a written constitution. Any constitution is prone to amendment. That's why we're talking about restructuring. We will sit down and come out. Don't call it a fraudulent constitution. We haven't even implemented that, the fraudulent one, justly. So let's start with it, and then we will amend it in order or restructure it as we agreed. Right. It's a government of consensus. We're not going to govern by military might. It is, we have to sit down with everybody, agree to what we're going to do, and everything.
Yes.
SMS by stealth, the stealth taxes of the SMSs.
I've said that the engine of growth is MSMEs. I was answering when we got in. I told you, MSMEs is the engine in which we're going to develop the place by putting money, supporting our youth. The greatest asset of this country today, physical human asset, is our youth. With energy and talent. What they need is for us to put money into them. If we put money into them today, you could, when we talk about anything, whether it's agriculture or this, like I say, remove corruption. No easy money. Corruption is entrepreneurship. You get these young ones to be able to be supported physically and everything. Let me give you just in closing, because I'm sure you will say,
well, we still have a few remote sites as well. So, yeah.
Melu Foundation said that for every young person they gave $5,000 every year. They found out that a year or so after, the person is employing 20%.
Okay.
My sister, This country have borrowed in the past 8 years about $100 billion. If we have decided to use 10 billion to share it among the,
okay.
Can you do the number?
I am trying
It'll
to.
be phenomenal.
Yeah, but the thing is, Mr. Obi, part of the times like when we sort of talk to you, why I sometimes get a little bit, is that we hear about what's happening in other places.
And I'll give you an example.
Sorry.
1 minute. I'll give you an example.
Yeah,
in Anambra State. No, let me give you an example. Use Anambra State.
Yes, okay.
Go and ask if Lino Putu still alive. I was the first governor in Nigeria to go to Bank of Industry. In fact, shockingly, it happened on a Sunday. I said, MD, can I come and see you? He said, when? I said, can I come tomorrow? I was calling him on Saturday. He said, tomorrow, but I have to go to church. I said, when I'm coming to see you, it's about church. Church is about solving. We'll go there to pray for God to solve our problem. Part of it is we will pray and God will solve the problem I'm coming to. I went to our office on Sunday. I said, Anambra State wants to partner with Bank of Industry, where we will invest 50% of what we're going to bring. You bring 50% and you lend money to MSMEs in Anambra State. One act is that.
And what's the result of that intervention?
Well, the result is for you to go and look.
No,
you know, people have said
there are Nigerians that can't go to Anambra. You have to tell them.
In 2014, when I left office, go and check. In terms of poverty, lowest place we have poverty, Anambra is number 3 with 11.2%.
Okay.
People, I've heard people even say, they don't know, 11.2. After Lagos, is one other state, is Anambra State.
Anambra.
Go and check.
Thank you very much. We need to go to Abuja quickly. We're running out of time, and I don't want people who've taken the trouble to sit down. Oh, where are we going? The social media questions are not ready. Is Abuja ready? Okay. All right. So we'll carry on talking. Let me.
Okay,
Yes.
can I
You
just
want to say
add
something?
2 things? Regarding the Nigerian youth flowing out of Nigeria,
Yeah.
I said that it is better to have brain drain than to have a brain in the drain. It is necessary to protect the future of our youth by allowing them to go and get the careers they can get elsewhere, and otherwise they could not have been able to get here. That is when His Excellency said that, and that can be followed by brain gain. Then the other issue I want to add here is that why buy fuel cheap and buy security expensively? This has to do with the removal of subsidy. Some people are simply looking at the price of refined petroleum products. You buy it cheap, and then you buy security more expensive. Does that make sense? And what we're saying is that there is a way to reform governance, at the same time reshaping industries and businesses. So if you remove what is in subsidy and solve the problem of security, security is cheaper. You cannot put a Naira figure to it.
Okay. So, I mean, we keep talking about
And this
subsidy
is by far, this is by far a better gain, trade-off to make. It's more sensible. It touches the entire society. Who has a car, who doesn't have a car, consuming security. But
I hear you, but if I could ask, you know, for a sort of a more broadened conversation around energy and energy security and diversification and the fact that increasingly, very soon, our oil is actually going to be worthless because, you know, the rest of the world is moving and looking at doing clean energy and all sorts of things. And I'm just sitting here and I'm wondering whether you guys have put together a policy that is in tandem with the realities of today and tomorrow and what is being projected to happen. Because even the petrol, even if we now go back to, let's say, full production, within a very short period of time, our oil is no longer going to be valuable. Maybe to us, right? But not to the rest of the world. And so I'm listening, I'm thinking, okay, where is the sort of the forward thinking, the ideas?
That's what we're telling you about production.
You are talking in generalities and not specific.
It's a generality. I've told you that it's a simple thing. We will invest in key development areas, which is, if you talk about HDI,
one,
you talk about HDI, what is in HDI?
Right.
Health, education,
yes,
and per capita,
okay,
which is pulling people out of poverty.
Yes.
The question you ask is,
how are you delivering health, for example?
As governor, what did I do to these three?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, doctors were on strike during your time for about 11 months.
You see, even teachers were on strike. So it's not only doctors. And when they go to strike, but when you bring a change, all those who live off the old order will go on strike.
Okay.
Nigeria will be on strike when we start.
Let's be
because let me tell you, when all these people who are living off the old order are going to protest.
Okay. You realize,
going to go out.
You realize I keep trying to get us to go to the granular level, and we keep talking about generalities. Right.
When I became
governor, health, for example, let me ask specific questions.
When I became
At the
governor,
moment, you talk about human capital.
When I became governor, we decided we were going to deal with health.
Yes.
We found out we didn't even have the human infrastructure needed for primary care. No single school of nursing, midwifery, health technology, everything was accredited in the entire state. And I want to, it's on tape, so go and verify. I said, listen, we're going to deal with it. They came with all sorts of plans. I said, no, we are going to partner with agencies that are dealing with it already. We have Church of Nigeria. They have School of Nursing, School of Midwifery, all this in a hospital called IENU. We have other facilities owned by these churches and development agencies. So where are we going to put money doing a new one? Because you're talking about strike. Because if I put money down, today go to Anambra State, we have over a dozen combined School of Nursing, School of Midwifery, School of Health Technology, all functional. I built the fastest teaching hospital ever built in Federal Republic of Nigeria. Odumegwu Ojukwu Teaching Hospital today. He has built the biggest private hospital, teaching hospital in Nigeria today. I built the fastest as a governor. So I can go on and tell you what I did in health. Yes. In education, I don't need to, only just yesterday, a bishop said, Peter should be able to replicate what he did in education nationally, where we move from number 26 to number 1. Besides, the only measure of development between the year 2000 and year 2015 is Millennium Development Goals.
Yes.
I started implementing it in year 2007. When it was concluded in year 2015, I was number 1 in this country. So it is not a question of how. On top of all this that I said, I've said it where you say people are doubting. I've called the 3 banks where I left money. None of them have ever come and say, I didn't leave money. What you hear is that, not even the person that handed over say I didn't leave money. All you hear is that this youth, this group, that group, I didn't hand over to a group, I handed over to somebody. And I want that person to come and say, I didn't see this money.
Okay. Let me quickly just ask you to dive a little bit, the issue of health. Only 3% of Nigerians at the moment have any sort of proper health coverage.
Yes.
And the reason why I've been asking you to sort of go into this with a bit more detail is because I've seen bits and pieces of you talking about a plan
you have to deal with
to
the
give
issue of insurance.
So I wanted to get a sense of what that means.
The issue of health insurance.
Okay.
That is what is done everywhere in the world. By getting everybody in that basket, you're going to get the big the small and everything. That is what you need to.
So private-driven healthcare through insurance.
Government has to contribute.
So government
majorly.
will pay for some of it.
Majorly, because that's the only way those facilities can reach the poor.
But
if
the
government doesn't pay,
government at the moment is struggling, and we're seeing that even our main resource, oil, is dwindling in value globally.
Listen, government is struggling because you're not doing the right things. You're not investing. You're borrowing money and throwing it away. You're borrowing money and people are stealing it. If you do the right thing, you create wealth. No government is stationary. You know, if other governments can do it, we can do it here. Sure. We're going to do the right things. Government, there's too much waste. We're going to curtail all the waste.
Okay, so there's a question here that I've been trying to get to because people have been sending things online. And how much priority are you willing to give foundational learning, primary school education, compared with other stages of education? I think somebody else asked
Foundation learning is the key.
Right.
It's the first thing, it's the critical thing. Remember what I told you, 3 things is what you use to measure development. The more educated your people are, the more development you have.
Right.
Today, you cannot, your human capital is about 168.
Okay.
It's very low.
I'm going to ask you to make your closing statements because unfortunately, despite our best efforts, we have not been able to even get through to Abuja. I'm sure they will be disappointed, and we're about to wrap. So essentially, if you could tell me what your unique selling point is, tell Nigerians in a nutshell, again, remind them why when February they go to the polls, they should vote for the 2 of you.
Okay. 2 of us have appealed to Nigerians. Next year's election should not be based on tribe. No tribe buys bread cheaper or have better roads and everything. It should not be based on religion. No religion buys bread cheaper or has been able to employ everything. It should not be based on my turn. It is turn of Nigerians to take back their country. We have promised we will secure and unite this country.
That's your promise.
We have promised we will ensure that we move Nigeria from consumption to production, start pulling people out of poverty. We will ensure we will work with rule of law, deal with the issue of corruption, where we bring it to a minimum. We will govern from the front. We'll be in charge. And we'll make Nigeria work where today we have a Nigeria, but we don't have Nigerians. We will create Nigerians who will be proud of their country because we'll be in charge. It will stop at our desk and we'll work as a brother. No team in this equation can beat our team.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter Obi and Dr. Datti-Ahmed, for honoring our invitation to take part in this town hall. Our gratitude to the MacArthur Foundation who made the candidates today possible. We would also like to thank our other partners, Nigeria Television Authority, Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, Zikoko Citizen. I'm struggling to remember the partner.
All right, so there it was. So gentlemen, host station, let me just give you a recap as far as I have it, and then you can then get into the throes of it. But before I do that recap, let me post the buy the coffee thing there. Since we introduced this initiative, we've had 100%. So today might hopefully not be the day that we don't actually have somebody buying coffee. So click on that link and go buy your host cups of coffee. It's very thirsty. So be as liberal as you can be. So there is that. Do that. And let me give you just a feel of what I got because I was just making notes here and there whenever I heard him say something. The first thing that struck was that he kept preventing Kadira from boiling down to the specifics to the point that she accused him of running away from the granular question. So anytime she tries to nail him down, he makes just a wider something that is very low on specifics. So they were trying to ask him about stealth taxation, but he didn't have any real grasp of that. But he went on to say SMEs are the engine of the economy. So he said that, and he was trying to. So Kadira tackled him, of course, that he, as early as 6 months ago, was part of the old order, but he did the old new wine sort of a narrative in response to that. The SMEs again, it says SMEs will get government grants, but Kadira pointed out that there's already the anchor borrowers scheme already in place, and he was he went on to criticize how that is being handled rather than to describe anything different from that. So he said that he says we must stop wealth. We must stop wealth without enterprise. So that was a good line to say. We must stop wealth without enterprise. But the how, of course, he did not quite expand on that. How will you stop the Japa culture? How will you stop the Japa culture? If you do the right thing, brain drain will be brain drain by creating a conducive environment. Then his Man Friday chipped in, better to have brain drain than brain in the drain. So that was a peppy little line, but they didn't add much to anything. Do you have a post plan? Do you have a post-oil plan? Because the world is fast moving away from oil. And of course, when Kadira asked that question, it immediately set my mind back to the Showore interview, because this was where Showore took that question too. And she was trying to push him hard, but it was saying to her that, look, forget all of this oil business, because in no more than a couple of decades, if even that, oil will no longer be the go-to internationally. So you'll be investing in people's brains rather than oil fields. So that was what Showore said. And I think off the back of that, she has now come up with this question. It says, do you have a post-oil plan? Because the world is moving away from oil. But very vague, the answer there. Nothing that really, there's nothing that I could write down from his response, which is to tell you that he did not really respond in any way that is substantial. Will you change the constitution? I will amend, not jettison the constitution. So he says that whether they said we've not even implemented fully the constitution that people are saying is bad, that he will make the necessary adjustments wherever he deems fit, but he will not jettison the constitution. Are you happy with the CBN, and are you going to sack him? Well, I did not appoint him, was his answer. I am not going to fight corruption by being vindictive. I will operate by the rule of law. I will put special anti-corruption plans in place. But then, of course, when Kadira pushed him that he had to take that past the parliament, he was quite vague in that. So to that space, then the criticism by Obi'Ahmed that he left post-dated debts for his administration when he was coming in. He says, I was not owing any contractor who has completed this job a kobo. But that's a clever language right there, because it wasn't about owing anybody, but creating debts for the incoming administration. So he wasn't quite able to deny that. So those were the things that I picked up. So now let's go back to the panel, and let's kick it off. Pardon me. Let's kick it off. Let's actually kick it off with Thomas, who is in Nigeria. So Thomas, hopefully you can hear us and you have a good enough connection. Thomas, are you there? All right. Thomas' connection not quite up to. Let's go to Saki then. Let's go to Saki. So Saki, that was Peter Obi's presentation. What were the highlights for you and the lowlights? And then how did you think he did in general?
Well, I'm comfortable with most of his answers to me, but I know if I say it like that, people will say I'm obedient, so I have to be biased. I'm not biased, so I don't see. I wasn't expecting anything different from what he said. The way the way his answer sounds to some people, maybe people that are expecting him to speak grammar. So for me, I don't look at grammar. I look at the genuineness of intentions.
Sorry, Saki, can I interject quickly? Can we focus? We're not focusing on grammar, but can we focus on the specifics that he said based on each question? Because I also took notes. And when I'm reading my notes, it looks bad in the notes. So since you feel he did well, take the brain drain question, for example.
Yeah.
The answer he gave.
What will you do?
Let me read the answer. I mean, I wrote notes for brain drain. Do the right thing, and the brain drain will be a brain gain. And also we will double remittances if we do the right thing. Those are the two main points. What does that mean?
So what it means is that if we do the right thing, secure our country, make it
no. What is the right thing?
The right thing is securing the country. The right thing is getting our country to work, to have conducive environment for business to thrive.
You're filling in the blanks. We're talking about what Obi said.
Can I answer that? Can I answer that?
No, sorry. Let that conversation take place. Let that
Saki, you're filling the blanks for Obi. I read Obi's answer. I just read Obi's answers verbatim on brain drain. We will do the right thing, so the brain drain will turn to a brain drain. We will double remittances if we do the right thing.
No, that is what I'm saying. He said if we start doing the right thing as a government in Nigeria, those that have traveled already, will be attracted to bring in their remittances down, to invest more in Nigeria, and come back to Nigeria to face their business. So doing the right thing, now you're not asking me what are these right things. So I'm trying to tell you, this is what I feel he means. He's gonna.
Yeah, but you see now you are interpreting for him. You are the Obi. You are the Obi whisperer.
Remember.
No, he actually says securing the country.
I wrote notes, but okay.
Remember now that this interview is just like 1 hour or 2 hours, 1 hour interview plus. So you don't expect him to begin to.
But it took you Saki Fada a few seconds. It took you Saki Fada a few seconds to expatiate a bit on what those right things are. Obi never did. He said, "Do the right thing. Do the right thing." No, that's an assumption. Now, come on.
Yeah.
If you write that in an exam, a lecturer will fail you.
All right, Saki. But Kadira also said to him what Kolata was just highlighting then, that she was trying to push him to the granular, which also what Kolata was trying to do there. But he was just making all these broad statements that if you do the right thing, well, of course, if you do the right thing, but what are those right things? But you never.
Is there anybody that has come to this interview, even Showore, that Kadira didn't say we need specifics?
Showore gave specifics.
But go and listen to Showore's interview.
We ran it here now. We ran it here.
I listened to it. So there was a time certain question he also answered. Kadira said we need specific. We need the how. We need the how.
Yeah, so but that was the whole experience.
Anybody that comes on that interview, she will still say the same thing.
Right.
So it doesn't matter. So what I'm trying to say in effect is that, genuineness of intention. If you're answering a question, I want to see that this person is actually saying this out of his mind. He's actually giving us willingness and passion that he's going to do this. That is what I want to see. I don't want to see people that will just come and begin to speak English and use grammar, and make some cosmetic, maybe using words like,
So you are not interested in specifics. You are not interested in how.
I'm interested in specifics. Somebody asked you, what are you going to do about those that have traveled? Do the right thing here in this Nigeria, and you attract investments from them.
Yeah,
We'll
but,
begin to come.
of course you have to do the right thing. You won't
So
have
the
to
right,
do
we know what the right things are.
the,
We
the
know what the
opposite.
right things are.
No, but we don't know.
You don't know what the right things are.
I'm not. Come on now, Saki, please now.
So you don't know what the right things are.
No. Can you hold on, please, Saki? Come on, man. We're all intelligent here. Of course, you have to do the right thing. You're not going to do the wrong things, are you? So that's a meaningless thing. I will do the right thing. What are those things? Is the question. Of course.
If one man does the right thing, one man will become a billionaire in pounds. How about that? What's the meaning of what I just? If one man does the right thing, it will become a billionaire in pounds. That's
am I not already?
I'm assuming. I'm just assuming.
Sorry, Karen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to show the ridiculousness of that answer. Like, if Kulata does the right thing, I'll become a dollar billionaire. Okay, then what am I supposed to take from that? Or, I mean, do you understand what we're trying to say?
Hold on. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, Saki. So that was the experience of the interviewer all the way through, because she was frustratingly saying to him that I wanted a more granular sort of response, and you're just giving me broad strokes.
That's what she will always say. So I don't.
No, that was what she said. You heard her now. You heard her say it. You know.
Of course, she said it. So I said that is what she will always say. Yeah. And she has said it to different people in the past, in the other interviews. So
she didn't say it
always.
Oh God, man. Sorry, carry on, Saki.
Yeah. So I listened to other interviews. So she keeps saying specifics. Tell me how. So those are the things. So I think the answer he gave there is not bad an answer.
Now, I will do the right thing. Is the right answer.
Can I interject?
Yeah, come in.
All right, so I had to go and click on the video on my laptop to watch it clearly, to hear what he said. And he said that if him and Datti starts turning around this place, which is what they have been discussing here in terms of producing the right business environment, securing the country, and every other thing that has been being discussed in this debate, that is what doing the right thing is, and the country start functioning, that all the brain drain will come back as brain drain again. And he made a specific that he is going to double diaspora remittances. That's a specific. He said he's actually going to double it. So you can hold him to that. If he does not double under his watch, you say he has failed on his promise. If that remittances does not double. So he said, if I and Datti secure this place and do the right thing, which is what we have been discussing since we are here, whether it's the business environment and securing the place and everything, and once this place start functioning, everybody, and he cited countries like India and Singapore and all these people, that it is people that left, immediately that country became fixed, which is what actually we are discussing here, the security and everything we're going to do, fighting corruption and all that. And these people now see this place as a viable option. They will be the first set of investors, even before foreign investors, to come here. And we are going to double the diaspora remittances. And I mean, how far can you go about brain drain?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure that you said it quite in that manner.
I did not. I took notes. It did not say it in that manner. I took notes. I just didn't want to sound like I was unfair. That's why I took notes.
Hold on, Uptown. What you have done is you've pulled together a lot of his answers to wrap around that particular question. But
I want to ask Kulata a straight off question, and then if he doubts me, we can go back. Maybe he's going to pay me off. Are you going to say? Are you saying that you didn't mention securing the country when you talked about doing the right?
No, that's what I said.
It's okay, securing the company. How are you going to secure the company? Wait. I want to answer. You asked me a question. I want to answer a question. It was asked earlier. On. How is it going to secure the country? Nothing. He didn't say anything. Now, as part of not saying anything, we wrap it around this: do the right thing. Do the right thing. You wrap it around that, and then we double remittances. Come on. Okay, look. Forget Obi. Let me ask you, how are you going to prevent brain drain? Just give me your own answer. Don't give me Obi answer. Give me, if you were the candidate and it was an exam. I just ask you that question. What are you going to do?
I'm going to respond what they responded because I'm in line with what they said. They didn't say they're going to.
Okay, forget about that question. I know you try and defend it. That's
okay,
fine.
Let me answer you. Let me answer you from my knowledge in macroeconomics. You don't prevent brain drain. In fact, there are actually countries that one of their policies is to export their people to other countries, just to double or triple their remittances. So they educate people and they export. You understand what I'm saying? So you don't prevent brain drain. So what you do is that if you've had enough brain drain, fix the place, create the enabling environment, and then pull those people, put the incentives to pull those people back, which is most people that are outside the country, whenever you ask them about, and in this platform yesterday, everybody outside, which use you guys, everybody was asking Thomas about security. Well, you're asking Thomas, okay, what do you feel safe in Lagos? Those are the kind of questions that inspire you to, if you want to bring 1 million, you probably want to do 10. And he talked about that right now, they're doing at least less than 5% of their salary. If we secure the country, if we put the right business environment, but securing the country is almost like 70%.
So wait, how long did it take you to give me some specifics? Because you've given me some specifics here. You're actually encouraging brain drain by training more people. We have 200 million people. We can afford to train way more people, so we can double our remittances. You can see how you articulated your answer. And I won't complain that, okay, you didn't get to some level of detail. So that was missing. Let's just stop it there.
All right.
But baba-ahmed didn't mention to that effect, right? The advice, right? He did talk about, like, I think you have to go back and listen.
He said, Datti-Ahmed said, better to have brain drain than brain in the train. Let them get the exposure outside. But that was later. That was later down the line. I think that was like 2 questions after that brain drain. It was 2 questions after the brain drain. They asked Obi brain drain, then they asked him constitution, then they asked him steel taxes, then Datti-Ahmed now interjected, then Kadira now started asking for specifics. Look, I took notes. Look, I took notes based on how they were saying.
All right, let's get back to Saki. So Saki, let me take you to the constitution space. And he's saying that he's happy to still hold on to this constitution that a lot of people feel should be jettisoned, but to make necessary amendments where necessary. Is that somewhat like is that a realistic, pragmatic approach, would you say?
Anyway, we know that it is difficult to jettison this constitution totally. It's going to be very difficult to just jettison it totally, So whether you like it or not, the answer he gave, he said that even this constitution we have as at today, which people call fraudulent, we have not even properly like used it rightly, the way it should be used. Let's even say we have even used it rightly the way it should be used. We shouldn't be where we are even today. Then he now went ahead and said he's going to make amendments where necessary, and it is going to be something Nigerians have to come together and do. That is going to be government of consensus. That is not going to be like by imposition, something like that. So I think the answer was quite okay. It is very easy. It is very easy. So for someone like maybe Showore to come today and say, "I'm good. This constitution is fraudulent. I'm going to discard it. I'm going to jettison it immediately." That is what people want to hear. But the question is it even practical in the real sense? Is it easily practical in the real sense of it? So I think the answer he gave is quite a very good answer. I don't see anything wrong in the answer he gave.
All right. All right. So where, if anywhere, did you feel he could have done better? So did you feel he missed the ball anywhere? Did you feel he could have either done better or he did not answer the question sufficiently?
Well, the only thing I will even, everything depends on the anchor, the person that anchors that very program. And that lady, the way he interjects, I don't like it. Allow people to flow. Allow people to Just give, if you ask people questions, allow them to flow. You know, because the way when you keep interjecting, people will lose some chain of thoughts. You know, so allow them to flow. I don't like those intermittent interjections. You know, I don't think it's a good thing to do when you are organizing program. Even Datti, I can see how Datti, I feel Datti is not even comfortable the way she was actually interjecting. No, it's not done like that. You know, people might answer questions, maybe they are not getting it the way you want them to get it. You know, I observed her when he was asking questions on that ESN. I also observed somebody that was even asking him, do you believe in IPOB agitation? I want a yes or no. How can you tell somebody that kind of thing? You know, so
you didn't find anywhere where he was not quite up to par. You couldn't find anything that.
Well, to me, his interview today is okay. So I think he should better ask me to grade him.
Oh, okay, go on, grade him out of 10.
Of course, I won't give him 100. I won't give him 100. Not possible. But I can give him 85 and above.
On that interview? You will give him 85 on that interview?
Yes.
85?
Yes, I can give him 85 and above.
Really?
Let me tell you one man, I've always told you, I'm not looking for cosmetic use of language. That is not what I'm looking for. You know, if Okowa comes to speak, he might be very
sorry.
sorry,
let me have that conversation with you, Asake Father. What are you looking for? And what are we looking for? If you are saying a candidate does not have to articulate an action, articulate an action plan for the country, whether big grammar or pedestrian grammar. If you are saying a candidate does not have to articulate, then what qualifies him? On what basis are we making judgments if we don't know what he's planning?
There is nothing P2B answered today that is different from what people like what we call him, Okowa would answer. But Okowa might speak the English in another different way. It becomes so cosmetic, and people say he's making sense. P2B is just speaking in the language of the commonest man. The language somebody that is trading in on the Channel market will even understand. So that is what appeals to me. I don't want somebody that will come and speak like Professor Sibanjo. That is not what I'm looking for. You know, bring it to the commonness of human beings, understand it at the lowest level. That is what I'm looking for. So it appeals to me. You know, it appeals to me. So you want him to come and say, I'm going to use aerial technology so that you now know.
No, I was expecting him to say something. Something, you know.
What is there he said that is not something?
Well, he said his security plans is not able.
On how he's going to fight corruption is not clear on that too.
How he's going to fight corruption? He said he's not going.
Yeah, they were asking him that those students.
Remember.
One of the students said, "Okay, those that have stolen our money."
And let me tell you what he answered.
And those that are,
let me tell you what he answered.
Hold on, Saki, now. Let Ajale Koko put it to you. Go on, Ajale Koko.
Those that have stolen our money, our wealth,
yes,
in the past and currently,
yes.
What are you going to do to this? He said he's not looking back.
Okay, let me tell you what he answered. No,
let me tell you what.
Ajale Koko, let me tell you what he answered.
What does the law?
What do you mean?
What does the law say?
That is not what he said.
What does the law say on people stealing our money? You said you are not going to do anything.
Let me tell you what he answered.
And this is not the first time. You have said it in the past too. So you don't need to defend.
Can I tell you what he answered there?
Okay, tell me.
Yeah, he said, I am not going to fight corruption by being vindictive. I'm going to fight it following the rule of law. Didn't you hear him answer this?
I've got it written down. I've got it written down.
He said, I'm not going to be vindictive in the fight for corruption, but I'm going to follow the rule of law. And he even went further to say, even where I will negotiate, like even ask those that stole to bring back what they stole through negotiation that will not even cost us money to do. That I will even do that. He even said it. So why are you finding fault in this answer?
So you don't see anything wrong in saying, I will not look back, I will look forward.
But what is wrong with that, Angelico? What is wrong with that? Is it the job of the president to chase after, or the job of the anti-corruption agency? And let the people do their job, not the president chasing after people now.
Ed, let me say this. Let me tell you what is wrong with that. That is an open license for the people in this present administration to loot all the way to the date of handover. Is it not?
Okay. So if you have let's say if you're a whistleblower, right, after he come into office and you report to EFCC, right, and EFCC go after you, should he then stop the EFCC to go after you, or isn't it the job of the EFCC to build a case, and to make sure they retrieve the money?
No, the EFCC must go after all corrupt practices.
Of course.
Right from the day of independence till the present moment. That's what we don't want people that stole money to be given a pass.
No, but he's not. He didn't say we give him a pass. I say we follow the rule of law. Is it the rule of law through EFCC? I mean, you want the president to start to chase after the criminals? What are you guys talking about?
Look, let me hold on.
The way you guys talk sometimes, I just feel like,
hold on. Don't say the way these guys
Come on.
sometimes. Look, the way he rounded up his answer tells us exactly what he's going to do. I am not going to look back. I am looking forward. The question of that student is that, what are you going to do on those that have stolen our money in the past and those are stealing currently? And it ended. You see, all those one he said, I'm going to fall, is just perambulation. The way he ended it was the exact what he's going to do when he get there. I am not looking forward. I'm not looking back. I'm looking forward.
But Angelico,
that's
what you want to believe.
That's
not what he said. But that's not what he said. He said that.
No, that is the way it ended.
I think you're reading too much.
That is the statement. Hold on, let somebody speak now.
Speak now.
The way he ended his answer is exactly what he's going to do. I will not look back. I'm looking forward on corruption issue. That is his answer. So look, when your candidate is not clear on issue, when it's not clear on issue that matter to us.
No, I'm objective, man.
Let us say it loud and clear. And this is not the first time. He has said it. He has said it before.
You are ignoring the other part that he said. That's what I have trouble with. And you're not being objective now.
One man, can I say something?
He said something. He made a sentence. You only pick out a part of it and then make your inference on that. You forgot the part he said rule of law. You forgot the part where he said, see, if you have to negotiate.
No, I actually have that written down. I have it written down. It says,
didn't he say that, woman?
Yeah, I have it written down. It said I will put special anti-corruption laws in place, and that Kadira then tackled him that how is he going to get that past the parliament? And he said we know how to handle them. But let's hear from Tiger, who wanted to come in there. Yeah.
Thank you, one man. People should, when you first gave me audience to speak, and I said you cannot compare Obi's situation with Tinubu, Atiku, at least with Kwankwaso, because Obi is coming from a different zone politically, and let me tell you something here. I remember when I was young and I was watching, I was like 10 or 12 or whatever. And Chief Obafemi Awolowo they were asking him how he's going to attack corruption. He said, I'm going to put them in jail. I'm going to do this. Perhaps that's why they didn't allow him to win, because they know if he comes in there, he's going to jail all of them. So in this kind of dispensation, you don't tell them, I'm going to probe them. You can get there and start probing people because you're already the president. So we should be smart about it. You don't expect Obi to say, oh, when I go there, I'm going to probe them. Otherwise, people, these people will totally block Obi coming in, even though if Obi win, they will not. They will do something to make sure it doesn't get in there. So people have learned how to circumvent this kind of question. Oh, I will block the means of corruption. I will do this, I will do this. But when they get there, they can change their mind to do to actually probe those people. So I will take it on face value. His answer. I think, for me, Obi is Obi, like Mr. Gomez wrote here. Obi does have the vocabulary to articulate some of his points. That's one. That's one of his. Hold on.
Sorry. This is not a matter of vocabulary.
I know where I'm going.
This is a matter of specifics. You can use specifics in primary school vocabulary. It does not matter. It's just specifics.
I'm just using the foundation.
You guys are purposefully. You're misconstruing. You're misconstruing and obfuscating grammar.
No.
Specifics.
I'm building a foundation here. Let me build my foundation. What I wanted to say. You understand me? So what I'm trying to say here now, you cannot give the same answer. Kwankwaso is bold to do that. Atiku will come. Even Atiku didn't say. When they interview Atiku, he said he will ask them to bring back the money. And I'm sure, even though when Tinubu comes, says no one's going to answer that he's going to probe them, because if you say that, those people who are deep in corruption, they will make sure you don't get in. That we should get that fact right. So Obi's answer, we might say he's not absolute with his answers, but deep down inside me, Obi know what to do. He know when he get there. When you go there and you don't find money in the coffers, then you start probing people to get the money. That's my answer.
Tiger, can I just put one thing to you?
Yeah.
You know, a lot of the Obi space is asking us to place what can only be described as blind trust in Peter Obi. Blind trust, because now you are saying deep down he knows when he gets there he will know what to do. That's the answer to the insecurity space as well, and that is the answer to virtually every question, that he will know what to do when to get there. So then you are asking us to take a leap of faith, not understanding anything at all that this guy's intentions are, even though he has been given copious opportunities to present an action plan, and you're just asking us that, don't worry, when he gets there, he will know what to do. I'm not sure that will be sufficient.
Yeah, but he don't want to, what I mean is that he don't want to divulge it publicly, what he want to do on that corruption. That's why he just gave you that base level.
Wait. He's going to release a manifesto. So why are you guys talking about he doesn't want to publicly divulge? If he's going to release a manifesto, security will be there.
He has told you. He has told you what. Hold on.
You're confusing me. Honestly, I don't understand this anymore.
He has divulged what he's gonna fight corruption with, but he's not gonna give you total everything, because when he gets there, he knows what he's gonna do. Unlike Buhari, who said people are stealing, what did he do when he get there? He started shadow chasing people. How many money did people cough out? No one told us how many people have coughed out today.
Thank you for that statement. Thank you for that statement you made now. With respect to Buhari. So when Buhari said that the what is that oil what is it called?
Petroleum Trust Fund.
No, not trust fund. This this petroleum
fuel subsidy.
Yeah, fuel subsidy. He said it was a scam.
It was a scam, yeah.
All right. What happened during this time? The balloon petroleum subsidy, went to the highest level during his own time. Now, this man is telling us all this. That is an experience that we are going through now. Experience of politicians lying.
But that's not true.
So
right?
when you have this man telling us not clear on what he wants to do, and then telling us as well, he is saying that this is a scam too. What is he going to do?
No. He has told you what he's going to do. He mentioned things he's going to do.
On the anti-corruption, he's telling us he's playing to the right, to the left. We don't know where he stands. And he's saying that, I am going to go forward, I'm not going to move back.
Even Kadira was not clear on what he was saying. She pushed him.
It's not specific on what he stands. Look, You want to be our president?
Can I interject?
You hold on 1 minute, Zaki. You want to be our president of the people. You want to represent the people. You're looking for the vote of the people. It's the vote of the people that will get you to the presidency position. It's not those people that are going to block, but the vote of the people.
Showore is just showboating.
No, don't do what about now. We're not talking about Showore.
I know. I just want to make reference here. Even though Kwankwaso, what did he say about tackling corruption?
No, you are still doing what about? We are talking about Peter Obi.
Yes.
We have to do comparison with.
He has narrated.
He's not running on his own.
No. When we did, because we did Kwakwanso about on Friday. And by the way, everyone here, let me switch on my camera. Everyone here, please make yourself available for 6 p.m. UK time tomorrow. We're doing Atiku Abubakar next. So 6 p.m. UK time tomorrow. We're doing Atiku Abubakar next. And by the way, I will ensure that everything is running smoothly before I come on stream. But no, we're not doing what about now. He is the man in discussion at the moment. We discussed Kwakwanso in detail on Friday. We discussed Showore in detail. So now this is Peter Obi. But we're struggling to discuss Peter Obi because he's not giving us anything to discuss. Broad strokes was
it's not clear and not specific. It's dancing around his answers, and you don't want us to hold him responsible for not answering, for not being specific on what you're going to do for us when you get to the position of presidency.
He has told you what he's going to do. He did tell you what he's going to do.
What is not detailed about saying that I'm going to concentrate in the front and not look back? If you want to criticize that, but that is his own stand. That is the stand.
How does that sound to you? How does that sound to you?
No, you can criticize it. But
Hold on. How does that sound to you in response to the question of that student that what are you going to do about those people that be stealing our money? And you said,
even went
I'm not going to hold on. I'm not going to look back. I am looking forward.
Yeah.
How does that sound to you?
Stand?
So can I tell you how it sounds to me? What I understood from that?
Just dancing to the right, to the left.
Can
I going to follow the rule of law. He just said that so that you those of you that are his supporter can still have something to talk about for his defense.
Okay, wait.
But he rounded up his answer by saying, "I'm not looking backward. I am moving forward."
Exactly. He's telling you that his priority.
That tell me he's not going to fight corruption.
Oh no!
Continue on the status quo. Okay. That is what he's telling us right now.
No. He already told you that under his watch that nobody will take ₦1. He already told you that under his watch, if anybody take ₦1, you understand what I'm saying? He already made his watch clear. His own stand on corruption. He's not saying maybe a few people will take a few and all that. He said nobody will take ₦1. And he now address what about the one that happened before him? He now said in the one that happened before him, that's not his priority. But then they're going to follow rule of law, and then he's not. I'm coming, and then he's not going to witch hunt, and then he's not going to use vindictiveness, and then he's going to negotiate.
Hold on.
To return the money back.
Hold on, please hold on. Where is the deterrent in that statement? Where is the deterrent?
What did you say?
Where is the deterrent?
The deterrent, let me answer you where the deterrent is.
Statement.
Now, when he said that nobody is going to take... I
want to add also, where is the deterrent and where is crime and punishment in that statement? Where is crime and punishment?
Let me answer you. Now, when he addressed his own government, he said, under my watch, nobody will take ₦1. And I'll put a corruption policy forward that if you take ₦1, this is what will happen to you. And that's when Kadira said, okay, but you have to take it to National Assembly. He said, yes, I'm going to National Assembly. I'll tell them that anybody that takes ₦1 under my watch, this is what will happen to them. He was very clear on that. And then when he now talked about the one that happened before him, which he said is not really his priority, but then they're going to follow rule of law and then do investigations. He said proper investigation, not witch hunting.
That's what he said.
That you said that this is an investigation and it is clear, and if it's either that his priority in that aspect also is not throwing the whole Nigeria into jail, but then he will even focus more on recovering those monies. He was. I mean, what
No, we
else?
listen to what they
You guys
did,
probably
guys.
want this guy to kill
I'm a little bit
himself.
surprised, you know. I mean, did we listen to the same thing?
No, we did listen to the same thing,
Yeah,
but
I
maybe
think,
we
I
heard
feel
it
You guys want him to
differently.
kill himself
we
because
just
he's
took
Peter
like a
Obi. I
piece
don't
of it where he
understand.
said, I'm not going to look backwards, I'm
He
going to
was
look
clear.
forward, and then just ignore everything else. He extended what he said, and what he said, which you may not like what he said, which is you're entitled to that, you know. But you know, the voters will
I'm not,
decide.
but I am not bothered
So
about his answer on corruption. If he doesn't look back, fine. He doesn't want to look back.
yeah,
I
but
mean, no
next time if you
deterrent,
vote for
fine.
him, vote for him.
But
So what is
but there are many areas because immediately after he talked about that corruption, then they got into a conversation. He said he will put a new law. Kadira was like, "How are you going to put a new law? It's the legislative that do it." He said, "Don't worry, go to Anambra or something." And then there was one part that I caught. He said he's not owing pension or gratuity. If anything comes out, let me know and I will stop.
Yes.
So I mean, he said I will stop campaigning, but on this platform, wait, on this platform, they're owing Water Corporation or something pension water board till date. So he lied there.
No, that's wrong, man.
What do you mean is wrong?
So he just said,
it was actually Soludo that settled it.
Soludo is the one settling it now.
The court pronouncement came.
All this allegation stuff. You guys are talking stuff now.
All
Can
right.
the water board come out and say like, hey, you know, Obi, you are lying, you know, say you owe us or whatever, so you can
Well,
stop.
they've said so. They've said
Why
so.
not?
Hold on, gentlemen. We have.
You guys always bring allegations. Somebody said this one said that.
All right.
There's no real proof.
And one man, for people saying that Obiano said he didn't leak money, he challenged Obiano frontally on this interview. He challenged Obiano to come out in public and say that he did not do that.
Oh God! Sorry, gentlemen. Just rules of engagement. We can, if more than one voice is talking, nobody is really hearing you. You may think they can hear your own voice because it's making the greater point, but nobody is really hearing it. But the voice that we must hear, of course, the mighty Mr. Gomez. So, Alexander, you make your cameo appearance again.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Peter Obi, he's beloved. His followers, obedience, they love him. I thoroughly enjoyed the interview. I did. But the word I think everyone is looking for, I think, is he was superficial in his answers. He wasn't thorough. You know, sometimes I get the impression Peter Obi don't know how complex and divided Nigeria is as a nation. You know, he's coming in as a president, not as a governor. And he needs to stop referring to go and check what I did in Anambra when he's talking about Nigeria. Anambra is not Nigeria. Nigeria is a totally different plural society. So he needs to stop saying that. He has, I think, like I said in my super chart, I think that he has an idea of what he wants to do, but he doesn't have the words to put them in proper perspective. I don't think he's intentionally going out to answer questions superficially, but I just think because of his articulation style or lack of it, that's why he comes across like that. I thought that was the best interview I've seen Peter Obi in a very long time. But then, according to Ajale Koko, I noticed also that Kadira let him get away with murder. She wasn't as pushy as she normally is, and consequently treated him with kids' gloves. So he was able to answer questions, and in answering questions, he came across sometimes shallow in his answers. But from my perspective, I'll give him a 7 out of 10. He tried his best to put forward his agenda and the way he's going to take the Nigeria of today to the next level. Are those answers good enough? If you're very educated and you understand complex scenarios and be able to deal with them, maybe in your workplace, or maybe you're lucky enough to know people in that kind of situation, you come to the realization that no, this answer is simply not good enough. But let's give him his kudos. He did it to the very best of his ability, in my opinion. Maybe his ability does not reach the high standard of a Kolata or one man or whoever is not an obedient per se. That's neither here nor there.
Did he reach your standards, Alexander?
No, he did not. No, he did not. He did not reach my standards. No, but he reached the standards that he could reach based on his ability. You know, Nigeria is a very Nigeria is a very complex society, and the level of corruption and the mutums and the people controlling that country are too powerful for you to want to do and undo. I heard, let me say this in passing. I heard, what's this guy's name? He said it perfectly. I've never heard anyone say that before. He said as a 10-year-old boy, he heard Awolowo was pointing fingers.
That was
Tiger, yes. Yeah. And that was the reason why he didn't win the elections, because he was going to go after the people that were stealing the money at the time. And Obasanjo obviously was a key figure in that scenario, and they deliberately waived it to give it to somebody because they wanted somebody to cover their tracks. So Peter Obi, I'll give him a 7 out of 10. My main problem with Peter Obi is I told some of his very important people here in America, but the elections is only less than 100 days away. So how much can he do? But his articulation is really below par for a college graduate.
Yes, and also you say the elections are less than 100 days away, probably around about 95, 96 days away. But the level of preparedness that you or otherwise of that interview, does that imbue you with confidence? Does that inspire? Are you confident? Are you inspired by? Are you confident?
No, I'm not, because people are trying to. I heard Irene today saying on another platform that we shouldn't expect godlike results from Obi. That Obi will go there and prepare the template for the next president to come take it to where it's supposed to be. So they really are trying to downplay what they think that he might be able to achieve as the president of Nigeria 2023 if he wins the elections. The country is in a terrible state right now. Very, very bad state. And it would take, I feel sorry for the next president, because it would take a genius, and I know Peter Obi is far from a genius. It would take a genius like a Soludo and people of that mind to maybe take us a little bit to a better place than we are right now. But I'm looking at a time frame of 10 years to get to where we were 20 years ago. You know, it's that bad. If people from other countries and governments steal money like we're still in Nigeria, it's amazing. I mean, look at the money they're talking about. Look at what this man was able to do, Wike, with maybe 150 billion naira that was gotten from the trust fund as a derivative. Look at what he's been able to do. So
all those projects were built within a year.
Yeah, and not only that, Aja, the most important thing that people are not picking up, he didn't use a mushroom construction company. He used Julius Berger.
Julius Berger.
Yes, he didn't use local companies. So you got the best construction company in Nigeria commissioned to take care of key projects, and they did everything in a year. So if we can channel the money stolen, we can get our country to be wherever we want to get out. It's just the level of corruption. And is Peter Obi equal to the task? He's equal to the task in certain manner, but I really don't think he has the wherewithal to be the president of Nigeria now. Maybe in another 4 years, maybe. But right now, it's let me say this before I go. The key question, the answer to your question, one man, is watch Atiku, who is a seasoned and an extremely educated man. Watch his answers tomorrow, and watch his performance tomorrow, and compare with what Obi did today, and then that would answer your question, because you expect a stellar performance because of his experience, because of his exposure, and because of his education from Atiku tomorrow. Does it mean he's going to win? He's not going to win. Atiku is not going to win. Obi has destroyed Atiku's presidential ambition forever. Atiku is a spent force, but he comes with a lot of experience and a lot of wherewithal, and that we will see tomorrow. So, one man, thanks for having me. Let me let you continue with your show. Yeah. Hello, is anyone there?
Yes, I can hear you. But I don't know if the rest
Okay.
We can hear you, Mr. Gomez.
Yes.
Yeah, can I say something on what you just touched on?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I think you are underrated. I hate when people come. Not you. I don't hate you. I love you anyway, because I don't know. It's your name. It's your nickname, Pele, before. Because you look like someone used to know in Lagos. Maybe not you.
No.
You look like.
I think I left Lagos. Maybe you were a 2-year or 3-year-old child when I left.
Okay, because there's someone we used to call Egmont Pele. So those days we used to play football. I mean, he was a bit mature than us those days. So but it's not good to come around or be down here, because it will not take a genius person to fix Nigeria.
I'm not running.
Not someone like it doesn't. Sorry, sir. Sorry to interject.
No, go ahead.
It doesn't need a Soludo. It doesn't need a Soludo to fix Nigeria. What you need to fix.
You do need someone with the. You do. Hold on, Tiger. You do need, with due respect, no matter how you see it in the Southeast, because of what he said about Soludo, you do need someone with the capacity of a Soludo.
No, Mr. Gomez, can you fix? Yeah. Okay, let me give you Lagos State. Yeah, can you fix Lagos State as governor, as you are, the experience you have? Can you fix Lagos State? You can, because like we pointed out here, I said one man, Kulata, and the rest of the people here, they have vision, they have idea. And because you base abroad now, you're able to vision how things are done properly. What I think Nigeria needs is, you need someone with can-do attitude, love of the people, not corrupt, right? Someone who work hard, and have a vision. That's it. All you need. It's not magic touch.
No,
I'm telling you, it's not magic touch.
It's not as easy. It's not as easy as
because
let me give you a scenario. You had and I'm not saying this is applicable to George Bush, because George Bush Jr. was someone I have a lot of love for. Look at George Bush Jr. and look at Obama. So they both ran as presidents of the most powerful country in the world.
But George Bush
let me finish. Look at what George Bush did to America, and look at where Obama took the country to when it came to America. There were even companies in America that were called too big to fail, and this man came because of the capacity. He was able to take it. He could have done more if Congress allowed him to. But a lot of things he did was by executive. So it's not as easy as saying that Alexander Ade Gomez can go into Lagos State and take it to. I don't think it's as easy as that.
I can. If maybe you can't, I can. Because why? I know how things work here.
Then you're much more intelligent than I am.
No. It's not by Mr. Gomez. It's not by intelligence. To be honest, right? You know, when we are going through challenges in our life, yeah, we know how to go about that problem. But what stops us facing that square problem and defeating those problems, that we haven't got the strength to go about that problem. We know how to solve problems. If I'm going through challenges now, I listen to people how they solve their challenges. But if I'm ready not to do anything, then my problem will still be there with me. That's the challenge Nigerians know. Buhari know if he implements certain situations, policy, which he failed to do, Nigeria will be good.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Forget about corruption. Forget about the whole shenanigan that people talk about. Do you think what's his name, Obi, can do a much better job than Atiku as president of Nigeria?
Yes, he can do, because why? Obi loves people. Obi loves the people, and he shows concern for the people, right? Atiku doesn't have that. Atiku, like I said, he will implement policy that will benefit
Sorry, Tiger. Do you think that is what is required?
No, it's
loving people.
No, it's not. It's not only that. You must have. Hold on. Who, I don't know who's laughing. Is that Mr. Jalekoko? You must have vision. And what seems to happen is that most politicians, the visions they have.
Hold on. I beg your pardon, Tiger. But you know, some of the best leaders, one of the best prime ministers are probably Alexander Gomez's favorite, because he's always sending me clips of her. Margaret Thatcher in this country. He never loved the people. She never was she was just high up there and looking down. But
the second best prime minister we ever had after Winston Churchill.
Okay, but yeah,
you live here, so
yes,
this is the reference point.
What I mean is that Margaret Thatcher won the best for the country, not just to sow that asset. What Margaret Thatcher did during her time here, all the council houses.
Was that not selling assets?
No, hold on. It benefited people, even though a working class person benefited from that. That's what why people had the assets today.
Right.
Capital asset.
But it stunned me somewhat that you are using the love of the people as a measure of
No. What I mean is that
if he lost the people or not.
No, if
the problem with Obi is that its vision for that country is not clear to the people. By listening to his interview, his vision is not clear.
The problem,
your vision is not clear, you won't be able to
the
put
reason
together.
why his vision, the reason why his vision is not clear to you or to a lot of people is because he's not articulating it properly, because he doesn't have the vocabulary. It doesn't mean he doesn't know what he wants to do, but it's not clear because he's not using the right words. That's all it is. When you see Kolata come over here, or you say enigmatic, they go ta, 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 because they have the language to express themselves. Do you know what I'm saying?
Alexander, can I add to what you just said?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, in addition to that, I don't think that is the 100% of it. I think, again, we also have to look at the part of the country Obi is coming from, which is Southeast. Now, I said to somebody yesterday that if another less diplomatic person or less intelligent in terms of wisdom, wisdom is not taught in the classroom. Now, if a less person with a less wisdom or less diplomacy,
Soludo doesn't have wisdom. Go ahead.
So if a less person with a less wisdom or less diplomacy that from the Southeast runs for president, by now they would have been boxed to one tight corner, or they would have dropped from the race, because simply from the Southeast alone is like sitting on egg. We are walking on eggshell. You have to be so diplomatic with words. You have to be so smart in terms of wisdom to be able to navigate through without letting any part of this country box you down before the election day. And
you might be true. You might be right about that.
So that might
I don't disagree with you as well.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to comment. I wouldn't want to comment on that, but you might be right because you're an Igbo man and I'm not an Igbo man, so you know what you're talking about.
I want to respectfully disagree, because
go ahead.
Telling us specifics doesn't need grammar. If Wiki wants to communicate to us to tell us exactly how he's going to do something, Wiki will communicate it in the most Agberoic-like language, and we will get it. For example, they're telling you consumption to production. What are the specifics? I'm going to do the right thing. Kadira kept pressing, just tell us something, until Kadira went to talk about what Buhari is doing. Then Obi now grabbed it and said, yes, we'll do it better. We'll now use Bank of Industry. You could just tell us, okay, I will provide loan. Then people can go to farm. We will do this. We will go and cut grass. We will borrow loan, or people. I mean, just It doesn't require English language.
But Kulata, he has been talking about Bank of Industry, like he has talked about it over a million times.
Kulata, let me
Hold on.
make this statement. You see,
Yes.
this guy is not prepared for this job. That is number one.
And that was quite clear, wasn't it,
Yes,
Ajale Koko, from what we heard? Yeah.
Yes, he's not prepared for this job. He just jumped into this in pursuance of this ambition hurriedly, because when he saw that he couldn't have this thing in PDP, he is not prepared for the job. And that is why you see him never started, chanting that he want to be president, long ago, until when they are preparing for it. He's not prepared for it. So he doesn't have a documented...
Ajale Koko, how do you convince the average obedient that he's not prepared enough for the job? How do you convince the average obedient?
They are too far gone.
No, they will not agree with me.
They are too far gone.
Yeah, that is why somebody that is prepared, so he is not prepared for the job. He hardly jump into it. At least he jump into it in anticipation that Atiku could land him in that vice president position as well as they did the last time. So he has not sat down, work on his vision for the country. So he's finding himself in a situation.
Ajale Koko, just to add, that Peter Obi's vision for the country is only 6 months old.
That is it.
Yeah.
No, can I interject?
Can you hold on, please? You get your chance.
If you listen to Shore, you can get his vision clearly on how he wants to direct the country if he becomes the president. On every issue, he had his vision, his plan very clear. You could disagree with it. You could say, "Oh, I don't want it," but it's very clear. But this guy is not prepared for this thing. That is why he could not articulate his plan well to us, to know where he stands on the issue. That's why you see him parabolating from
because the ideas are not fully formed. Because
they're not fleshed out. Exactly.
Because he's just new into the idea that he could be president just 4 or 5 months ago. That's all.
And you cannot see any difference.
Peter Obi has no gift of the gab. See, that's the thing. He has no gift of the gab. So he has no gift of the gab. He has no gift of the gab, but he has can-do attitude. He has can-do attitude.
Hold on, Tiger. Let people be critical of Peter Obi. You must.
I will. I know.
Take the criticism, but you get your right to reply.
When you compare his plan with that of Atiku, you don't see any difference. And
copy and paste, Abby. Copy and paste.
His plan is clearly a contradiction to what the Labour Party stand for. So he's just struggling.
You have come back again to Labour Party ideology again.
No.
Why are you focusing on ideology?
Look. We
know. Let me
Nigeria are not driven by ideology.
All right, gentlemen. Let's just have a couple more words from Alexander Gomez, who doesn't spend all the time. Go on.
So at the end of the day, the final analysis from my perspective, I still say that, like Tiger said, it doesn't have the gift of the gab. I think that's what it is essentially. I think if I say this, I might insult his person. That's the one thing I don't want to, because I have a lot of respect for the guy, because he really wants to take us from where he thinks we are to another level. But the job is just way too big, and he's underestimating what he has when he gets into government, if he does finally get there. But the only reason I've watched him, I've watched over 200 hours of video on Peter Obi, and I still think that his problem is articulation. I think he just doesn't have a wonderful control of the English language, and that's what's coming across when he says this. He has it in his head, but he doesn't know how to put it into words. I guess if he spoke Igbo, you'll see that he will flow much more, and then he'll be able to express himself freely. So that's the way I see it, but that's my opinion. Thank you, Woma. Thanks for having me.
All right. So talk about damning with faint praise. Peter Obi is semi-illiterate, according to Alexander
No. You
Gomez.
see,
So yeah, back to you, Saki.
Can I interject, please?
Sorry, I beg your pardon, Saki. I do beg your pardon, but let's hear from engineer who has been quiet. Engineer, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Waman.
Yes.
The truth from my own perspective is I just want to just analyze something here regarding Mr. Obi and his vice. I just wonder when, if question has been thrown to him, he always said, "Go and see my state. Go and see my state." If today that kind of words, "Go and see my state," is not coming out, or "Go and see what I've done in my state," what kind of answers will he give? That's one. Two, you see, I give him credit for that, but out of 10 questions, he should have, even though, give that kind of simple answer to convince people. But in terms of answering questions, he always use his own state. So those are the things that bothers me a lot when it comes to that. Because when you're presenting yourself as a Nigerian, let's say a presidential candidate, you have to touch every part of Nigeria. You have to explain things to people. You have to make people understand that, yes, this is what I'm here for and this is what I'm going to deliver. But if he keeps saying, "Go and check my state, go and check my state," it's a bit kind of not too good to me. So those are just my worries.
All right, brilliant, engineer. So back to you, Saki. So Saki, run that space off quickly. Before we had the intermission, I was asking you if there was anything at all that you were critical of in that event, in that interaction, but you were struggling to find anything that you could criticize on the yeah.
On the whole, Obi did well, on the whole. So I don't see these unnecessary things people are saying. I'm just laughing, Now, Ajanle Kuka has started talking about political ideologies of political parties in Nigeria. I just want you to see Nigerian politics as
cash and
a
carry
vehicle to presidency. No. Vehicle to political parties in Nigeria are mere vehicles to presidency. There is no political party in Nigeria that is actually driven by ideology or ideological stance.
AAC is one. It
No.
half is ideology, and they make it clear it's a democratic socialist party. I mean, everything is well defined in their manifesto.
I'm not talking about what is defined.
That's lip service.
I'm not talking about what is defined on paper. I'm not talking about what is defined.
All right, Adanle Koko, let Saki bring it in so I can. I don't think he's ever going to. He's not able to find something that wasn't up to par.
That's false. I wanted to respond to what engineer said.
Right.
That Itobi keeps using example.
That's false.
Of his state. No. Let's even accept that he gives that example. When you go to a company for job, you have to talk about what you've done before. You have to convince the company, I have actually done a job of this nature. This is what I was able to do. There must be a reference point. If Tinubu comes out today, he will be able to say, in Lagos, this is what I did. If Atiku is able to come out today, he will be able to say, during our time in 1999, this is what I did. You must tell Nigerians by every means possible. You must prove to Nigerians that you have experience in this field. You have done this before. This is what you've done with the little you had. So I think there is nothing wrong in that. There is nothing wrong in that. Then finally, I've had people saying that Atiku will be very good in presentation maybe tomorrow, you know, I will say that there are certain things we actually do, and that is unconscious. It is unconscious. For instance, one man I've heard you in the past say that Atiku looks more presidential. So this perception you already have about the outlook of Atiku will naturally, gravitate you towards paying deeper attention to listen to even details of what he's saying.
But Saki, today,
I'm giving an instance.
no, but Saki, no, let me make a 5-second point. Today, Obi's style was on point. Based on style, I think the only thing we're questioning is substance. His style is fine. His style today was fine. For people that don't pay attention to details, people that are not as fastidious as
very
us.
substantial in everything.
Yeah. But the substance of what he's saying that we have issues with, not his style.
For instance, when Ajale Koko was accusing him that he didn't answer anything on corruption, the way he answered corruption was quite wrong. And I even started telling Ajale Koko, this is what he actually answered. I was able to even find out that Ajale Koko didn't even know that he answered this. He even said this, which means he didn't even pay rapt attention to the discussions or what he was saying. So I'm telling you that this is things we do unconsciously. There are people that are naturally appealing to people who somebody like Atiku appeals presidentially to the extent that those people will sit down, articulately want to listen to him, and then say, oh, this is my president. He looks presidential. So there are people who might not want to pay rapt attention to even every bit of what P2B is saying. They will think, oh, this guy is really talking gibberish. They will just take surface of what they want to take and go. So that is wrong. Let's give people fair hearing before making certain criticisms.
The thing is, perception is 99% of reality. I'm sure you've heard that phrase.
In philosophy.
Hold on. Perception is 99% of reality.
Yes.
But just as Kulata countered, Peter Obi, he was actually he was the alpha in that space. Even though, and we're not even going to say about his voice, we're already used to that voice. He was the alpha in that space. So it wasn't even though he didn't carry with substance, but the substance was not in the content, is the thing. And you have to consider that, because even I think Eddie considered that.
One man, when Clayton started telling you the way P2B answered the corruption case, I remembered what you said. You immediately say, oh, maybe we had different things.
No, that wasn't what I said.
I think
no. What I said was that he pulled together from the varying answers that he had given to different species, and then convert it into a coherence for that particular question.
No. That was the way of Plato answered it was exactly
what I said was exactly what he said. I have my laptop here. I'm playing the video.
That was exactly what he said. So what it means is that you guys didn't even pay rapt attention to even hear what he said, and you guys were like trying to
bifurcate Saki. I don't have a issue with his corruption answer at all. If he doesn't want to go back in the past, that's his prerogative. I don't have an issue with this. So let's bifurcate. Adande Koko has a moral. I mean, it's not like I don't have a moral ideological stance, but Adande Koko is more holy in that stance than maybe for me. Me, I don't care if you don't look in the past, because I feel it's going to be wasted effort. You may not get anything. But Adande Koko wants principled stance. He's more principled, and he felt it was lacking. And yes, it's lacking because there's no deterrent. If you say, okay, you can get away with it, then Malami will just continue swallowing as they swallow, because Peter Obi is not going to change.
Okay, Saki, finally, but very, very, very briefly, because we have so many people still, would you say there was any depth to what we heard from Peter Obi today? Was there any depth to it?
Was there any depth?
Yes.
Of course, in a 1 hour interview, you can't have people to exhaust any of the answers. For instance, if you ask me something about corruption here, and you give me 2 hours, I can give you 3 hours lecture on how to fight corruption. You know. So, but if you give me like 5 minutes, you don't expect me to give you that 3 hours lecture in 5 minutes.
All right. You didn't have enough time to be deep. All right. Thank you, Saki. Stay with us for as long, because we'll still do the round off in the end, where you get a full monologue to really. But let's go on from you, Saki. And I think you especially wanted to make the point, Kulata, because of course I've warned people severally not to query Kulata on this platform, because Kulata, of course, the man with the data. So you queried him, and very quickly he's brought out the data. And you were talking about the gratuity that Peter Obi did not pay. I think it was actually Eddie that was challenging him on that. And swift as flash, Kulata provides the data. So that's the data right there on your screen. 20 years unpaid gratuity. We are happy with Soludo's plans. So this is the pensioners. Pensioners in Anambra have expressed happiness with the plan of Governor Chukwuma Soludo's administration to defray the gratuity arrears owed them since the regime of former Governor Mbano Dunuju. So I think this actually predates. I'm not quite sure what point you landed here, Kulata, because it wasn't actually.
So Obi said he cleared every pension and arrears when he was leaving. That if you find anything, you should go back to him and he will drop out of the race. So there's evidence that Soludo is dealing with a 20-year problem. And then I sent another link, 2014, when those guys were dealing with Obi. So however you want it, if you want current state, and if you want 2014, I've given you both. So whoever thinks I lie or I'm lying, anyway, no.
So is this the window to step Obi down? Then can we step him down with this? See if he's a man of his words.
No, people.
Another gotcha. How many gotchas against Peter Obi?
Can I ask you a question, Kolata?
Sir,
there is something I want you to search on Vanguard. In Anambra State, Vanguard paper that will say that Obi drove out Hausa people from Anambra State. You can see it on Vanguard, right?
So you're calling Vanguard fake news. I think that's where you're trying to go.
No.
But this is a court case, Saki. There's a court case for this one. If one man brings the 2014 document, you will see the litigation. This was litigation. So you can't call this fake news because it's in court.
All right. So until we see the certified copy,
one man can share the 2014 article, and you will see there was litigation.
I'm not interested in what paper writes.
You want DNA? You want DNA? He wants blood proof.
Until we get it from, we see it from courts. So that is what I'm trying to say.
All right. But just as to fulfill righteousness, there it is right there. July the 18th, 2014, when Peter Obi fully occupied the Anambra State first seat, court orders Anambra government to release 1.5 billion workers' salary arrears. So there it is, and on it goes. So the one thing, if Peter we had to do it again, the one thing he would never say again is to invite people to go and verify, because they do, and they will find him wanting. But back to what we just witnessed today. Like I was asking Saki, let me ask you, Kulata, was there any depth to what you just heard? What were the strong points, the highlights, and what were the low lights? And then give us a verdict on Peter Obi's performance.
Let me start with the strong points. The style was on point. He had presence. He was in his elements. If there's any sort of public speaking he can do, I think this is the best format, where you cannot contrast him with other candidates, where he's on his own, and then where he can tell his little kind of like Ijapa stories. So I will give presence and cosmetics. I give it to him on this one, because look, most voters are not like us. Let's be real. Most voters, they sell palm wine, sell spare parts, sell pepper, those are the voters. if they watch this, they'll be impressed because it's simple byte chunk messaging, consumption to production. China is this number, that is this number. So people just hear number, China, I will do with this, that's enough. So on that, yeah, he did well. But on the actual content, because this second time around, I started drafting notes. He has a formula. He talks about the problem. He talks about one or two countries, what they did, puts a number there and says, I'll do it. Kadira pushed back to try and get specifics. He avoided specifics. I think the only area where he kind of was quite specific is the corruption one. And I was fine with this corruption answer, to be honest. I was very fine with this corruption answer. On the constitution one too, it was fine because he said he will amend the constitution. What more can you do on the constitution? The only thing you can do is just to propose amendment. It's up for you to now lobby for them to take it up. So I'm fine with that. But when it came to the stealth taxes, that was not good. When it came to consumption,
do you think he understood that question? I thought maybe
no, it did not. It did not now because the stealth tax is said by putting money supporting our youth. What they need is to put money into them. Remove. I drafted it word for word. Remove corruption. No easy money. I mean, those are the kind of things I got. So on stealth taxes, there was nothing to that. But look, there are ways you can answer a question where you at least address the question to a level of detail, a decent level of detail. And I think what Obi is struggling from is, I don't think they've helped him, because if they've drafted the manifesto for him, he can put some muscle into the points. He can elaborate a little bit. Like if they ask me what I'm going to do for brain drain, for example, I can just tell you, even if I'm BSing, I can tell you, we already have, I'll start, okay, in the technology space, we already have Oracle, Microsoft, IBM in Nigeria. I will encourage them to bring some of their outsourcing jobs. And so the people can earn dollars. From the technology side, we'll be able to earn more money. From the healthcare, I mean, you can just pick one thing or the other. Like it will show you're addressing detail, not just give a general answer. Because if I give this a little bit specifics here and there, at least that will satisfy.
You didn't just address any detail now. I hope you know.
You're breaking up. You're breaking
no
up.
layman will understand what you just said. You just confused everybody.
You're breaking up.
Sorry, carry on, Kolata.
No, I'm just, look, I will, if I'm the one saying it, I'll say it in the way a layman can relate it. I mean, it's the way we will communicate. I'll communicate like that. So I think Datti tried to rescue at some point, because Datti came in to kind of like push back against Kadira. So it shows a good working relationship, potential good working relationship between him and Datti. But I was looking at Datti's face. I think it was irritated. I don't know if it was irritated with Kadira or it was irritated with the way Obi was answering some questions that he now interjected. I go read that. So Kadira kept asking for specifics towards the end. I think she got frustrated that she wasn't getting specifics. And yeah, that was it. So on style, I'll give him an 8/10. On substance, let me not grade the substance, because there was nothing substantive in what he said. I'm tired of hearing.
Sorry, 0 is a grade too. 0 is a score.
No, I'm not going to say 0 now. No, how about now? No, I'll just say average. Because it's all the recycled China, Indonesia. Use China, Indonesia, maybe Vietnam. Put some number here. Then say I'll do it in Nigeria. And then they ask him a question. Then say, I did this in Anambra. What is the specific of what you did in Anambra? Oh, I did MDG. Yeah, it's not there for me.
Kolata, do you want to put a number to that average?
Average. I will be there. 4.5. Let's just leave it. Let's just leave it as average. Anytime you want to grade obedience the way you really want to grade him, they just get emotional and start calling you that you hate both. Like all these things, like it doesn't make sense to me. Not me. Wow, allow. Okay,
let me ask you this. On the I'm going to, because hopefully you listen to it, contrary to what Saki may have suggested to all of us. Hopefully you listen to it with some level of attention. So I want to ask you specifically in that area of insecurity. How did you? I suspect you may not especially have been enamored by his response. So just speak a little bit to that space, but then in contrast, for balance, speak to where you feel he was at the most strongest. So speak to the insecurity.
The insecurity, from this insecurity, that was an absent answer. He didn't answer anything. He didn't try to address something. It's not, look, what is really making me mad is, at the end of the day, if you release a manifesto, you still have to write something on security. So whatever you're going to write in that manifesto, why don't you just tell us now? Because the manifesto will be public. And then whatever you're going to say is just going to be exactly what's in the manifesto. So what is the secret that you have to hide from people that you still have to document something in the manifesto? So that was my beef. Like, come on now, you're still going to talk about this in your manifesto. Then whatever you're going to say in your manifesto, just say it now. I mean, if you say I'm going to hire forest guards, okay, what is that going to do to the security situation? I'm going to hire forest guard, or I'm going to do state police, or I'm going to improve intelligence. Just put the boilerplate, just put boilerplate stuff in there. Fine, but don't say, oh no, I don't want to do so they don't know what I'm thinking. Whatever you're thinking is operational, is tactical. When am I going to go take clergy? Is it at night? Is it this? How are we going to take it? Are we going to do both aerial operation and ground? I mean, combined with ground operation? Who is our intelligence? Who are our intelligence assets? Those are the things that are proprietary that nobody should know. Not whether you want to increase the size of the military or you want to increase the size of the forces of intelligence unit. Like, it's crazy.
And that was the most disappointing for me. Yeah, but
as this guy released his manifesto, even
no,
three months today.
How does that sound to all of us here? Somebody that wants to be president in 3 months doesn't have manifesto for the people and is campaigning and is talking everywhere. Does that show any sign of seriousness from him? I mean,
it doesn't show. It shows lack of preparedness.
What is wrong with us?
Okay, that was where I was going to take you to, because I was actually going to go off the back of what Ajanle Koko said earlier, but which I have somewhat reiterated now, but just condensed a little bit. Ajanle Koko was saying that as a potential, Peter Obi not yet fully formed. For reasons that the concept of being president is totally new to him, you know. So he's not even have the chance to form thought around the prospects. 3-4 months to suddenly consider that you want to be a president, and was that what we saw play out? It's just not yet fully formed yet as a potential.
Yes, and you can see it actually play out on the panel, because if you want to think of what is Peter Obi's policy prescription or his policy position, Saki Father will say, go and listen to this interview, that interview, that interview, and string everything together. Shebi, you just document everything and give us in a manifesto, and then we can read, and then we can make judgment. But you send me to one interview, you said one thing, then in another interview, you said something else, then we're supposed to stick it to that. Be fair on us now, even though we like politics. Some of us use our spare time to kind of research this thing, but it's not fair to the general public. So I think in his own interest, he needs to release that manifesto like quickly. Since Labour Party released it and then he retracted it, I think they need to go and release that thing.
He has no longer than the end of this week to release a manifesto. No longer than the end of this week.
I mean, it's 90 days to the election, right? Yes, that's 3 months, roughly 3 months. So
because
I think
we have to read it, understand it, interrogate it all within 3 months.
Well, I mean, the only thing is, if whatever is been saying.
One man, have you finished reading APC manifesto?
But my data specialist has condensed it into digestible bites.
Have you finished reading that on Kwankwa, so 150 pages?
My data analyst has condensed it into digestible size.
Did you read Kwankwa's manifesto? 150 pages.
I've not touched Kwankwa's zone. I'll touch. I'm up. I mean, I'll read it this week. I have some free time this week.
He's looking for Obi.
Read 150 pages. Of course, I want to read Obi. Look. I'm not going to deny it. There's nothing wrong for Obi to be president. He's a southerner, like he needs to rotate. So in all interest, someone if he makes it, it's fine. If Tinubu makes it, it's fine by me. If Atiku makes it too, it's not. I mean, it's no biggie. But I'll rather have it come to the south for fairness. But this guy is not serious now. You can't not have a manifesto 3 months to election.
Can you, if I tell you, like, if I want offer to tell you the reason why the manifesto is not out, will you be willing to listen to me?
I will listen to you. I'm fair if you make it snappy.
Yes, please.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, but like you said, just condense it, not a long. Yeah, go on.
I've said it before in my private distance. So this is what Obi did when he declared to run for president under Labour Party. He began going to meet geopolitical zones. He started from the Northern Elders Forum. He met with the Harnesses, he met with the Afenifere, he met with the Middle Belt guys, and he met with the South guys. So when he went there, what he gave all of them an assignment. Even Datti, people who don't know, Datti was chosen by Northern Elders Forum. It was chosen by Northern Elite, not Obi. Okay, so he gave them assignment and said, everybody provide me with a charter of demands in terms of your region. So you have a couple of weeks, get me a charter of demands that is tailored to your region and submit to me. So those charter of demands comes from 6 geopolitical zones. Then Obi has his own manifesto. And someone that came to the platform to say Obi was not prepared to be president. I've been following Obi since 2011. Obi started nurturing presidential ambition from 2015 when he started touring 31 countries to start collecting data.
So why don't we have the manifesto?
I'm coming now. Wait now. Can I land? So he started he toured 31 countries in terms of not all countries. He was looking for countries that had similar problems with us. Similar that are under similar development level with us and all of that. So that's by the way. Now Obi has his own manifesto. So what Obi did is he constituted what he called integration committee. So he does not have a manifesto committee of maybe a team of economists like Atiku did that gathered and wrote something that he's not aware of. Now Obi has his own manifesto that he learned by what he called comparative analysis of 31 countries, which he has done over 10 years time. Now what he did is that is supposed to be his normal manifesto, just call economists to put more fancy words to it. But he said that his manifesto is only going to comprise only 40% of the manifesto. Because when he entered Labour Party, now he had to do the geopolitical zone thing. And then he gave 40% of the manifesto to himself, which he provided. He gave 10 to Datti. Datti provided 10% of the manifesto. He gave 10% of the manifesto to NLC and TUC Charter of Demands. He gave 10% to the Labour Party manifesto. And then the remaining 40% it was condensed from those six charters of demand from the 6 geopolitical zones. That was why he was having those countless meetings with those elders in all of those zones. And that's why it's now seeming like all of the geopolitical, cultural groups and everybody supporting Obi. They didn't just come with that. Those are series of conversations and consultations he did. Now, what he did now is he gathered all the charters of demands, and then he provided an integration committee, which he selected from his shadow cabinet. And I've had this discussion privately with Ovi. He has a shadow cabinet down. So anybody telling me Obi is not serious to be president, if you know what this guy is doing behind, you will know that he probably thinks that he's already president. Now he formed the committee from his shadow cabinet, and that committee is integration committee. So to integrate all these charters into one document, which is a big task, a document that will be very fluent and all of that, which is what he's doing. He doesn't want to just put out a manifesto of some bunch of Harvard economists. He wants to put a manifesto that will be as realistic as possible, that it will carry the demands of Nigerians, both in the north and in the south.
Three months from the
All right, I'm done.
Thank you.
Perfect.
But I actually have a date for the because I have a date for the release of
Perfect.
if it to you too.
That's a good one.
All right, and be careful, look at that, what we hear on this platform. I have a date for the release of Peter Obi's manifesto, because like you know, I have sources everywhere. The 24th of February 2023. So that's the date So no, just before you go into the polling booth, they will get the 24th of February, 2023. So that is the date for Peter Obi's manifesto. But I thank you, Kulata. Stay with us for just for as long as you can.
Oh, I didn't round. I wanted to round up, but anyway.
Yeah.
What
Go.
was I going to say?
Round up. Yes.
I've actually lost my train of thought.
Yeah,
But,
give us a
What was I saying?
Land with a score. You were on the insecurity space, which you were not especially impressed by.
So that's the worst part.
Yes, I asked you for counterweight to give us a positive as well. Yeah.
Well, the positive, even though Ajani Koko will hate me for this, is the corruption. I think it's been consistent with that since 2019 with Atiku. That was Atiku's stance. And I think he just needs to finesse it. Like, okay, maybe I cannot go after this from litigation perspective because it's just, you're going to go and stay in court forever and you won't get anything. So maybe a better answer will be he should look for a way to attract money back, like give them investment opportunities. It's unfair, but at least you get the money. So I think that was his best part because of his ideology. It was ideological, consistent with what he's been saying in 2019. So from a standpoint of presentation, style, 8, substance, 5.
All right, thank you, Kulata. And in all fairness to Peter Obi, that idea that you would just try and negotiate what you can get back from the corruption space is not controversial or novel. Because that was what Obasanjo did as well. Because the litigation to get the money, the world will come to an end before somebody that's stolen $7 billion, you want to get it back.
You will never get it back.
All the best lawyers on the planet, they will tie you up in knots, and you'll be the guy. The generations will go, you'll still be in court. So you just have to negotiate what you can. That's why they had to negotiate with Abacha eventually. Yes, it was right in that space. Probably from Atiku what he learned. Thank you, Kulata. I was going to go to Ajanle Koko next, but Ajanle Koko, as you know, we like to acknowledge new voices as they turn up, just to document what their politics is. And we have a chap called Samuel joining us for what I suspect the first time. So let's just go quickly to him and see what he made of the Obi space. But before I even go to Samuel, matters administrative, the super chats that have been coming in, of course, Alexander Gomez comes in. He says, this is Peter Obi's finest interview. Calm, well prepared, and assuring. So there it is. And then Simon Unyagboje. If somebody is sick, please advise me on how to pronounce that name. Simon Unyagboje. He encourages you to like, share, and subscribe. So please do that as directed. Simon is even paying you to do that. And he didn't pay you one, he paid you twice. This is not the same one. So that's one and that's two. So he's paying you to subscribe. So make sure you are doing that because now he's put money behind it. So Desmond comes in. So Desmond, you usually see on the screen, not able to join us, but joins us via Super Chat, obediently useful. So obediently useful. Well, we know his politics anyway. Alexander Gomez comes back. Saki, Peter Obi's articulation, not his strongest trait. As a matter of fact, his simplicity and empathetic characteristics are. He just doesn't have the vocabulary. So he just doesn't have the vocabulary. And that it might well be a fair comment and not necessarily a criticism. That might well be a strength because that man of the people sort of politics is what really resonates with the everyday person who is the real voter. It's not people like you and I who regale in lofty words, but the man on the street, that how much is it? That is why he likes to label, I am a trader, I am a trader. So there it is right there. Articulation and not his strongest suit. So thank you for that super chat, Alexander Gomez. Desmond continues to rival Alexander Gomez in this instance with the super chat. Peter Obi is a trader. I don't know why you guys want him to start speaking grammar, and it somewhat condenses what I just said in a short, succinct super chat. So thank you for the super chatters. Was hoping to report the buy the coffee thing, but it looks as though today we lose 100% thing, which was a good enough run. But then, of course, we've still not yet lost it, but it's not looking like we're going to maintain that 100% score. But still with the conversation and to the conversation and to Michael, who not Michael, but Samuel, who joins us for the first time, eager to speak about Peter Obi, I suspect. So good to have you, Samuel. So to that space there, you heard the interview. Peter Obi then, how did it present to you? What were your takeaways? What were the strengths and weaknesses? And what is your final score for his performance? So Peter Obi, he presents, you score. Samuel, that's your cue to speak. Samuel?
He should unmute himself.
No, he's unmuted. I can
Hello?
hear.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. We are all here in rapt
Hello?
attention.
Good evening,
Yeah,
everybody.
yeah, good to have you.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me, Samuel? I can hear
Okay.
I can hear
Please,
myself in
maybe
the
you just have
background.
to bear with me a little bit. It seems like my internet is lagging a little bit, so I'll flow and then you follow me.
We can hear you loud. We can hear you clearly.
Yeah, fluidly. You are quite fluent. So just if you can hear what I've put to you, just go to it, and we'll in quiet attention listen to you. So let's hear from you, Peter Obi. Samuel Alajo.
All right. On the P2B interview, which he gave, and the criticism that he is getting, I think is a little bit of what I would like to address a little bit. I will say his interview is very, very, very perfect. I like his perfect response because I think he has given the right answers and he has given the very articulate response to the question that was brought to him. And considering the time frame that is given to him, he might not be too specific in some areas that you might want, but he was substantially specific. If you're talking about
carry on.
Now, if we are now considering somebody was talking about, he was saying he wants to, how is he going to tackle economy? And somebody said, one of the speakers here was saying he was not specific in his response. He said consumption to production. He wasn't specific. What I would say is he doesn't really understand economical management of a nation. He was very specific in his response. Now, what does he mean by consumption to production? What is the specificity?
Sorry, Samuel.
Let me respond to that.
Sorry, Samuel.
Now, he said
Samuel,
that he's going to
a conversation can take place
tackle.
because this is okay. Go on. Can you hear me, Samuel? Can you hear me?
Okay. Now, as he said, he's going to tackle SMEs. Now, yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, I want to put something to you. So listen. We're not inviting your interpretation of what Peter Obi said. We're inviting what Peter Obi said. That was it consistent with the questions? Because we've had that with Saki, we've had that with Uptown, and we've had that with Tiger, who have given their more expansion to what Peter Obi said through their understanding and their knowledge. But try and condense your response to what he actually said, rather than you trying to use your intellect and experience to expand it on his behalf, because that was the opportunity for him to be expansive. All right.
Okay. To me, I think he was he scored a very high mark because he responded perfectly to the questions that were asked to him. Now, if we are going to regard the issue of taking from consumption to production, how is he going to tackle the situation of taking the economy from consumption to production? He clearly answered that question. What did he say? He said the SMEs, when you invest in the SMEs, you give them loans, you give them government support. That is a specific response to that question. Because if you support the SMEs, that enables them to go into production. And when they are into production, that takes us out from a consumption country. And that was a very specific answer to that particular kind of question that was brought to him.
Is
I don't really
Buhari
know what
supporting?
exactly
Is
you
Buhari
want
supporting SMEs?
specificity in regards to that
I don't think this guy can
question.
hear us.
And
Yeah, there's a
you
heavy
were
lag,
also
really
referring
is.
to the aspect of
Are you using two devices? If you use a headphone and one device, it might probably make the
my
conversation.
problem is really this lagging. It's lagging.
All right, just carry on because I'm quite keen to document your thoughts. So carry on. If you can hear me, then carry on.
Yeah, maybe I'll just pause. I'll just pause. Probably another person should, some other person should answer. Maybe later on I come in. Let me know what's going on.
All right, brilliant. That seems like a plan. So that's a plan. So now let's now take it to Ajanle Koko, who listens to the totality of it. So the entirety of it, then, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So I mean, what did you make of that, Ajanle Koko? What you just heard from the incoming president?
Yes, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Look, Obi sounds to me like a person that is still struggling on the direction he wants to take Nigeria if he becomes the president, because he's not making his plan. It's not making it clear to us on several issues. That really matter to us in that country. Several problems that are confronting the nation. So I think we need to do better next time. We need to do better going forward, to be very, very specific and direct to the question. Your question, direct answer to the question in a very simple and clear manner, so that you won't sound controversy, you won't sound unclear to the people. We are all here, we're listening to everything, and many of the critical issue facing the nation, this guy is not answering the question clearly to satisfy us. We that are not obedient want to hear from him clearly on the direction he wants to take the nation. Those of you that are obedient are committed to him anyway. Whether it's clear or not, it doesn't bother you. You don't want to raise questions. So many instances we have seen you just want to talk. Sometimes you even want to tell us this is what it means, what is said, This is what it means. You don't want to consider, you don't want to look at a statement on the face of it, the way he said it. You want to interpret it in such a way that will sound better, or than the way he said it. So that is the issue, and it just completely tells me that this man is not prepared for this job. He hurriedly jumped into it, and the manifesto issue, he doesn't have no manifesto. Whatever manifesto that they are permutating or they are trying to rewrite for him is clearly PDP manifesto. You cannot see any different from him, from Atiku, on where Atiku stand, on where PDP stand. If you look at the issue on on this what do you call it? This petroleum subsidy is the same stand with PDP. When they asked him question on what is he going to do urgently on the subsidy, he said he's waiting for Dangote's refinery to kick off. So Dangote's refinery, if it doesn't kick off in the next 5 years, so we're still going to be going through the same problem. I mean, this same situation that we are going through today. You said you want to wait for some other refineries that we other what do they call those small refineries that they are talking about?
Modular.
Modular.
Yeah.
So if those one doesn't come up, so where are we going to find ourselves? So it doesn't have how he want to wrestle this question. I mean, the problem from day one. It doesn't have it. On that issue of subsidy, it doesn't have it. It's just the same. It does not say anything about what he is going to do about the current refinery that we have. Those refineries are our assets. It's a national asset. What do you want to do with it? Do you want to dismantle it? Do you want to turn them around to start functioning for the betterment of the country economically and financially? What do you want? It failed to mention anything is going to do with the current refinery that we have that are not working. It said it's going to wait for Dangote. Dangote is a private business. They might not want to even sell for you. If he want to even sell, there's no guarantee that he's going to give us any concession, because this is a petrodollar product that is selling. This is a dollarized market. I mean, the product is tagged in dollars. So that means if he doesn't want to continue paying for this subsidy, we're going to be buying it at a very high price, and Nigerian people will be subjected in more hardship than what we are going through. Because imagine if we don't have this subsidy, Nigerian people will pay more for this thing, for this product, and that will economically put serious pains on Nigerian people. So it failed on the subsidy stuff. It couldn't answer it clearly. No direction, no clear statement to that effect. And on the security as well, he said so many things in the past that he's supposed to have said today to inform Nigerians his clear position on how he's going to handle the security as well. He failed to do that. Why? On so many issues, he couldn't, make his position very, very clear on where they stand as a party, on how he's going to lead the country and take us out on different problems that are confronting the nation. That is the problem with that guy. And when you as a leader, you want to be a leader and you don't have a clear plan, that tells me that you don't have a vision. And when you don't have a vision, you won't be able to put together a team of people that can help you to achieve that vision. So a visionless leader, we have visionless people around him. And that is what this man is telling me. And I'm worried about that. So that is what I've just seen. One man in everything that is my in conclusion, he appears like a visionless leader who will not be able to put together a team that can.
Just for balance, Ajale Koko, because we listened to nearly 2 hours of this man speaking, were there any highlights that you identified? Was there anything that especially either impressed or at the minimum you agreed with that sounds like a direction of travel? Was there anything that came out of it that got even a B- from you?
I cannot even remember. The only time that I can say I can say when this guy tried to interject and push back, what is that guy Datti, and push back on Kadira. I cannot remember the particular issue or the Kadira points that he made now. I mean, that vice president, he made some clarity on some issue there that I think it sounds, unique to me, but I cannot remember exactly what.
Let me help you. I think he said remove subsidy and use the trade-off to solve security issue. Then he also added some beef to the brain drain. That's when he said better to have brain drain than to have the brain in the drain or something like that. That he can let people go outside, at least money will come back. More repatriated money will, not repatriation, more, what's the name of that money? More remittance will come back into the country. So those were Datti's interjection on subsidy, remove subsidy and use it to fix security. And also you can allow brain drain because you get more money back. Those are the two main points.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe that also I cannot really remember, but even that doesn't sound so good to me. I mean, I will expect them to say, okay, we are going to put some measure in place that will make it unattractive to Nigerians to even travel abroad, and they can expand. There are so many things that government can do. If you have a government that invests on education, invests on healthcare, and invests on security, I mean, those 3 key areas, if government invests heavily on them, forget that people will not want to travel because, education alone is the greatest investment that a nation can have, that can give, the multiplying effect of it is huge than any other thing in this world. The United Nations report on education came out that a $1 investment on education will give you $20 in return. So if they can expatiate on that okay, when we invest on education, healthcare, security, and some other infrastructural amenity, those will keep people busy. Those will we stimulate the economy and give economic prosperity for the country. And when the country is going good, people are doing good, industry are doing good, who want to travel abroad. That is all the thing that I will not express somebody to. So, but it just, to me, it just, I am not convinced that is prepared for the job, that is ready, or he has planned for it, for a long time. You see, what you are planned for, what you are prepared for, you can always, you know, by your statement.
Who would you say is the most prepared? And before I lead you there, I think in terms of being prepared, in terms of our policy positions, I'll probably say Atiku is the most prepared by my own reckoning. But who would you say is the most prepared for that job in terms of policy positioning?
Oh, policy positioning among these criminal, these people. If we don't want to add Showore and Adewale, because Showore and Adewale, those guys are well prepared. You can get from them a clear position. You have a clear position on every issue, on where they want to take direction, they want to take that country, on education, on healthcare, on security, on what do you call it, refinery, on subsidy. Those guys have a clear position on everything. So, but if we talk about all those this status quo, yes, I will agree with you, one man, because
yes, only because it's been trying for so long. Yes. He has,
and you see his own,
and he has a
manifesto.
philosophy. He has a philosophy.
He has a philosophy. Yeah. His own manifesto is the first president to release his manifesto among all of them. Even Tinubu manifesto just came out like 3 weeks ago, isn't it? But Atiku manifesto has been around for, since before you even go for primary. So he has a very clear, a policy position on everything than any other one of them in that race. So, but Adewale and Showore, as far as I'm concerned, those two guys are the most smartest, are the most visionary, are the most futuristic for that country in terms of everything they stand for. And you don't see them, they don't blab. There's no question that you throw to them that handicap them. Because they know they are ready, they are prepared, they know where they stand. Those are the two guys. I mean, Peter Obi should have done better than this. It's not that I'm not making this statement because I'm not obedient, but he should have done better to convince people like us and others that are still watching, still want to know where he stands. He has not shown any distant position from what Atiku stands for. It's the same thing that Atiku stands for, that this guy stands for. Everything.
All right, brilliant. Before I ask you for a scorecard, Ajanle Koko, in terms of a pairing, who would you say has the best pairing amongst the, and you can take it to the top, you can take it to 5 runners. So who would you say has the best pairing? Because for me, in terms of a pairing of equal weight, I would say Obi and Datti, they have probably the best pairing. But who do you think has the best pairing in the presidential race?
For what we have watched with Kadira, right?
Well, just in total, just here. Not from the, because we've not yet seen the rest of them. And by the way, everybody listening, please be sure to be here for 6 p.m. UK time, 7 p.m. Nigerian time tomorrow, because then the person then under the microscope will be Atiku and Okowa. We will live stream that as well and react as critically as we are doing with Peter Obi. But the best pairing in terms of the field, who would you say has the? I've already said I consider Peter Obi and Datti to have the best pairing. But what's yours?
I don't want to mention now until I watch.
Not for the interview. Just in general. Yes, just in general.
Oh, in general,
Yeah.
Yeah, we can. Well, I'm not sure. Yeah, but both of them, they look, they look, uh, both of them look,
they look solid, both equally.
both of them look, they you don't see between them who is boss, who is subordinate. Both of them look like on equal scale, and they are flowing together, and you cannot see somebody that is bossy in terms of, even though that Obi is the presidential candidate, but the way that him and that guy relate, the way they carry themselves, the look of more equal partner is more of a partnership. The look of more partnership than any other team in this race. So maybe I will agree with you. The partnership look of equal, and not between Atiku and
Okowa.
Okowa.
It's quite clear who the daddy is there.
Yeah,
Who the, everybody know. Even if they walk into a room in China, everybody there will know who the daddy is.
Yes.
You know.
So Obi and Datti look of partnership. You can see it in them. And that guy, that Datti, that guy surprised me when they went to Benin. Do you know that when that guy was addressing the king, the Oba of Benin, do you know he was on his knee? I might be wrong. It looked like he was on his knee.
No, that shouldn't surprise you. Let me tell you this.
I was, that total submission to the culture of those people there, a northerner particularly. You understand what I'm saying? A northerner. I was, I was impressed by that. And it was not twice, it was like maybe 2 or 3 times that he addressed the king. The first time he was on a knee, he stood up and he went to the back, and they called him the king asked a question, threw another question to him. He came back to answer the question, and he went back on his knee. While I just say
that shouldn't surprise you, Ajan Lekoko. When Sanusi Lamido, as Emir of Kano, went to visit Alaafin of Oyo, he greeted him in the tradition, and he was a first-class king then. Odo Maleni, he did that.
That is wonderful.
It surprised and impressed me. In fact, let me show you an image of it. It surprised and impressed me. But the highlights and the low light. So of all of it, there must be a highlight. What was the highlight for you? And the low light, what was the low light for you? And then give us a grade on a scale of 10.
If I want to score Obi on the scale of 10, maybe because of my high expectation from him that he will try to convince him and be more clear on his vision for Nigeria. Maybe because I didn't get that. Maybe because of that, I think I will score him. I will score him 4.
4?
Yes.
4.
Yeah, 4.
Are you looking for a fight?
No, no. Wait, look, one man. There's so much expectation on this guy. He said it's a change. A change should portray it in a public place. He should portray that change clearly and convincingly. But he's not doing that. How you want to score him? He failed. No more, no less. He failed. He can still
Sorry,
go
I
back.
would also like to ask a question.
He failed.
Go on. I think Samuel wants to push you on that because I knew somebody was go on, Samuel.
If this Kadira lady has been very pushful to, pushful against Obi, the way he was pushful against Ore, this guy will fail completely. He won't be able to articulate anything. And he was given all the opportunity, not a very strong pushback against him, and still cannot even convince us.
All right, Ajanle Koko, let Samuel push back against you a bit, because I knew somebody will push back for that. For Samuel, you wanted to say?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Just call me one man. Call me one man. Go carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, what I would like to say, I think Coco is being too sentimental. You know, when you try to belong to a particular set of a group, and you know, you do everything to stand with them. To be very, very clear, you talked about Obi being an agent of change, and you expected a lot from him. Let me also be very clear with you. You have every right to criticize anyone, but if you cannot say that he has tried to his own best, maybe the way we are looking at it, then you are not being very fair. I think Obi deserves more than 4 from what has been coming up to this stage. It is never easy to come out in such a challenge, and you're trying to convince people. You know, most times you can sit in your room and practice something and tell yourself that I will really do this. But when you come out to the public, you find out that the energy you have in your room when you are seated alone will never reflect exactly the way you had it in your room when you find yourself in the public. So I think one of the things we should be looking at now and putting up is this: when you're trying to criticize, when you're trying to bring down another person, try also to look at those who are in the same race with him and try to put it up. I know we are talking about Obi, and everybody definitely is trying to figure out one thing or the other. I think Obi deserves more than 4, because no matter anything, he's trying to, you know, let the Nigerian people know that yes, he's really, really coming for the job. So I think he deserves more than 4. Thank you.
All right. Before you hand back to Adanle Koko, what would you score him? And if you want to declare fair and obedient or not, you can, but that's at your own discretion. But how would you score him based on that interaction with Kadira? Okay,
I'm not an obedient. I'm not an obedient at all. Okay. I don't belong to any of the group. I'm only growing something out of that. You know, everyone has his or her own career in life and things he might be looking up to. So I want to develop myself in something, but I'm not supporting anybody. I'm not obedient. I'm not articulated. I'm not ratified. Thank you.
All right, but score him based on what you saw.
Okay. Based on the program, I will score Obi 6.
Okay.
At least he tried to let.
One man, just briefly, sir. Good evening, one man.
All right. Yeah, Tony.
Thank you very much, sir. So, this guy that just spoken, I hope that he listened yesterday how Ajani Koko was defending Obi. You know, I was not on the show yesterday, but I listened to all the show yesterday. Ajani Koko was always there, you know, for Obi, right from the onset. You know, so Ajani Koko, whenever he speaks, he's so impartial, and for you to just come like that, that's not correct. Because Ajani Koko was here yesterday.
No, hold on, Tony. You can disagree with Ajani Koko. Everybody, Ajani Koko has a global reputation for having a balanced. Hold on. Ajani Koko. Okay, go on.
So because yeah, sorry, sir. That's what I was just trying to explain. Not that I'm also look, you know, so I'm not here to quarrel, you know. So, but when we just look at that interview, you know, the other day, this guy spoke. The other guy spoke yesterday. Conqueror spoke, so I didn't want to come in because you know, I'm not for this. But just imagine that simple question of brain, you know, of a brain drain. This was an opportunity for this guy to say, okay, I will invite all the Nigerians abroad to come back home immediately.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Yeah. Instead of waiting for remittance to be enslaving us, we should be working abroad and remitting money back home. I would rather say that I will encourage Nigerians to come back home. I will build some estates for them if they are afraid of security.
What are you talking about? Do you know the scale of the? Do you know the scale of what we remit? Hold on, I'm alarmed. What are you talking about? Do you know the
But
scale of, oh, hold on. Do you know the scale of our remittances to the Nigerian economy? Some people will actually suggest that that is what sustains the economy.
Yeah, that is what
for,
we,
for all of us to go back home to do what?
No, one man, we don't know what is going to, when this world war or whatever is coming. So, we need to have our people back home. If our doctors are leaving, our mechanics, our carpenters are leaving, well, it's what we remain for the, of the country, So, and then we need to go back home, and then be encouraged, secure the place for us, and then give us light, give us good roads. We'll come back home, and then it should build some places like I remember back in the day they would build some estate for the workers that are working in the shell, like when you go to Festa Town.
To build an estate for the diasporans so that they can be targets of the armed robbers.
No, not all. No, not all. A secure,
Can I help Tony?
sort of.
Can I help Tony, please?
Hold on. Just to say,
let me finish.
All right.
So sorry, sir. So then they will tell them, okay, please, some of our doctors, those doctors that will be here, please come back home. Because most of the Nigerian doctors in Germany now, some of them are going very old, 70 years, they are dying. And if you go to England, the same thing, go to America, the same thing. So let us tap their brain. Let us look for a way to say, okay, please, Nigerian doctors abroad, Nigerian engineers, Nigerian mechanics, panel beaters, painters, everybody, electricians, come back home. Let us build our country. So that's what I'm saying, sir. So, the money is there.
All right. Thank you, Tony. So I don't share that thought with Tony, I have to say.
But can I score can I make my score?
No. Okay, give the
not
score.
yet.
But Ajan Lekoko had this floor, but give the score if you want to go on. Give
Okay.
Obi a score, yeah.
Thank you, Ajani Koko, for letting me do it. So, in the area of the structure, he failed there, because that's exactly what we are looking for. And then the other one also, he failed on the constitution, and then Shogore was very direct that we are going to remove that constitution. Everybody have been saying it, but for people to be saying that, oh, don't worry, he has this in secret. What is the point of secret? Why are you playing hide and seek game if you want to be a president? If you want to be a president, come out and tell the public, the general public, what you want to do, and then let the massive people, the people will support you, that, oh yes, this is the man we want, this is the man we want, this is the man we want. If they don't let him there, you see, there will be a lot of protests in the country, because this man said that he's going to probe you guys, he's going to take the constitution down. The constitution is not working.
I disagree with you on that.
No. I don't. I always try to respect a woman and you people here. When I say that producing or in quest for an Igbo president shouldn't mean that we should just miss our road in in search for a good person. You know what I'm saying? So, but anybody can come to Nigeria, and then they say that, okay, I will produce oil immediately within 3 months, 6 months. Please, I will try my best. I will set up some modular refinery or whatever.
That would be a lie. If he said he could produce oil in 3 months, then that would be a lie.
No, not all at a time. It will say that I will start to, as I'm taking this subsidy away, stage by stage, I will be, as we repair our refineries or creating whatever is in existence, even the local producers, woman, that they say that they are heading to produce. We can, embrace them, show them the way, settle them. And my brother, woman,
right.
Thank you very much for the work you are doing for the country.
Yeah, bro, Tony, please. Sorry, let me tell you this. You are talking about saying if you want to be very factual about something, just come out and say, I will do this, I will do that. No, you sometimes you put in wisdom in some things you do. You don't just come out, you speak anyhow in the public, or you tell someone that you are going to destroy this, you are going to destroy Rome. And
you are not destroying, you are telling them what you are coming to do that will make changes to their life immediately.
Yes,
because like
yes,
hold on, please. Whatever you are living right now.
Can you hold on, Tony?
Sorry.
I need you to bring the volume down and then carry on, but bring the volume down.
Okay, sorry, sir. I'm very sorry, sir.
No,
so what? Thank you, sir. So my brother there, what we are saying is that in the same word, the politicians always come out and say exactly what they want to do, so that when they get into power, they'll be held, accountable and and responsible. And even they wouldn't dare not to do what they promise. When they said that, okay, when I'm elected, then I will make it $10 basic salary per hour or whatever. They will do it immediately. And once that particular candidate is winning, you already know where you stand in your company or wherever you are. You know what I'm saying? And then some people will say that, okay, we are going to be having toll gates in some of our federal road or highways. Then you already know what they stand for. In the real foreign policy, you know, if they're going to ally with Russia, the Eastern Bloc or the Western Bloc, you already know. So you'll be saying it as they are, you know, as they ought to be. Not that you tell somebody that, oh, go and check Anambra State, what I did it is. They're asking you what we want to do next year or 2 years time. You are saying that, go, you know, hold on, please. Don't let me be too loud. That now they say, no, go and check, you know, go and, you know, incoherent answers. They're asking you, what do you think about this, you know, security? You know, what the hell? You want to, you know, don't worry, I have it in my mind. Go to Anambra State. When I was there, the doctor come from Jupiter. It's not the way. This Ajani Koko was sponsoring Obi'S Datti. He was talking about to be very good. Even one man also, they said that the guy is now a force to reckon with. But today, now you people just come. Even for me to even see Saki father the other time, he was said that you know that doesn't matter. I mean, you people should at least find some time something wrong from Obi to make correction.
Thank you, Tony.
Okay. Briefly, let me tell you. You know, we are in 21st century, and so long as once you are up to 18 years, you are regarded as a major. You don't just come out in public and you insult some people's personalities. There are words you will use in the public. You are insulting someone's personality, no matter what you think you are. We are no longer in the military rule. This is democracy. And therefore, you have to be very soft in some kind of your arguments. That's why I said Coco should, you know, try not to be very. There are ways you argue things. Like, I've learned a lot from this. You know, this is my first time of engaging in Nigerian politics. It really changed this time, and everybody can confess to that. You know, I've learned that no matter
My
how
brother, it was a shame. Now it was a shame that that woman Kadira accused Obi of being the a member of the status quo. That
Yes,
he can't do anything. Hold on, you see now, so he just disgraced himself there. Because
yes, sir.
You know,
yes, sir.
yeah, because not. Thank you. So for not even just for not even hold on. For not saying.
Sorry, gentlemen, I don't know what conversation we're having. But Tony, apologies, but just give us your score and then let Ajanle Koko round off so that we can continue to follow the sequence. So give us your score, Tony.
I will just give a 2.
2. Come on, man.
20%. No, please, sir. Because all those questions that the Hausa woman was, you know, and even the other Hausa man was more intelligent, you know, because we are expecting the other one to be the other way around.
Now, it's not about Hausa, he's Arab.
You see, so but they are all one, you know, not be the get the. I bet
it's Mauritanian now. It's Mauritanian.
Yeah, but that our old man, our brother from the south, an Igbo Yoruba brother, then he will talk. Then Hausa man will come to help him. You know, she said that because Obi was always say, go to Anambra State. We are telling you, want to do, see what you want to do for us. We are stranded abroad. Nigerians have stranded. We want to come back home.
One man, I would like to ask you a question. I would like to ask you a question, and I would want you to answer that, please.
All right. Okay, go on. You can ask, but I'm not under obligation to answer. But of course, you can ask. So go on and ask the question. Let me attempt your in Kendirim, if any, in Kendirim.
Okay.
Go on. Yeah.
Thank you, one man. My question is, Mr. Tony, please, did you actually watch that interview or you are just speculating?
No, I'm not speculating. I started to watch when they are talking about the constitution, and then but before I started to watch, you know, one man knows already. I always begin to watch before try to come into the studio. So, but the structure. You know, hold on, please, sir. You asked me a question. Biko, no, my brother. So what we are saying that what is deadly to us right now in the south, most people, even though they are not coming out to say it on the platform, we want the structure of the country. We want devolution of power.
You're doing exactly
what. Wait, when I get there, and how can you also attack? How can you get justice from those legislators? Those legislators you call legislators that are just taking all our money. You know, look at how much they are getting. Then you wanted to come and help you to remove that constitution. We are saying that that constitution is wrong, and then you are now saying that you are going to work with them.
All right, gentlemen, I want you to round up that conversation. So, and let Ajanle Koko have his final words.
Okay. I want to. Okay, can I go ahead?
Yeah,
Okay, go on, but I don't want another back and forth because it's only because of time. So just have your final say, and then we go on to
Okay,
Ajale.
all I want to say is I believe that in this country, Nigeria, we have heard a lot of I will do, and a lot of promises. I feel like we should look at somebody that has a precedence of having done something, and somebody that is well read as to knowing the problems of Nigeria and knowing the solutions and having the strength, the willpower. One of the things that he said in that interview that I took from it is he said, I will be in charge. He's always making that statement in any of his interviews, especially this one. He said, I will be in charge. How can you stop corruption? It's by being in charge. I will be in charge of Nigeria. I will know what is happening. When you talk about health sector, when you talk about education, one of the reasons why all these things are not working, Kadira said something. She said, are you going to do what? Because most of the things every other person is proposing to do, all these agencies already exist. They are already existing agencies that are supposed to be working, but they are not working.
Make it short, because one must say we should be very quick. So, in the area of insurance.
Oh, no, please. Apologies, Tony, but Ajale Koko, please round up that space. Apologies, Tony, but I said I didn't know what another back and forth. But Ajale Koko, flow through with your thought and then give us and then I'll go on to the next person.
Yes, I still stand on my score. So is 4/10. And sometimes I laugh when I listen to some of this obedient trying to defend this man. They want to defend him at all time. At one side, they will tell us that, this election, because we have a Baudata, this Baudata captured election that's not going to be rigging. It's not going to be easy to rig. They believe Obi will win on a clean and clear election, free and fair election. They have that belief that Obi will win. On the other side, they are arguing that Obi doesn't need to come out clearly so that it won't be stopped from becoming the president. What a contradiction from you guys. What a contradiction. You trying to support this guy for not being clear of what he wants to do for us. On security, he couldn't come out clearly. On the refinery, he dodged the question. He said he's waiting for Dangote refinery. On restructuring, what he said about the children he want to give to legislator to restructure Nigeria. Look, the Afenifere that are supporting him, according to what is this guy? What is Delevatory Faro TV? One of the reasons they are supporting him is on restructuring issue. And the stand of Afenifere on restructuring, even Ohaneze, is that constitution must be dismantled. They have made it clear that constitution fit for no purpose. There is no correction you can do on that constitution that can make that constitution work for the interest of Nigerian people and that country at large. That constitution must be. We must write our constitution that will represent the interest of all Nigerians. And this man come on stage, he cannot state it clearly on how he will handle restructuring, and you want me to accept him? This guy failed. He's going to be a failure if he becomes the president because he has no vision. He's not prepared for this job. He's just dancing from one side to the other. He doesn't have a clear path on how he wants to take that country. But to some of you that are obedient will say, Ajale Koko hate him. He doesn't. No, we don't need a president that wants to hide on what he wants to do for the people. tell the people on where you stand so that people can vote for you. Majority of us, all of us, the Southerner, the entire Sound, even what is this Baba from South, Baba Edwin Clark.
Edwin Clark.
All of them stand that constitution fit for no purpose. We have to write a new constitution. That is what we stand for in the South. All of us. Even the Northerner, you think they don't want the constitution to be restructured too? Is it because you see people in their political class that are, the people in our own political class doesn't want that constitution to be dismantled, as well as you see the people, the Northerner in the political class in the North, they do, because that constitution is meant to favor them. It does not work for generality of Nigerian people. So what are you guys talking about? You will say, oh, this guy will win. You believe he will win. That this election is going to be different. It's a different election because there's no room. INEC has gone. They have improved on their on the way they're going to conduct the election. You believe he's going to win, and now you are saying that he should not say everything clearly so that they will not stop him. What are you guys doing, for God's sake? One man, let me leave it like that. 4 all over 10.
4 over 10. So
yeah,
that used to be a pass, but now that counts as a fail.
Can I come in? Can I kindly come in, sir?
Oh no, I was going to go to Thomas, who is in Lagos. But did you just want to make a quick comment?
Yes, I want to make a quick comment.
Right.
Okay. If Mr. Ajanle Koko, I'm sorry I'm directing this to you, but if you listen to that whole interview from beginning to end, he addressed it. This is a democracy. You do not just go and dismantle the constitution. Even if you promise us that, it's a lie. You cannot. This is a democracy. Anybody that comes and promises you that you will dismantle the constitution as the commissioner in chief or the president is lying to you. You know that's not how things work. But it's like Nigerians, we just want to be lied to. There is a Kadira asked him, okay,
any president in that country that have the political will to write a new constitution for Nigeria will do it.
He said what he said was, we will look at what is not useful in the constitution and take it out. I can go to that part of the decision and clip it for you. Because you're making it sound like Obi said
do you know how many things that are not useful in that constitution? Do you know how many things that are not useful in that constitution?
That's what he's telling you, that because it's a democracy, we cannot. It's not in
this is look. That constitution is not written.
The rule of law works.
When you
do you
don't
know how the
solve
rule of law works? The executive arm has that job. I believe you guys are more learned than me in every way. The executive
why would you believe that?
Like
you don't
dictator.
Hold
he
on.
won't act like a dictator.
Sorry, one at a time. But you don't know that anybody is more learned than you. Yes. I think we lost Ajanle Koko. Yeah, but he's back. So how would you know anybody is more learned than you? Don't make that assumption. You may well be the most learned in here, yeah.
I'm listening to Mr. Ajanle Koko. His arguments are really solid. Yes, that's why I'm assuming that he's a very learned person, and you've been giving him a lot of preference to speak. So I believe that he's learned, and I think I've listened to him 1 or 2 times. He's actually learned. I'm surprised that's why I feel like he didn't really listen to this thing from the beginning to the end. He didn't follow it.
He listened, he just did not agree. So which is his entitlement?
You see where he talked about it. Every arm of government have their job. The executive have his job. The legislature has his job. The judiciary has his job.
So your own position is that the constitution as it is today, nothing we can do about it.
He said there's something we can do about. That's what I'm telling you.
Look,
Obi
that constitution, we can rewrite a new constitution for that country that will work for everybody in that country.
Exactly what you're saying is what he said. Exactly what you're saying is what he said. But what he said
that is not what he said. That is not what he said.
Did you listen when Kadiri asked him that do you have the power to overrule the present constitution? Did you hear when Kadiri asked him that question?
Then what did he say?
That's why I said you didn't really listen to the.
No. Hold on. I'm asking you. Okay, what did he say when he answered? What
He
did he
was
say?
like that him, and because he is the one in charge, because he's one. That was when I think one of the schools. What the question was, one of the schools asked him and said that what will you do about the illegal constitution? I don't know if you remember that. One of the students asked him, what will you do about the illegal constitution? And he said that they will go sit down. The legislature will sit down. He will be there, and then they would rewrite. That's what he said. They would deal with that.
And you think that will work? You think with his plan that
it's a democracy.
That you think it will work?
Because it's a democracy. If someone is promising you that he will throw away the old constitution, you forget that everybody in the legislature is not part of the same party. Everyone is not going to be in Labour Party.
They will look into it before.
SDP.
Hold on, because I took notes when he was speaking. When he was speaking there to that space that we are just discussing now, am I pronouncing your name right? Because I love this name, so you have to tell me how to pronounce it. So tell me how to pronounce it.
The name is Nkem Dirim, or you can just call me Williams.
Williams. So I prefer Nkem Dirim. So I was paying attention and taking notes in Nkem Dirim when he was speaking, and in that space he said they will amend the constitution where the amendment is needed, taking on board the input of others, because it's going to run a consensus government. So that's what he said. Yes.
So, but what we are saying, Buhari have done the same thing that led us to nowhere, and he's telling us he want to continue on the same strategy that Buhari have used on this constitution, which have led us to nowhere. So that tells us that this guy have no alternative plan to what Buhari is operating now on the issue of the constitution.
I want to ask you a question. Do you feel...
Hold on. Buhari has spent 8 years. It's about to be 8 years, and he has not done nothing on the constitution. So the same method this guy want to use, the same strategy he want to deploy, and will take us another 8 years that we achieve nothing. Oh, come on, man. When these politicians are trying to play on the intelligence of the people, because they know that people that are supporting them will support them anyway, based on one kind of sentiment or the other. But we that have known these people, when they are lying to you, are telling you this guy is lying, he has no clear vision, and we have to say to him, you don't give us, there's nothing. You are offering us that is better than what this man presently there has done for 8 years on this constitution. On the subsidy, it's not even clear too.
Sorry, Ajan Lekoko. In Nkem Dirim, do you know that the new Electoral Act is a constitutional amendment? Do you know that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you know that the Buhari administration, for a good 24 months, if not longer, they were holding town hall meetings? There was one they held in Lagos that Tinubu's wife got into a fight with some other woman. They were doing town hall meetings all over the country, reviewing elements of the Constitution. Did you know that?
Yes, sir.
So, like Ajan Lekoko was saying, it's an ongoing exercise, but proving to be an exercise in futility. The jettisoning of that, the complete rewriting is really, otherwise we'll be doing this drip process for the next 100 years. It has to be jettisoned and rewritten. That's really, yeah.
How powerful do you think the Nigerian president is?
No, it's not the Nigerian president. It's the Nigerian consensus that will jettison it. It cannot be at the presidential fiat. I don't think the Nigerian president has that fiat, but the Nigerian consensus will jettison it. Yes.
That's exactly what I'm trying to put to Mr. Ajan Lekoko. We must run an all-inclusive government, and that will not happen overnight, because, like he rightly said, most of the people in the political class are enjoying the benefits of the bad constitution that is not serving the masses. And all this.
Have we lost you? Okay, I think we've lost you. Let's hear your quick commentary, Collins. Collins, where have you been? We've not seen you for a while. Let's hear your quick input, and then I'll go on from Ajan Lekoko to let me go to Uptown, who has been with us all the way through. Oh no, let me go to Thomas actually, who's in Nigeria. But let's have that quick input from you, Collins.
Yeah, thank you. Where have I been? It's just that the program goes on too long and too.
Yes, it's quite grueling, isn't it? You wonder how I cope, don't you? You wonder how I cope. Yeah.
Yeah, if you have a plan to get up in the morning, you do that. You go to work and you're not. So that's why I don't show up.
It's nice to hear that your magnificent voice again.
Look at that. When I was asking him, and he started with that, so he's been using that voice to intimidate girls. That's what he has been doing.
That voice is unique, oh.
Does your voice get babes, Collins? Does your voice get babes?
Such an angel, so I don't know what.
Look at this guy. Oh yeah, carry on. Let's hear from you.
All right. So I think I will start off by some of the things that Angelica raised. To be honest with you, I don't think I think everyone in Nigeria, especially from southern Nigeria, I think we all feel the same way about that constitution. However, if you're contesting an election under this very constitution, I think that means that you have to, you have to follow the rules of the constitution to change anything that you have to do. So
because that will be your oath of office to the constitution.
Yeah. So or any other person who is contesting an election under this constitution that says that they will do this or do that, they're just talking, to be honest with you. I think the only way to do it will be, all Nigerians will be that there will not be any other election until we have a new constitution. But I don't think that we are there. So we can only trust and hope that whoever becomes president has at least the political will to push it. Because we know that president in Nigeria is so powerful that wherever he wants, he can push and he will get. So we're hoping that whoever comes in, I don't care who, has that, that agenda at least to push for it. But Obi has been unequivocal about that. He did say that he's going to change the constitution. Obviously, he cannot be as radical as Showore or any other person. If you look at the top four, I would say, whenever it comes to that constitution, they're all treading carefully, And when people want Obi to say everything that he wants to say, so that he will get the votes that he's supposed to get, that's in an ideal world, that would be the right thing. But Abiola got all the votes, but he was never president of Nigeria. So we also have to be aware and keep reminding ourselves that Nigeria is a mafia nation that is not run like any other nation in the world. So in order for you to actually have any kind of impact, you have to be in the system to control it somehow, to change anything. Given where Obi is coming from too, it's also very sensitive. I think a lot of people have said that a lot, so I would not like to revisit it. In terms of what he did right today, I would say that that question that the young man from Kano State University threw at him.
Can I interject 1 minute, colleagues?
Okay.
You see, on the issue of this constitution, a lot of us are saying that once you are sworn in as the president, then nothing can be done to that constitution. If that president have the power to propose for constitutional amendment, that tells you that he have the power to constitute a constitutional assembly that can write a new constitution for that country. He just need to apply that political will. And that political will is already given. The mandate of the people is stronger than that fake constitution that you are talking about. So the president, the mandate of the people, he campaign. If Showore become the president of Nigeria tomorrow, I am telling you, the mandate of the people gave him that power to go and dismantle that constitution, because he campaigned that I will let this constitution go. And that mandate override every other thing that you are talking about. So it's just the political will that the politician doesn't want to apply. They don't have it because this constitution, present constitution, favor them. So Showore becoming the constitution, even though he's going to swear in by that constitution and we defend it, does not mean that it cannot constitute a new constitutional assembly to write a fresh constitution for that will work for Nigerian people. So I want you guys to get it clear. But a lot of our people will say, oh, once he's doing that, no, it's the same thing. With him proposing for amendment of this, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. The same power being given to the president to propose for amendment. He can use that same power to constitute a new constitutional assembly that will write a fresh constitution that will work for. We just want the country to work for everybody, and the president is the person in the lead to make that country work. So all this mesmerizing that your politicians are doing to you and calling black white, dangling, beating you people, kicking you like a ball, rolling from one side to the other. It's just, don't buy into it. Don't buy into it. The president of Nigeria have that very strong, solid power to effect change, quick change for the development of that country.
You're talking about president having the power, not candidates having this power. Because in order for you to actually be able to do any of these things, you actually have to have the power of the presidency, which none of the candidates has, aside from the only people that can brag with such rights right now will be Atiku or Tinubu. Any other person other than these two people that comes bragging with such rights will never ever smell that presidency. Let's just be real. But whoever becomes president, be it Showore or be it Deba or whoever, with that power now behind him, he will be able to do whatever he wants to do. Because now he can now put it to the people. That clout is enough for him to now gather people around and make it work. But as a candidate, Ajali Koko, let's not talk like we don't know where we're coming from. We know the nation, we know everything that's happened before, and we know things that are likely to happen. So people are being very, very. Let's even look at it. Everything that Obi said that he would do, from consumption to production, how is he going to do it without the constitutional change? You know, he would have
So you are telling us that we should assume that whatever he didn't tell us that he's going to do now, we should assume that he will do it. We should just have it in our head.
That's why you should check his antecedent in Anambra.
Forget about that. Forget about antecedent. He has no antecedent on constitutional review, man. He has no constitutional. He have no antecedent. He have no antecedent on constitutional matter. He has no antecedent on restructuring. He has no antecedent on what do you call this?
You have to check is the antecedent of challenging the status quo. That's the entire thing.
Forget Nigeria is bigger than that. We status quo.
Sorry. Uptown. There is something, Ajale Koko, you recall we've said this before. There are two advantages that Peter Obi has in Anambra State, which is completely removed away from him in Nigeria. And even with those two advantages, not everybody was impressed. Certainly all his successors are critical of him. So not everybody was impressed with his performance. And by the way, there is no marquee achievement that you can attribute to Peter Obi in Anambra State, but the two advantages that he had in Anambra State, which he did not even make the most of, was it was managing a near mono-ethnic, near mono-religious space in Anambra State. So you have to, and those are two big factors, by the way, a near mono-ethnic, near mono-religious space. That was what he managed.
Yes.
You know, but Nigeria, the total opposite of that, a very, very complex ethnic mix, and even more complex religious mix, even within the individual religions, as very complex inflections of all of that. So I'm not quite sure.
So one man, does that not justify me when somebody is trying to place Showere over Obi, where Obi looks like someone that can easily manage complex things that Showere that is just bombastic?
No. Did you hear what I just said?
How are you going to manage the National Assembly? How are you going to manage both Southern rhetorics and Northern rhetorics? He's clearly not showing any incident of that that will be able to manage different ideas from different countries. He just wants to probably come and wear a khaki and be a military general.
But that is what I'm somewhat asking you to reflect regarding Obi as well. That his experience is to essentially manage a predominantly to the high percentages Igbo space, a predominantly to the high percentages Christian space. But Nigeria, the total opposite of that, probably the most complex in terms of ethnic diversity, even more complex in religion. So I'm asking if his antecedents in Anambra State is good grounding to take on something of the complexity of Nigeria.
No, one man, when you are checking things, nobody that is running now has been president before. That means nobody that is running now has ever managed Nigeria before. So what I'm checking is who has the antecedent of challenging. Who has the antecedent of challenging status quo? So status quo has nothing to do with multi-religion or multi-tribe.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Like someone
in politics.
I'm coming first of all, like someone like Dora Akunyi. You can say that this lady has the antecedent of challenging status quo. It doesn't mean that she has been governor or she has been, but where you are, whether you are a school teacher, whether you're a banker, where you are, what is the antecedent of challenging the status quo in that institution? It does not necessarily mean that you have experience in every other, but status quo, that small one where they give you. In the 100 naira, what have you done to challenge the status quo in that small space? That will give us an idea of what you can do with a bigger space. Nobody's saying that someone that have been president before. None of them have been president before.
Well, when it comes to Obi, I'm a little bit. I don't want to keep like most people. I don't want to keep touching on Anambra. But what I would say is this: I think Obi is saying everything that Ajeli Koko want him to say, but he's not being radical enough, and he will never be that radical if he ever wants to be president, except if you want to become another people's champion that will say all the sweet things, and a lot of people will fall in love with him and love him, but he will never ever be president. And when people say that he's not prepared, I think that's a little bit too hard, because I would have imagined that someone who already contested as vice president, who's been governor, will not just come out from the blues and just jump into the race. However, I'm also very critical that the manifesto is not yet out, because I believe that could have, or that would have settled a lot of these issues that people are raising. Because even the ones that he's not able to vocalize properly, people could easily go to the manifesto and read them. But I kind of get the challenges that he's facing, especially with one of the speaker that tried to analyze what's happening on the background. Although I was trying to work out the mathematics of the 10%, 10%, and 40%. So it didn't add up. Maybe my math is that off. But I kind of I get where, all the challenges that he will be having trying to put that constitution to get all that new people buying into that constitution that will actually make it acceptable, because he's trying to build a coalition of different people with different ideology. My problem, however, is that they keep telling us it's ready, it's ready. That for me doesn't speak very well for someone who wants to be different. I would have expected them to at least come and explain it exactly the way this guy said it here on national TV, so people will not be, will not keep asking him at every time they see him or see any of his representative. He should have like a time, a date And once is that date, that thing should be out. I don't understand, because now I'm getting, it's not speaking very well right now. But going by his performance today again, when the young man from Kano asked him about agitation, yes or no, I was like, oh wow, this is a trap, you know. So, and when he went on to answer on to answer other things, and I was like, was it going to try to dodge that question, because that would be a huge disservice to him. But he came back and he addressed it properly. I hadn't seen that angle that he was coming from, when he said that it would not be answer of yes or no, and I think that was properly. He did very well on that.
There's no right answer to that question, Collins, from a person like Peter Obi. Whatever answer he gives to the agitation space, he will lose. If he says is against the concept of Biafra, then the Southeast, they are saying, well, what's going on here? And if he says he's for it, then Nigeria is saying what's going on here. So damned if you do, damned if you don't. There's no right answer for him. For that.
Yeah, that's where I was, because the guy just gave him a rope to basically hang himself, but he was able to like maneuver his way off that thing. So I thought that was clever. And the issue of the corruption, I think a lot of people have also dealt with that, so I kind of think that he's been very consistent on that, and I think that's if that's his conviction, I kind of buy into that as well, because a lot of people Buhari came with a lot of promise of trying to get this, get that, but look at where we are. I'm not saying that anybody should aspire to be like Buhari, but it's our reality now, so we always have to reflect on it. So I think that is, I think he stayed consistent. If there's anything that he hasn't shifted from, it's been that same question, he dealt with it. And so when people keep asking him that question, I don't know if they're expecting him to change the answer, because he's given that answer for over 100 times already. I think people that keep throwing that question to him should let it rest already, because he said everything that he has to say on that issue. So generally, in all, I think that the biggest problem that Obi has or is having is he's been overexposed by so everything that he's saying is always like, I've heard this before. Sometimes it's like I can actually walk out and go away for like 10-20 minutes and come back, and so, because it's something that he's repeated over and over and over and over. There are people that particular people, but for me, I'm getting bored for some of those answers, because too many repetitions, the detailing.
Do you think it's a matter of it's been too repetitive, or it's been a bit unconvincing? Some of the rhetorics from Peter Obi.
Too repetitive, because I believe that if Obi was.
And by the way, look at this hat that I bought. Do you think it suits me, Collins? I just bought this. Does it suit me?
The time
Can I
is.
get away with that?
Let me try to. Yeah, it looks nice on you, actually.
All right, sorry. Carry on. So that's nothing to do with it, but carry on.
Yeah. So I think if the interview that he gave today was the first time that people were hearing that interview, people would have received it totally different. It would have been, wow, this guy is good and everything. But because people have heard it, people are expecting something new. Somebody like me, I'm expecting details now, not just, keep telling me. And I think he has this problem already that whenever he catch on to something that he believes that made impact the first time that he said it, he kept going at it.
But most politicians do that, in fairness, because they call it policy on the hoof. That's what they call it in this country, policy on the hoof.
Yeah, that's a big. I get what you're saying, because even when I listen to the Prime Minister question, and whenever they bring this Linton man and every other thing, I'm like, come on, guys, get something fresh and everything. So yeah, I think that is basically the challenge that he will have going forward. So if that manifesto doesn't come out as soon as possible with a lot more detailing, I mean, he has advantage now that all the major candidates already have their manifestos out without costing them. So he now has that advantage of coming out and costing everything that he said that he's going to do with detailed things. So I believe that the people working with him or for him will look into that and at least to a certain degree do justice to that and take away the attention. They take the attention away from him because let's be real. Obi will not be able to convince me to buy anything with his voice and his the wordings that he would use in selling the thing. So I'm getting a bit bored.
But are we being a bit too elitist? Are we being a bit snobbery, Collins, about because the way Peter Obi speaks is especially just perfect for the everyday voter in Nigeria. It's a language that they recognize and are comfortable with. The low level, not heavy on rhetorics, just pragmatic sort of language that goes directly to the issue in a language that everybody understands.
Well,
But are we expecting him to be speaking like with your level of elegance? Are we wrong to be expecting him to speak with your level of elegance?
One must stop already.
No, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Yeah.
Imara as well. Well, I'm not a politician. I suppose I mean, he's been a politician for a while now. So maybe he understands things that I don't know. So yeah, you could be right. You could be right, but for somebody like me that is just getting into politics properly within the last few years, I find it a bit a bit boring now. But in all, I think that he did well. I think that he did well. And if I have to score him, I would definitely give him credit. Which would be 6.57-ish. Over 10. I think he did well. Obviously, like I said, he's not Soludo. He doesn't have his command
I would
of
have
tone.
loved it to be Soludo, I would. Then it would have been really interesting. He would have beaten everybody up if it was Soludo. He would have beaten with his superior brain and what all. He would just, oh God.
Yeah. So that's just what it is. Yeah, all in all, he did well. I didn't listen. I listened to Dara Kwankwa show and I think he did all right as well. The one that I didn't listen to, Angelica, forgive me, was the one of Shore, but
Make sure you are here for article tomorrow. And everybody, by the way, 7 p.m. Nigerian time, we will try to sequence it. In fact, yes, let me do it for 7 p.m. because I have domestic commitments. At 7 p.m. Nigerian time, we'll try to sequence it so it's not delayed. And then and by the way, we'll be equally as critical as of article as we are. Not critical, but we will go through it with a fine-tooth comb. So we'll unpick it, the good and the bad, just like we've done today. But Collins, 6.5, I think that's roundabout where it is, isn't it? Really, 6.5.
Yeah, that's where I will leave it. And yeah, in general, given all the people that Obi is he's actually very lucky, to be honest with you, because he came out, he's contesting in a period where all the people that he's even the top ones that are above him, they just have so much baggages, that is still keeping him in the race, and he's shining, regardless. That's in spite of himself, obviously. So because imagine that it was Tinubu of 6-7 years ago, that can hold proper interviews and every other thing. So we probably will be having a different conversation now. And if Atiku wasn't coming just right after Buhari and every other thing. So So far, so good. It's still an open race. I still believe that he will do very well, and I'm rooting for him, obviously. But yeah, I will not.
Oh, homeboy, Abi, homeboy.
A homeboy, and I also, I also, there was something that I read briefly. On the kind of said, I just kind of think that because whenever people like the tribalized Nigerian, and that piece that he said doesn't exist, I totally believe it because even to the best of us, when we try, our hardest, we still
But Collins, it's not a prejudice though, it's the familiar. It's not a prejudice, it's the familiar. Sometimes when you go into a multiracial room, you'll see that somewhat, with the exception of a sprinkling of the people tend to gravitate. You'll see that in that room, they cluster in racial hubs. So it's not a prejudice, it's the familiar. You say, okay, I am most familiar with this. So, of course, you would want your own tribes person because you can predict him more than you can predict anybody else. Am I right in that?
Yeah. You are right, actually. Yeah, you are right. You are right. Yeah. So all in all, let's see where Atiku. Hopefully, Tinubu will also honor the
Tinubu on Wednesday. Tinubu on Wednesday. So tomorrow Atiku, Tinubu on Wednesday. Just keep your don't switch off just keep your laptop switch. Not you, but everybody. Keep your laptop switched on permanently to one man when to mow. And take it as a 48-hour journey. We are going on a 48-hour journey.
One man. I
Yes.
don't think Tinubu will be there.
No, I don't think he'll turn up. But it's scheduled though, but he won't turn up, of
They
course.
won't
You'll go
be
there
there.
and be saying, Bula Balu, Bulubu, Bula Balu, Bulubu.
No, they
You
already
understand?
said it. They already said it, though.
Oh, they've said it.
That-
It's not okay.
no.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, they issued out a statement some weeks ago that they have organized their own thing, their own town hall meeting across the country. They are not participating in all the drama that other media houses. Yeah, Ula Balu. They don't want. Yes. They said it clearly. I don't think Tinubu will be there.
All right, brilliant. Well, there it is. I think Buhari never turned up, but he still won. But thank you, Collins, and thank you, Ajanle Koko. Stay with us just for as long as you can, Collins, because I'm sure the audience still wants to hear more from you. But very quickly to Thomas, who is in Nigeria, and just to appreciate, and Uptown too, I know you are in Nigeria too, but Collins, who is in Nigeria, just to quickly go to him to document his field. So Collins, Thomas, rather, are you still there?
Waiting, one man. Waiting, that's all right. I know.
All right. Before I come to you, I was going to abandon that we've lost 100% on the buy the coffee thing, but the usual suspects, if I say the usual suspects, then you can add the names. Jafar, of course, and Ayo. So they've done the necessary. So well done to the two of them. So we keep the 100% score until it's broken. So since we started the Buy the Coffee initiative, at least one person, often instances more than one, have decided that this fat man on my screen looks like he needs cups of coffee, and they've done the necessary. So well done to Jafar and Ayo. But to you then, Thomas, I'm sure you've seen the fullness of the Peter Obi interaction. It wasn't an interview, it's an interaction. So you've seen the fullness of the Peter Obi interaction, and then you've heard the ebbs and flow of the conversation, but where do you ebb or flow with what you saw? Peter Obi, give us your appraisal.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah. Peter Obi will never surprise me. He will never surprise me. Everybody that has been conversant with this platform know where I stand about Peter Obi. One man, the interaction is, to me, is total failure. Then we go back to Ajale Koko. That is why we are criticizing
the Afenifere then, that before you put your weight behind anybody, make sure they align with your ideology. What Afenifere stood for, and you can see in that interview, you can really see a concrete assertion on restructuring from Peter Obi. I was so disappointed. I wasn't disappointed. I wasn't surprised. Let me say that again, because what Peter Obi is trying to do, this movement is bigger than him. Don't let us deceive ourselves. And I often say this: any politician that can give us a cogent and concrete solution to our problems, I don't think anybody should be vying for that kind of person, because our problem is staring at our face, is right here on the wall. So even though you can't carry out what you want to give Nigeria, but if you can articulate it very well and very clear to everyone, I don't think you are fit for purpose. One question that I will say, I know one man, we are in deep hours. One question that they asked him, and the answer he gave us in that interview, I was so annoying. You can see I didn't interject throughout. I just kept mute. Let everybody just speak. Because the obedience, I know them, they will never criticize this guy. They asked him, what are you doing about subsidy? A presidential candidate can open his mouth telling us he's waiting for Dangote refinery. What is Dangote refinery got to do with Nigerians? Don't we have our own? What is Dangote got to do with us? Is Dangote refinery Nigeria refinery? Come on, guys. Let's open our brain. Let's open our mind. Let's just dissect what what I just mentioned now. What is Dangote refinery got to do with Nigerians?
Thomas, can I
Dangote,
say?
let me finish, please. I'm not going back and front, please. I just want to say that what I want to say, and I will alt out, please.
Okay, land it, but let Collins interject. Land where you're going, but then let's Collins interject. Carry on now, Thomas. Yeah.
Yes, what is Dangote refinery got to do with Nigerians? Dangote is a businessman. Dangote refinery is a dollarized refinery. What has that got to do with us? Why can't he speak on our own? That we are going to fix it, we are going to sell it out, or anything. I've said it earlier on this platform, Mama. Atiku ideology or his plan on refinery, on our subsidy, that is I love most. Just sell it off. It's not working. It has never worked, and I don't think it's going to work. So Peter Obi, I will give him 3/10. He failed totally to me, because I expect
there was
more
no
than
highlight. There was no highlight at all. Not even one.
Not is zero. I listened carefully. You can see I didn't interject throughout since you started. It's total failure to me. So I hope all the followers, I just think it's just about homeboy. He's our boy. He can talk rubbish, he can talk jargons. We will still support him. In my opinion, that is what I observe throughout everybody that has spoken, trying to defend this interaction that this guy had with this lady. I was disappointed, but I wasn't surprised, because I know that it doesn't have anything to offer. To me, it doesn't have anything to offer.
Thomas, let's Collins push you back a bit. Collins, I suspect you want to push. Yeah.
I think he finally landed where I was going to go with the refinery thing, because government really has no business running any business really. So selling it off clearly is the best way to go. But I think Peter Obi, in the bid of getting a presidential ticket that led him to Labour, also got him into a place that he's not able to freely express himself, because there are some things that he would say, even though we have all agreed that political parties in Nigeria do not have any ideology that is that strong, but at least we knew what Labour stood for, so there are things that he cannot say like he would. I know he would have loved to, because of the party that he finds himself. And let me end by this. I mean, Thomas, I know him to support Tinubu. So if Peter Obi is not articulating his plans and everything, that says too much, really, because by the end of the day, we are also.
Hey, my brother, stay right there, please. I'm not supporting Tinubu. Just pause right there.
All right.
Never. Don't, please. With due respect. Please. No. You know me. I don't take it. I don't take that.
I apologize. No, hold on. Collins is a gentleman, so it's not.
I know.
It's not your standard obedience,
I thought you were.
No. I'm sorry if you don't know. I'm not a Tinubu supporter. I will never
it's a
be
gentleman
one.
obedient.
Yes,
one man.
Is that not what they call
it's not
an
like uptown.
Is that not what they call an oxymoron? A gentleman obedience. Two words that should never come together. Gentleman and obedience. But Collins being the exception that makes the rule. Sorry. Yes.
I'm for SDP guy, and in extension, Showore. Never. I can never go with any politician that has joined PDP or APC. Never. I will never. And I repeat it. One man know me. Everybody listening to me know what I stand for. Never. I will never. So, my brother, Peter Obi, he disappoints me, but it doesn't surprise me. I know. He can't do more than that. If you are telling me there are some things he can't say, why can't he say it? It doesn't sound any.
Sorry, one man.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask you
I'm
a
sorry.
simple question. Let me ask you a simple question, Speaker. I think if you were in Egypt, you would have been one of those that was left behind when Moses crossed with the Israelites, because you conclude that Moses was with Pharaoh. Therefore, you are not going to be free. So you might be still left in Egypt. I hope you don't get left behind by 2020.
Look at that.
This is their new campaign strategy.
Look at that.
Moses, they have been using this. I've been listening to them since morning or yesterday.
No, you want to try us.
You mean that Moses phrase? That's their new.
Yes.
That's the new release from headquarters.
Yes, that's the new release. They just came out with that. Since yesterday, I've been hearing Obedience saying that. I say, oh, now he came here.
No problem. If we staying back in Egypt is okay. That's all right. 2023 will tell us who is lying and who is. Obi doesn't have anything to offer. Nigerians, it's up to you. Go for anything you want to do. Thank you, woman. God bless.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So that's Thomas. No equivocation. Just the way he says it, and whether you like it or not. So it's a whether you like it or not contributor on this platform. It just tells you that look. And by the way, Thomas doesn't speak for the camera, so he speaks just like Adan Lekoko, but with a different philosophy to life. He doesn't speak for the cameras. He speaks from the heart. So what he's telling you is actually what he believes. So no frippery, no flim flam. Just there it is. Take it or leave it. Take it.
No
or
peperempe.
No peperempe. Peperempe free is good.
One man, please, sir. I have one small thing to contribute to this refinery something, please, sir.
All
very,
right.
very important, because the situation, I will speak very slowly. The situation here that government have to hands off refinery is not a correct impression, sir, because we have not grown to that stage that we just have to leave this refinery in the hands of private people, sir. Because people, look, masses would die. Yesterday, after listening to Thomas' experience in Nigeria, the narrative about our people, the condition of our people, and with the other guy too, I couldn't sleep last night. Really, I had a bad dream. I had to go to work today.
Thomas told us he's having a fantastic time. So what experience did you hear?
But the people, but the people, the other guy that came in, is it one PlayStation or whatever, or the one chance? So but the situation in Nigeria, the situation in Nigeria, woman, please, you know that this your platform is very, very good that you allowed us to come and debate here. The refineries in Russia, in Brazil, are partly owned by a private and individuals, because the government have to protect it, just like the insurance that I was about to make some assertion to before. Like insurance have to be either private or the government one. The government one is cheaper. Like in Germany, for example, they have the private ones and then the government ones. The government ones is what most of the companies is linked up to. Then the private one is people like us that are private people, but you have to pay like 400 euro, 500 euro every month. So the other one is just like a cheeky change, like 20 euro that you pay to the government insurance scheme, sir. So that's what we are saying, sir. So we shouldn't just say that Atiku will come and we don't want a northerner, at this moment. The northerner have to wait until 8 years' time. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. So thank you, and thank you, Thomas. So we go on to Uptown next. So Uptown, you're up next. So give us a condensed narrative of your experience of the Peter Obi interaction with Kadira Ahmed, the good, the bad, and the needs to improve on, and then give us a score. So that's Uptown, a musician from Lagos. Uptown.
Uptown, can you try not to fill in the blanks?
Yeah, don't fill in the blanks. Just give us is it possible for him not to fill in the blanks, though? That's the thing.
I will not fill in the. I won't fill in the blanks for you. Okay. And to note on that filling the blank space is just like saying, when I asked you your name yesterday, you say your name is James Brown Bond. I asked you tomorrow, you say your name is Jim Brown. And then I criticize you because yesterday you added Brown and today you failed to add Brown. That's by the way. So let me continue with my analysis, or let me start with my analysis quite briefly. So first of all, I feel if we remove our coat of judgment and our coat of the issue we're having here is where three SS3 students have gathered to take senior WAEC, and then they give one person an exam sheet of senior WAEC and give the two other people the exam sheet for common entrance from I6. That is what we are facing right here. So for me, as a citizen of Nigeria who is in tune with Nigeria, who wants to be president one day, I am more concerned about who is the president we need. And the president I need, if I was a Ghanaian, might be different. The president I need, if I was an American, might be different. Now, the president I would need, if as a Nigerian that knows the Nigeria problem, will also be different. Now, what is the Nigeria problem? A lot of people go around the streets, running around looking for glossy paper manifestos and looking for new ideas. No third world country got developed. Not Singapore, not Brazil, not anywhere got developed by ideas that got imported from Mars or from Jupiter. They all got developed when one person who used to be part of the system decided to stand up and say, you know what? I'm going to stop the thing that is causing things not to work in this country. Now, I tell people that the problem of Nigeria, unlike popular opinions, the problem of Nigeria is not lack of knowledge. It's not lack of what to do. It's not even lack of policy. So I think all these manifesto things that people are bringing is just election campaign shenanigans. They are wasting everybody's time. I am a Nigerian citizen who is interested in the country working, and I'll be as objective as possible. Now, if you look at Buhari's manifesto in 2015, you look at all the manifestos that everybody that's been running for president, most of them are even better than what they're offering right now. But have they ever implemented up to 5% of it? Never. It has never happened since 1999. So that tells you that our problem is not the policies. Even the people talking about constitution, our problem is not even the law. If you've read the constitution, because I have, so if anybody have, maybe the person take me up on this. There is a lot that you have not done with that constitution. See, if you follow that constitution even up to 70%, this country will be the giant of Africa. But people always want to blame their laziness on the fact that their bulb is not very bright. That's why I did not read, and that's why I did not pass the exam. Whereas someone else in the dark that used a little candle read and passed the exam. Now, the problem of this country is not lack of ideas. We have had the best brains work for us. We've had Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala work for us as a finance minister. What changed? We've had the best brains. We have had Soludos. We've had the Harvard graduates. Goodluck Jonathan was a PhD holder, whereas everything was looted out of this country under his watch. So you do not learn wisdom from the classroom. So all these things people are bantering around during this electionary season, we need to calm down and look at what do we want in a president. Now, we have the policies on ground. We have the laws on ground. We have the ideas on ground. But what we have to ask ourselves, why is this idea not reflecting in the lives of Nigerians? And there is something that happened in that interview. When Obi was stating some of the things he wants to do with Bank of Industry, you get what I'm saying, and Bank of Agriculture, and what he wants to do with MSMEs, and then Kadira chipped in that here Buhari's administration is doing some of these things too with the Anchor Borrowers program. And what did Obi say? Obi said that nobody is saying Buhari's administration has a lot of policies, very wonderful ones. So anybody that is dismissing Buhari's administration is joking. They have a lot of policies, but the question is, why is it not reflecting? So see, let me tell you, if another president come into government now with no policy, just to come and hijack Buhari's policy, that actually wants to actually do those things in a way that it reflects in people's life, this country will change overnight with the same policies that Buhari has. So the problem is not a new policy. What Peter Obi answered Kadira when he raised the Anchor Borrowers program is, how is it being implemented? And then he chipped in that I will not make my policies from Aso Rock. I will not govern Nigeria from Aso Rock. And he said the same thing in River State. I will govern Nigeria from your individual states. I will come down to that state and be with you. And from this interview, he said what? Anchor Borrowers program, Abi, I will go direct to the farmers. Mr. Farmer, is it $5,000? This is it. And we are monitoring you. We are supervising you. Because what we are doing in this country is that we are throwing in billions and trillions of taxpayers' money into places whereby it never gets to the destination. It stops at hold up. It stops at toll gates, and those toll gates end up in people's pockets.
Play down. Can I interject one quick second?
Let me land.
Are you saying it's going to micromanage Nigeria?
Let me land. I know that's where you want to box me to, but I can also expatiate on that for you. Now, our problem, like I said, is not policy.
Constitution does not matter. A manifesto does not matter. We just let Obi
that's not what I
tell
said.
us something.
That is not what I say.
Just govern
this
us
guy
like that.
has a manifesto. Angelico, allow me. I want us to understand because apart from us, we have a lot of people that is listening to us with the aim of getting having more knowledge than they had before they joined this platform, and that is why I'm taking the pain of doing this. Now, we have laws in this country. This same country that was saying our constitution is bad, this is bad. We have laws in this country. The problem is that our leaders do not come into power through the power of the people. They come into power through the power of a system. They come into power with what I call hangers on. No matter your willpower, if your PCC, that is your presidential council, is being populated by some governors and senators who have ties with benefiting from the status quo, and then you come into governance, and then the members of your PCC has to translate to a huge percentage of the populace in your government, no matter who you are. That's why Goodluck Jonathan, with all his good intention, couldn't do anything. The same thing with Buhari, and I can challenge anybody today that Buhari is one of the presidents that has one of the best intentions for Nigeria. He's a man of integrity. But how has it translated to the ordinary Nigerians? Because he came to power with hangers on. People will want to people will go around calling cabals.
Okay,
He came to power with
so
hangers on.
Buhari is a
Let me
man
land.
of integrity. When he have
he is.
in all the security apparatuses, Fulanis heading us as chief of
You can be a man. No.
DSS, head of DSS,
No,
head
wait.
of national security, head of police, head of all of this. So he's a man of integrity now.
We both agree, Ajali Koko. When I talk about integrity, I'm telling you that Buhari is not the man that wants to cut away your money. Or Buhari is not the man that wants people to do that. You get what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying Buhari is not nepotistic. He is. And that's one of the... See, if you want me to defend Buhari now, I will defend him both on his strengths and his
A man
weaknesses.
that does not follow the rule of law is a man of
That's
integrity.
what I'm saying. You are just listing his problems. I can list it better than you. I can list Buhari's the things that made Buhari's government not to work. I might be able to list it better than you because I've studied his government over the years, and I can be so objective when I'm criticizing Buhari because I have studied him. I've talked to people both within inside his government and outside his government. So when I say he's a man of integrity, I'm talking about as a person in terms of corruption, in terms of stealing money and all these things that we know about our politicians. But the problem is that the baggages he came with in terms of his character, in terms of nepotism and some other things, in terms of exposure and all of those things impede those other good ones. You know what I'm saying?
So he's a man of integrity as we are losing our crude oil to theft every day. 70 billion. I mean, how many thousands of barrels every day.
Was those
so theft and that
pipes,
office that sector is under his control. Do you know that Buhari is the hold on? Do you know that Buhari is the minister of oil in Nigeria? Do you know that NNPC is directly under his office and they are stealing our oil every day? Oil theft. We are losing billions, and you are saying that it's a man of integrity. How do you define integrity?
At least after 16 years, at least after, in the entire 16 years, nobody ever came out to expose that there are pipes linked to our pipelines. Now somebody is able to do that after 7 years. I'm not hailing that because 7 years is a long time for you to do that, but at least you did it. Some other group of people were able to do it in 16 years, and they weren't even going to do it even if they were there for 100 years because they don't even have the will to ever do it because they are the one that fixed that pipe there. So someone took time. Yes, I can criticize you that you should have done this in the first year of your government, second year of the government year, but then you did it. You get what I'm saying? So for me, when I'm listening to this interview of Obi, I'm looking out for certain things, and these are what I'm looking out for. I'm looking out for a president who has wisdom, who has shown wisdom. And I'm looking out for a president who is coming to power with at least near clean record. Because when you want to score an A starts from 75 to 100. And the people that put that in place knows that if you score 75, you score 80, you score 90, you are still A. So they gave room for mistakes. Now, I'm looking for a president that has the political will to challenge the status quo. And I'm looking for a president that is willing to inspect and not just allocate money to the military that never gets into the hands of our gallant soldiers in the field. That somebody that delegates money and still has the courage to get to the field and check and ask. A president should be able to go to the field and shake a soldier and ask, did you get so and so money? Did you get so and so health insurance? And all of those
can I make a closing remark? Can I make a closing remark? Please, sir.
Do you want to leave?
Yes, because I will go to work very early in the morning.
All right, thank you. Land your point.
Let me land so you can make your closing remark.
Land, then Tony can make his closing remark.
Okay. So at the end of the day, this president I'm looking for, a president that is accessible to the people, a president that believes he doesn't know everything and the people can contribute to what is being done in their country. You understand what I'm saying? A president that is also a marketer and a consensus builder. That's the president that can work with both the Northerners and South. See, we are two different people with two different ideologies. So you need a consensus builder. You are not going to be president of the South or president of the North. So this guy has shown powers of being a consensus builder, and he has shown powers of being a marketer. That's why he could recruit millions of Nigerians in a few months. No politician in Nigeria has ever pulled that off. So that means he's a good marketer. He can market himself. So I need that kind of person, because that means that he can actually go to National Assembly and market his own.
This town hall was a moot point.
So it means that he can
everything
actually.
you said.
Hold
everything
on,
you said
hold
has
on.
nothing to do with this.
Hold on, my brother.
Hold on. Let Kulata interject. So it might well.
I said, but I listened to you attentively, and you just like glorified Obi, beatified himself.
Yeah,
but
it was cheerleader stuff.
It was just cheerleading to stuff, but nothing about the town hall. No pros, no cons, no nothing substantive about this town hall.
Okay, about the town hall. The town hall. Let me just let me land
finish.
on that.
I love him. I believe in him. That is the pill that we need to take.
Funny enough, I didn't even say anything about Obi Kulata. I was busy. I was busy trying to tell us to what we need as a president.
You painted a portrait that represents Obi. All you had to do is just tell.
This is what we need as a president. Kulata, we have the policies in Nigeria already.
But address the town hall. Address the deficit of what you heard. Address the deficit of what you heard.
Kulata, wait, let me just address one thing and then end of that.
In a couple more sentences, yes.
Okay, let me just address the MSMEs point and then end on that. So, in the MSMEs, from what I picked up from the interview, where he talked about Bank of Industries and how he's going to empower the MSMEs and all of that, and then he also talked about people don't do what is expected. People do what is expected, which is very, very critical. What is very critical in our society today. That's why some things don't work. And he talked about the brain drain and all of that, which I think are critical points. But most importantly, I want to just talk about something Ajali Koko said. So there was a time Obi said that any serving official under his watch as president who spends dollar will go to jail. APC and PDP took him to the car wash, both on the internet and everywhere. And somebody raised that question in the Arewa Consultative Forum, something, and he navigated it.
Don't take us on another long journey, but
no. I just want to address that. Yeah. So, and that is said, under security, you understand what I'm saying? There's two different things. Is it that you're being asked question on security in terms of systematic change that you're going to do on security, or what they asked in that town hall was how he's going to treat those bandits that's preventing farmers from doing their farm produce. So that is his tactics in security. That's what he said he won't put out. So he wasn't asked about the systematic in terms of recruiting more police on all of those things. That's not the question. So he handled the question in terms of the what they asked him, which is the tactics he's going to use. That's what he said he's not going to do. But then Datti added that if you want to solve security problem in Nigeria up to 50%, if you enthrone a government that is not complacent on insecurity in Nigeria, and if you see what Kadira did there, Kadira immediately wanted to use it to nail Datti. So are you trying to say that our government knows about insecurity? You understand what I'm saying? And that is it. Now, Datti almost wants to go into that thing they don't want to discuss, and immediately just one move he makes, Kadira wants to hold him up onto that. So why do you want them to keep going that route? So it's better they say, no, let's not talk about the tactics, because that is the problem with Nigeria's security. It's not I will do 2 million policemen, I will do this, I will do that. The problem is that there are hangers on that come together with the leader in power that will not let the leader that is in charge of those Boko Haram and those bandits, those people, those bottlenecks are the problem. It's not having 2 million policemen that is the problem. If you have 2 million policemen and the people in the heart of the government are benefiting from insecurity, those 2 million policemen will be as useless as 200,000 policemen. So let me land on that. Sorry.
All right. Thank you, Uptown. So thank you, Uptown. So let's get Nken Dirim's submission. So your name, I like that name, but there's only one champion Igbo name that we have here. Ajale Kokodos, that name is in CBD. So anybody that still has a name that resonates, or it's just leads to poetry, like in CBD, we want to hear it, but you are a close runner in Kem Dirim. So in Kem Dirim, let's hear your submission regarding the Peter Obi performance. In Kem Dirim, sorry, yes. Closing remarks from you, but just a condensed one, if you don't mind, Tony. But,
yes,
Tony,
sir.
yeah,
I'm very grateful, sir, for letting me in so late and then still letting me make this closing remark. Thank you, sir. So what I just want to say is like that that in the beginning, as it was in the beginning, so shall it be, at the end or in the end. Because back in the days, all this Nahuru, Awolowo, Okotebo, and Akitola, they tried to build a bridge with the east. Then they say no, we will go to the north. And then in 1979, the same thing, because I'll be reading all the histories. And then so presently also you can see how the Easterners are jazzing the northern administrator that they are okay, they have done this, they have done that, they done their bridge, which in Europe, if anybody is building a bridge, we don't sing praises to them. So we have been able to build, stretch our hand once again to them. But at the end of the day, they will still keep saying that they are towards the north, even though we say that we want the president to come back to the south. So what I would have been expecting from these people is that to be seen sometimes where Obi is miscalculating, so that they can be say, okay, yes, we are going to see it. Because look at us now, Ferry, the Edo people, the Yoruba people, they are all support. Some of them are supporting Obi openly, even though that's causing some, not any minute anyway, but some kind of argument we see there. But they sit, but we don't. So I just want to see such a scenario playing out of the Southeasterners, so that we have some. If it's only just one, from each platform, say that, oh yes, Obi goofed on that or goofed, and so that you should try to make some correction. But they don't want just that we don't want this guy to be president. That is God. He can turn sand into Coca-Cola and everything. So it's not the way. We don't want to, just so at the end of the day, it's the same thing. That's why we say that that I'm confused, because I'll be begging people for that we should come South Nigeria, but I consider it's not going to be possible, because at the end of the day they will still spoil it. We are stretching our hand out. Look at the donor. Look at Yoruba. They are trying to even the whole social cultural organization that's supposed to stick to their Yorubaness, but they said no. We believe in equity. That we want to help. We want to this. But you guys, we just want to see at least one. Every platform I go to, I have problem with them. Sometimes I mean, it's just too crazy.
So does that then make you the problem then, or if you have problem with everybody, then but Tony,
no. I'm not having problem. I'm not having problem, woman. But I don't want us to be kind of like civilized in a way. Like, okay, let us have a like meaningful debate. We can just if you look at this platform now, you can see that most of us here. Although we are not from the south, we are saying that yesterday was a very perfect day. You said Obi was coming up, and then I still remember about 3 months ago when Obi was talking. You said you should stop talking now.
Did you say closing remarks, Tony?
Yes, sir. But 3 months ago you said that Obi should not be talking too much now, because at the end of the day, when the campaign kicks off, that probably may not be having something to say. That's why you see all this. Repetitions right now. Thank you very much, sir. I thank all of now, everybody. Kulata, my man. Good night,
All right, thank you, Odaro. Thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. So let's go to Inken Derim, see if he's still with us. Inken Derim.
Okay, thank you. I just want to add to what Mr. Uptown said. I'm really impressed, Mr. Uptown. You did a good job of the exposition you did. I love the examples you gave. The secondary school, and then the others are being given primary school assessment. That was a beautiful picture you painted there. I just want to reiterate one more thing. I said it before. Obi's promise to us is simple. I know we sound like sycophants somehow, when we talk about what he said. I don't know why some people, they're just hearing what we are not hearing. I don't know why we're not hearing what others are hearing. All this lack of incompetence, this incompetence I'm hearing, this lack of competence I'm hearing. from every other person. I don't know where they are hearing that from. For me, he said something, one particular thing I held on to, which is the real problem of Nigeria. It is, he said, I will be a president that will be available. I will be in charge. I will be in charge.
Don't just not hold on. Things like that. Those are just abstract rhetorics. Now, those are just vague.
Those are vapid. Nah. Anyway.
Where is the flesh in that? Where is the substance? I'll be a president that'll be available. Which president will be unavailable? It's only when they are in situation that you did.
Buhari is unavailable.
Yeah,
Buhari is unavailable.
It is unavailable in practice, not in promise. When he was coming in, he told us he will be available. Who will tell you that he will be unavailable? So that has no meaning that he will be available.
Mr. One Man, I want to ask you a
Just
question.
don't call anybody Mr. Just go with the names they have on the screen, but carry on, yeah.
Okay. One Man. Okay,
Yeah.
My question is, what do you know about Obi's governorship, his achievements and his failures as a governor? What do you know about it?
Plenty.
What is the one thing that you take away from Obi's governorship, his time?
Corruption.
What?
Corruption.
Wow, man.
Corruption.
Yes.
Huh? When you say corruption, what do you mean?
You know what it means now. Illegally, illicitly taking public funds for your personal ownership.
So are you saying, was he corrupt or was he not corrupt?
Extremely, he was. Not just extremely.
Okay, he was extremely corrupt.
Extremely.
Okay. I think I see where all this is going. But
my guy, don't weak.
You must be new to this platform because we've documented it. We don't speak just in abstract, we speak with facts and figures, but carry on.
Okay. All I would say is I believe everyone has a right to their opinion. But one problem Nigeria has had is that we have people in leadership that are not available, are not in charge. They are there in the office, but somebody else behind the scene is controlling what happens in that office.
Wait, quick question. Does Obi need a chief of staff?
Does Obi need a chief of staff?
It's going to be available now based on what you're saying. It's going to be checking stuff and opening doors. He's the gatekeeper for himself. He's going to go and second guess his ministers and also his defense people. So does he need a chief of staff?
Why won't he need a chief of staff? What I mean when I say
so why will he now be going to do all those things he said he's going to be doing? You see how ridiculous that
my
sounds?
guy, that's not the duty of a chief of staff. What are we saying here? Do you government in school at all?
There's one person that we know. There's one person we are sure of. Whenever Obi speaks, he tells us, you can hold me accountable.
But that's like a pastor talking now. How is that different from a pastor talking?
Don't say that. Don't say pastor. Look at it. He said you can hold me accountable. It's not when he fails, you say the chief of staff.
So what are you going to do? You're going to go lock his shirt that I'm holding you accountable. How are you going to do that?
Pastor Kulata,
look at that. Holy Father. Holy Father.
Well, very welcome as a platform.
In Kandirim, do you remember when what Buhari told us when he came in, that he was for nobody and everybody? Do you remember that? What has that been the experience?
Yes, we have experienced that.
No, has that been the experience? Has it been for everybody and not for a single? Has it been for everybody, Buhari?
No, he hasn't.
So Kulata used the word banal just earlier on. So those are just empty, vacuous rhetoric.
We saw him do that in Anambra State. We saw him do that. He visited schools in Anambra State and moved Anambra from education of 26 to first.
Including my own school, my brother. I still have a letter he wrote to me.
Do you know? We've discussed this before. Do you know who actually did that? The person that actually moved education from Anambra, from wherever it was to first, is not really Peter Obi. it was Atiku Abubakar when he was vice
The
president then.
education of Anambra State.
Yes, yes.
Do you know that the last meet?
Oh, have we lost you? I was still. I didn't kick him out. Or you could see that I was, contemplating beds, thinking it was
You
still on the screen. I
you
was
were smart. You were smart things to come back with something.
Yeah, no, yes. I was going to take him to Umba Duluju and then walk him through Igige and add him at Atiku. We know the story of Anambra education now. And yes, if Peter Obi was at the pitch end of it, but certainly not the total journey. The journey started with Atiku Abubakar and landed on Peter Obi. But there he is. I think he lost connection. So let's hear submissions from engineer and then we start to round off. Thank you, gentlemen. Submissions from engineer who is quite up late. Engineer not feeling too well. A lot of people not feeling too well. Saki Father including. Engineer, yes, let's hear from you. Engineer. All right. I think engineer may well have gone to Nordland. So we start to sweep up to land, of course, on the main man himself, of course, you know the routine. So we kick it off with Ola, who joins us. Ola always comes in just as the hour is about to strike 12. So the hour about to strike 12, but Ola, let's hear from you nevertheless. By way of closing remarks, just give us a word or two.
Okay, engineer, let me greet engineer first. So you ask me whether I did well in the morning. So you said you know even did well. I beg, take care of yourself. Yeah, thank you everyone. Like I learned a lot. What I learned, I listened to discussion from Thomas how Obi addressed that issue of subsidy. Well, I would say he tried, but he didn't say what I was expecting. I was even expecting him to say he was going to subsidize production for Dangote, but he said he's going to help those modular refinery to completion, to complete. So if he does that, well, it's good. But that subsidy, to me, he didn't address it very well, whether he will remove it, when he remove it, how he's going to channel the money. Well, I still give credit to him for what he said. Then thank you all the contributors. I've learned from you. For audience, please just appreciate the forum, click thumb up, and share the forum. Like I said, this forum has become a thorough school now, a typical school. So I'm unable to come here. I was unable to come here early, but I hope I'll be able to come earlier tomorrow. Thank you, everyone.
All right, but please do, because the person getting the Koboko tomorrow is Atiku Abubakar. So come with a three-pronged Koboko to give the Adamawa man a good flogging. Thank you, Ola. Thank you, Ola. So that's Ola, of course. It needs no introduction to this platform. So thank you, Ola. Let's go from Ola and let's go to Uptown. Uptown, the singing belongs to Ajale Koko, not to anybody else. But yes, Uptown, that's time of the day again. Closing remarks.
Okay, so thank you guys very much. It was another good outing today, just the same way it was yesterday. I mean, it's becoming a routine that we always come here and give all our best. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, and I don't think anybody's opinion is ever wrong because opinions are subjective, you know. But the strength of the platform remains that this is a platform where people use the facts in terms of provide a superior fact, provide a superior argument if you want to have the day. Not where people just banter around and want everybody to agree with their opinions. I can never be found in such space. So I like the arguments. I like the facts and counterfacts. I like the fact that people view everything from different prisms. That is what gives this place life, and I urge it to continue. And on the ending remark, what the second to last speaker said, like I'm gonna double down on what I said before. So that's just the fact. That is the president we need. We need a lot of Nigerians are suffering from poverty. But guess what? People are not saying on the internet or on this media. more Nigerians are suffering from psychological breakdown than poverty. So Nigerians need a president that they can call their own. That's why they say they are running for president through Obi. For the very first time, they will need a president that can at least heal their psychological problem. If you take away internet from Nigeria in 2 hours, a lot of people will run mad on the street. So we have a more pressing issue self than even poverty right now. So we don't want to enthrone another monarch that's going to lock himself up in Aso Rock, and then Nigerians will start jumping into lagoons because they've completely lost hope in even a better Nigeria in the future. So we need that president who is going to keep us here while this country is being fixed, because this country will not be fixed overnight. And I think Obi understands that. And we need a president that will be in charge, like he says, a president that will be aware. It's not Buhari that will always tell us, I wasn't aware. You know, they broke Kuje prison. Nobody has taken any falls for it. He's not aware. You know, in Abuja, you know, a minister is saying this, the security forces say, when Americans gave us the alert, that the security alert, in one breath, in the same day, Lai Mohammed was saying that America cannot tell us what to do, blah, blah, blah. In the same breath, on the same day, the security agencies were releasing this thing that, yeah, we are swinging into action. Thank you, America. Like contradicting themselves. Minister of Finance will say, I'm not aware of printing of Naira. CBN will say, yes, we have really even gotten this. I mean, it's just too scattered. The problem of Nigeria is not far-fetched. It's people not doing the right thing. It's just like where mad people have taken over the asylum. So it is time that all of us, these intelligent people in this platform, please come back home. Let's build Nigeria. I had the opportunity to remain outside Nigeria. I came back. I have a presidential ambition. I'm nothing. But then before the presidential ambition, I want to see a country that is working for me to be able to step into that position. And that is what I'm doing here. I'm on ground. And everybody must not be on ground. But wherever you are, please, we need to remove sentiments. We need to remove the urge. Like tomorrow now, I'm not preparing for tomorrow to criticize Atiku. I am hoping that he's able to provide a something I can rely on, so that even if he ends up being president, I won't be too worried. So the moment we start removing that wanting to criticize, and then look at things objectively, so maybe then we will have a more quality conversation. Because why people are not, why the conversation is not yet very quality yet, is because a lot of people are.
How dare you? No.
It's quality, yeah, but then it's a quality can never end. So we always want to make it even more quality. Of course, I know everybody wants one man show to be the most quality content in the whole of the internet space in Nigeria, and we are not there yet. And anybody, even if we get there, there's even more place to go. So let's make it more quality by trying as much as possible to listen with the intent of just being objective, not with the intent of winning an argument.
No, you listen with a critical eye.
What I'm saying is that some people,
critical,
and this is on the two sides. Some obedience listen to Obi or listen to Atiku or Tinubu with the intent of winning Tinubu people, or with the intent of winning Atiku people. Some Atiku people listen to Obi with the intent of winning Obi people, not with the intent of assuring or listening to what the guy is saying. That's why the guy can say something, and then when they're criticizing what he says, they jump that thing he said, and then someone has to remind them. That means you weren't listening with objectivity, you were listening with the intent to criticize. So the moment we remove those bottlenecks, the quality of the conversation will improve, and I really want it to improve. So I want to thank everybody once again, and tomorrow I hope, and someone that said that I think Alexander came to say that Atiku is a more articulate person that is going to move mountain tomorrow. And this was the same Atiku and Obi that faced Kadira in 2019, and Obi was answering all Atiku's questions. So I'm wondering, where did Atiku now all of a sudden become Wale Soyinka? And
Are you sure Obi was answering all Atiku's questions? Come on, man. You are the one calling for people to be objective. Are you objective now?
What are you saying now? When
Atiku couldn't answer the question, Obi was answering it for him.
No. Listen to me. Someone that said that if Atiku come here, Atiku will now show you how to answer questions and all of that. I'm now wondering that Atiku and Obi has faced Kadira, and I believe that everybody in this platform has watched that same thing. So does that thing look like Atiku was answering better than Obi in that interview? Did it? It didn't. What was he answering? He couldn't even answer the Obasanjo question they asked him. It was so it will be that I had to bring in the more appropriate answer to that, and a lot of other places I could cite. You understand? It wasn't as terrible as the Buhari Osinbajo combination, but of course, it wasn't. It was also not good. So that is it. So tomorrow, Shebi article will come, Abi. All of us will still be here. I hope we all come with the same level of. Please let us not stop setting different cut-off mark. Where you give this person cut-off mark is 2 and 10. Please, everybody, the same cut-off mark. Yeah. So let's go. Thank you very much, and I respect all your opinions, and I greet you guys once more.
All right. Thank you, PlayStation. But hopefully, and by the way. The platform is everybody's platform, and what Uptown did just then is perfectly welcome. If you want to push us towards improvement, then of course push us always towards improvement. But then of course that improvement has to be guided in the direction because as Uptown said, the aspiration is to be the most objective, most incisive, most fact-based platform, not just within the Nigerian space, but really in the entirety of YouTube. And you see that we go deeply. You saw how we handled the blue, blah, blah thing. You saw how we handled the pension or no pension thing. So we like to dig into the very depths of the fact and unearth them. So always hold us to that. So that's our mission statement. So hold us to that always, so that we're guided by the high expectations that you have of the platform. So, engineer, I'm sure you've gone to bed. Yes, he has gone to bed. So thank you, engineer. I'll phone you later. So thank you, engineer. So from engineer, let's go on to Collins, and then we take it to the Oxford level. Bring out your dictionaries. Here comes Collins. Collins, let's hear from you. Closing remarks. Collins has also gone to bed. No endurance. All these young people, no endurance. So thank you, Collins. Always good to hear from Collins, one of our favorite voices on this platform. A voice that we favor, of course, not just us, because we are prejudiced because we like him, but you favor him too. Kulata, the man with the data.
Me. Oh, me, I've not slept. Me, daddy.
Kulata is not a favorite boy, though.
Not favorite at all. I know my strategy. Like 2 weeks before the election, Mama obedient man. I'll just be praising obedience.
Look at that.
That's my last minute strategy. Anyway, for tomorrow, my prediction for Atiku, one thing I'll get from Atiku that I think it will give us is ideological consistency. I think Atiku will be consistent with his ideology. He will not shy away from what he wants to do. He's going to go towards that center right. I'm going to sell everything. I'm going to privatize. He has. I feel he will talk about his solutions. And the solutions, you may not like them. I like them, but other people may not like them. But I feel it's going to be consistent. It's going to be consistent in his delivery. So looking forward to it. I mean, if he messes up, I'll call him out. I'll look for everything I can look for. But looking forward to seeing that. But I predict Tinubu will run away from this thing. I don't think Tinubu can face this woman. And he cannot afford...
Will he be too busy doing what we are seeing on the screen? He'll be too busy eating agbado, as we are seeing.
He'll be eating agbado in his dreams, because I think he's just gonna run away, because he doesn't want any mess up. And again, even the small appearance he's making is messing up. So that will be a shame to Nigeria, though. That will be a shame. But if Atiku shows up, everybody should put a pressure on Tinubu to show up. They should be calling out. They should be calling him out in any press event, any event that has press. They should call him out. Go and face Kadira. Go and face Kadira. Because I mean, nobody's going to be with you side by side. It's just you, Kadira, and those university students, and you should be able to answer their questions. If you could answer the northern leaders, you should be able to answer Nigerians, regular average Joe Nigerian, like the students. So we'll see. What time is the article one? Same time tomorrow, right?
Same time tomorrow.
Okay, I'm free this week, so I'll be there. I'll be there this week.
All
So
right.
talk to you guys next week.
Bring your koboko. Although often say we shouldn't flog them anymore.
Me, I can't help myself. If I see nonsense, I'll have to call it out. So I'll bring my koboko tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. So that's Kolata, the man with the data. So thank you, Kolata. So that's Kolata. So you know where we're going next. The king of boys, the daddy of them all, the man with the golden gun, the straight shooter, the break dancer from Dallas North Central, the one and only.
Break dancer from Shalimar.
Do you remember what's that program that Soul Train? Do you remember
Soul Train? Soul Train, yeah.
Soul Train. Yes.
Thank you, woman, and thanks to everybody that came on the platform, Playtown, Kulata, everybody. I think your contribution are quite meaningful, educative, informative as well. So I wish everybody will come back tomorrow and let us come and do the same judgment on Atiku. Let's come and have see how Atiku is going to perform or what is his plan for the country, so that we can critically analyze his own plan as well. So what we did for Obi today, our criticism of Obi for not performing as expected, should be taken as an advice by the obedient, but not at dislike of Obi. You know, it's expected of him to do better. So, and not this what Uptown is telling us that it's a Moses sent to us by God to come and take us from Egypt to across River Nile. Is that your new campaign strategy now? Are you guys telling us that it's a God sent? It's the Moses that God has sent to Nigeria to come and take us across River Nile and River Niger? No wonder he's comparing River Niger and Benue with River Nile. So, but that by the wayside, let me thank those guys at the comment section for the great job they've been doing from the beginning to this guy, to this time, Alessandra Akashi. We want to see how your man will perform tomorrow. We want to compare your own man, Akashi, with Showore, the way Showore perform. I saw the other day you were bragging here. Oh, Showore is nothing from Showore. So we want to see your own man, see what he have for the country. We know he's one of the looters, he's one of the destroyer of our political evolution. Atiku is not helping in any way to stabilize Nigerian political evolution. So we see what he's doing in PDP. He's not showing leadership. It's not doing as been described as how did he describe him? They call him fortifier, or what did they call him?
Unifier.
Unifier. It's your man is not a unifier. It's a complete destroyer. It's a complete destroyer. It's a selfish man. It's a man that is not showing leadership at all. Everything just for himself. He just wants to be the president of Nigeria at all costs. He's been pursuing these things since 1992. I mean,
you're breaking off, Ajale Koko. Have we lost you? Can anyone still hear me? Can you tell me? Tell me in the comment section if you can still hear me. Have you lost Ajan Lekoko or have you lost me? Can you hear me? Can somebody indicate? Can you indicate in the comment section if you can hear me? Can anyone hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, all right, brilliant. Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you for that, James. So thank you for that, James and Jafar. Yeah. So I think Ajan Lekoko lost connection just as it was rounding off. But then, of course, so you know Ajan Lekoko's words, only to encourage you to make sure you're liking, sharing, and subscribing. It started somewhat shaky, and the first the first phase of it, I had to go and change my laptop. Is the thing. But ultimately we got there. So a really enjoyable session, always enjoyable in your company. You know, it's such a delight when I hang out with you guys, and hopefully we deliver in some form. And hopefully you did not agree with everything that we said, because it'd be a real shame if everybody agreed with what we said, or if anybody even agreed with everything that was said on this platform. It'd be a real shame. So we don't want you to agree with, in fact, we want you to be angry when you hear some of our comments, because then that challenges the traditionally held beliefs that you've held on to for so long. So we want you to be angry, but we want you to be critically angry, so that when you come down from that anger and you reflect, then you make a cold determination on just the veracity of what you've just heard. So that is the object of the exercise. We want to jar your senses and challenge you in the traditional spaces that you hide your politics and your prejudices. So we're here to challenge your prejudices, and that, of course, a task that must be taken on. So we take it on here on One Man Went to Mo, which in the company of the elegance that you just experienced, Collins Dubin. You know, where else do you get the privilege? You only hear voices like Collins on television or One Man Went to Mo platform. Nowhere else. So there it is, and there it has been. So to the super chatters, the coffee buyers, and by the way, we maintained our 100% on the coffee still. I thought we were going to lose that 100% today, but since we started the coffee by your host a coffee initiative, we've not yet gone through a session that at least one person, often instances more than one, have decided that this guy, he looks perched, let's get him a drink. So to the super chatters, the coffee buyers, the happy clappers, and the in-betweeners, make sure you are subscribed, of course. If you are in this deep, then you really necessarily, it's just fair play. It's fair dues, as we used to say back in the day. It's fair dues, isn't it? If you are in this deep, whether you are some obedient that is just charged up, that we are not doing obikererenke and doing some circle dance around your man, whether you are one of those, or you are some article person, or some half-dead, half-alive Tinubu supporter, whatever it is that you are, you must necessarily make sure that you are subscribed, because we make the effort to give you the presentation which engages you mentally. And for that, the reward, just a subscription and a like. So make sure you are subscribed and you've liked the streaming. Haven't done that, set your dial to 7 p.m. at Nigerian time for tomorrow. When we shall go at article again, you bring your stethoscope, or is it micro, whatever, because we want to bore deep into the content of his mind. So we unpick the brain of the pot-bellied man from Adamawa tomorrow. So I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say, peace.